and the best part, EveryDollar helps you see exactly what's happening with your money. You know what's coming in, what's going out, and what's left over for fun. Because let's be real, you need some fun in your budget. Plus, with unlimited budget categories, you can customize it to fit your life. Grocery runs, coffee runs, or even planning your next family trip. Whatever you have going on, EveryDollar keeps budgeting simple and stress-free, just the way you want it. So go download the app for free and get started today. Again, go download EveryDollar.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix, Arizona's news station. KTAR News, 92.3 FM. KTAR News, now.
Good afternoon. It is 2 o'clock, and I'm Becky Lynn. A set evacuation status now in place for portions of the Northwest Valley. Crews are battling the Monarch Fire that's about 5 miles southeast of Wickenburg. This fire, being pushed by winds, has burned about 100 acres so far. The set order covers an area that includes Rio Vista Hills to Saguaro Blossom Lane and includes Wickenburg and Ala. Also today, an investigation is underway in Tempe following what's being described as a road rage shooting. It happened in the area of Warner Road and Priest Drive this afternoon. The injured man was taken to a hospital with life-threatening injuries. Police say the other person involved has been detained. There's no threat to the public. Parts of the valley may see a break from dusty conditions tomorrow. National Weather Service meteorologist Chris Kuhlman says a chance of storms and rain is on the way.
Overall, 20-30% of the area will see up to a tenth of an inch, and then a very small part of the area, if you're lucky enough to get underneath one of the thunderstorms, you may see a half an inch to an inch.
Don't worry about Independence Day plans, though. Storm activity is expected to clear out before Friday. Well, the governor celebrates the end of the legislative session with a ceremonial signing for the $17.6 billion bipartisan budget. KTAR's Heidi Hummel is live now in the News Center with a look at the spending.
Arizona Governor Katie Hobbs says the budget invests heavily in public safety, including 15% pay raises for firefighters. Plus,
our state troopers are also on the front lines to keep our communities safe. I'm proud we secured a 5% pay raise for all state police and funding to continue and expand my successful SAFE initiative, which is combating drug trafficking.
Hobbs explains the budget also includes the largest investment in child care since the Great Recession, funding for 10 million meals for working class kids, and invests in the Arizona Promise Scholarship Program. Reporting live in the News Center, Heidi Hummel, KTAR News.
And the governor will be joining Outspoken this afternoon at 5:30. You'll be able to hear it all right here at 92.3 FM and on the KTAR app. You can also watch and listen at KTAR.com and on the KTAR YouTube page. The U.S. Senate passing the big, beautiful bill after an all-night voting session on a series of amendments to the spending plan. Arizona's senior U.S. Senator Mark Kelly introduced his own amendment, which would have blocked tax breaks for anyone making $100 million a year or more.
Every one of us gets a vote here, a choice. We can help parents be able to take their kids to the doctor. We can keep seniors in their nursing homes. Or some rich guy can get another private jet.
That amendment was voted down. It won't pass the House as is. That's the word from Arizona Republican Congressman Andy Biggs, who tells the Mike Broomhead Show there's plenty not to like about the U.S. Senate's now-passed budget bill.
The deficit increases to the tune of about $600 billion. You've got Planned Parenthood. They don't get money for 1 year, but they get money for the 9 years after that.
Televangelist Jimmy Swaggart has died. ABC Sherry Preston with more on the early days of his ministry and his eventual fall from grace.
The mission of the Church of the Living God today is to live for Jesus.
Born to a preacher in Faraday, Louisiana, first cousins with singers Jerry Lee Lewis and Mickey Gilley, Jimmy Swaggart claimed to have first heard the Word of God when he was 8. His fiery Pentecostal preaching and gospel singing grew a massive television following, and then in 1988, Swaggart was caught on camera with a New Orleans prostitute. A tearful TV apology followed.
I have sinned against you, my Lord.
He resigned from the Assemblies of God but kept his ministry going. Jimmy Swaggart was 90 years old. Sherry Preston, ABC News.
Let's take a look at the roads now. Bill O'Neill is live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Not too bad on the main lines right now, Becky. Things moving around pretty nicely. Do have a couple of things that could slow you down, though. In Tempe, a police investigation has Warner Road closed between Priest Drive and Commerce Drive. In Phoenix, you got a crash at 7th Avenue and Washington Street, another one at 22nd Street and Indian School Road. Traffic is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. That's traffic. I'm Bill O'Neill, KTAR News.
Another toasty day with a high of 113 degrees, and tonight a slight chance of some showers, 92 our low. Tomorrow, best chance of rain and storms with a high of 108 and 104 by Thursday. Right now in Phoenix at Sky Harbor, it's 110. Weather brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. With a replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
The Chris and Joe Show. Afternoons 2 to 4 on KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
Pablo, we're in some real trouble today. First off, I am Joe Huizenga. No Chris Merrill. Chris should be back tomorrow. Joined again by Gail Bass. Wonderful to have you here, Gail.
Great to have me here too.
That's right. Now,
Every time.
Gail, I'm only outing you because I have done far worse. We're getting ready to walk down the hall and do the show, and you're looking at the door in our office, and Pablo, Gail looks over at me and she's like, Joe, I don't know how to tell you, but this door is locked and it will not unlock. And she's like messing with the handle. She's trying to get this thing to unlock. I walk over there and I just go boop and I unlock it. And she, what did you say to me, Gail?
The little button wouldn't turn. And you know what? I don't know what that button is called.
The locking mechanism?
Well, like the tines on the fork, like the little prongs.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like I don't know what that little knob you turn.
I just call it the locking mechanism. I don't know.
But it's just, it would not turn for me.
So happy.
For some reason, did you push it in and then turn it?
Yes.
Okay, I didn't push it in. I didn't think you had to do that.
I kind of pushed and turned, and all you did is I think you felt so bad, and instead of being like, well, that was simple, you were just like, well, and you just walked right down the hall.
No, I was frustrated with myself.
Oh, don't be. Let me tell you, you're frustrated with yourself for that. Imagine how much of a knob I look like every time down here with Chris and Pablo, and every single thing they're like, it's easy to change your tires. It's easy to check your oil, Joe. It's easy to do this and that.
Let me tell you, my guy, he knows how to do pretty much anything.
Yeah.
He can change he changed the garage door opener by himself one night. I had to hold like one end of it, like when he got close to the end. Mm-hmm. He can do anything. But we went out to Sheep's Bridge when we did the 4x4 thing.
Okay.
And that is a rough road. When we were coming back down from Cave Creek, and we had a flat tire from that rough road.
Mm-hmm.
He changed it, and he's Mr. Safety. He's Mr. Boy Scout. He checks for every eventuality, but the car fell off the jack.
Uh-oh.
And, that was a scary thing, seeing a Jeep Cherokee fall off the jack while he's changing the tire.
Yeah.
So, some stuff, changing a truck, changing a tires, it's not always that easy.
Well, we've lowered the bar here on the Chris and Joe Show. Pablo was so proud of me yesterday for even figuring out how to open up the casing that my alarm battery sits in. I think I totally awed him.
Or was it 8 or 9?
I think it was 9. Pablo, you were impressed with me, yeah?
I'm very impressed with you, sir. It sounds like you're growing up. I like it.
Did you just feign that you were
No,
impressed?
I'm really impressed with you. I've seen your work before, and it's not, you've come a long way.
Well, see, that's the older generation being impressed with the younger generation right there.
Yeah, I want to know, Pablo, what would you have done?
Me?
Yeah, with
Pablo
all that
probably would have just shot
the
someone.
alarm. Would you have
Pablo
changed?
just probably would have shot someone. He would have just disconnected
Pablo's
it.
not that kind of guy.
Yeah, sure.
That's
what Broomhead told me to do. He said, just get a gun. You don't
He
need
didn't
an
say
alarm.
that.
He did say that.
He said he'll meet with Second Alarm Force. He didn't say he's going to have a gun.
Oh, Second Amendment Force.
I said that. I said that.
So younger adults out there, and like me, of course I'm a younger adult. I'm very good looking.
He's quite handsome.
Are redefining success and shifting their focus from wealth to health, and I want to explore this with you a little bit, Gail. Like when you were growing up, what did success look like to you? Like what were your priorities when you were growing up?
Did you see The Wolf of Wall Street? Okay, I grew up in the 80s, so it was Michael Milliken. It was like greed is good, Wall Street kind of.
So you just wanted to be like Scrooge McDuck, just go swim in dollar bills.
There's two things I remember about the 80s. In the 80s, like there was the Reagan Revolution, but I remember there were people who had some blue-collar jobs that were out of work, and it was tough. And then it was that me generation. It was those people saying, you know what, I'm going to start making a bunch of money on Wall Street and that kind of thing. And so I remember that it was Dallas and it was Dynasty and it was big money. People wanted big money and flash back then. I mean, if you look at the fashion, the shoulder pads were big. You know, you had gold lame dresses, the hair was big, and you wanted a big wallet. The BMW and the Mercedes were really the sign of the times.
Did you feel that same way?
No, we were blue collar. Really,
Okay.
I mean,
So what was success for you, or
I
what?
got a horse. I took ballet class.
That's pretty dang good.
You know,
a horse.
And you know, that's what for me. That to me, if you could have a horse and you could take a ballet or tap class. I mean, I was a kid, but you know, going to college and getting a house, getting your own place. That to us. You know, for my neighborhood, that's what people did.
Yes.
You know?
So it's not that young people don't care about money now, but it's that they're not looking at their priority in terms of getting rich. And it's not about status anymore either. Wealth, status, and occupation are no longer the gold standard when it comes to defining success for young adults who've yet to reach middle age. Instead, they say that young Americans rank physical and mental health as the top measures of success. And wealth ended up coming in fifth for people between the age of 18 and 34.
Well, I think we're in the midst of a self-care movement.
Yeah.
Where I need to do this for self-care. Like for me, I'm just, you know what's going to be good for me right now? Like I'm not going out. I'm just going to stay home in my bed and just chill out. Like you will see things on Instagram that point to this where your friend calls you at the last minute like, hey, I can't go out tonight. I don't want to go eat. I don't want to do this. And you're cool with it. Now, that's more so for like middle-aged people. But if people feel like it doesn't work for them, it doesn't work for them.
COVID seems to have spurned a lot of this as well. It reminded millennials and Gen Z of the fleeting nature of health and just how quickly it can be taken from them. And also, it really created a boom in terms of the work from home movement. People were working from home before COVID, but it really took off during and after COVID as well. And I know there's been a push to get people back in the workplace, but I think it opened people's eyes to the possibility that, hey, I don't need to go to the office and do that 9 to 5 every single day. I can work from home. I can set I can set my own hours. I can set my own schedule. Maybe I want to work Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and I don't want to work Thursday, Friday, Saturday.
And they're making that a priority for them. And I wonder if the family unit has anything to do with this. Like if you're splitting time between your two parents, what does that look like for you in terms of me time, family time, going to, maybe you're with a parent who's solo and you're the only kid in the house for 50% of the time, and the other 50% of the time you're going to a split house where it's a blended family.
So you look at it that way, moving up in terms of, let's say you're in your 20s or 30s and you go and visit maybe mom one weekend, dad the next, but also look at it the other way too. Of the younger generation is not having as many kids as well.
No.
So they're able to focus more on themselves and their own priorities as opposed to whether it was Gen X, baby boomers. It was all about, hey, you kind of give up your ambition in a lot of ways when you have kids. It becomes about taking care of them and making sure that you're raising them right.
Yeah, well, think about it. You've got a whole generation that's been affected by this 50% divorce rate. And then you've got a whole bunch of kids that were born into single families, and they're thinking, do I want that struggle? And they're not doing, this is the generation that's not going to do as well as their parents. And how many of them, I want to know how many of them are still living at home.
There's an article out there from the Wall Street Journal, and a gentleman, 37 years old in there, his name is Warren. He says he remembers watching an online interview with the CEO who said that success is when your kids want to spend time with you when they're adults. And he said that message really stuck with him as a young father of 3 and a sales account executive. And he co-founded a project out there called Dad Good, which is a private community for dads who'd expected the CEO to talk about lofty sales and earnings. And he said instead, physical and mental health came first, as opposed to, wealth and things like that. It was all about, hey, I want to spend time, like you pointed out, with parents. And it wasn't all about, man, I just got to get that paycheck. I got to, work, so I don't have to work anymore.
Mm-hmm. Well, if you're 18 and you're just getting into the workforce, I would say start paying into your 401k immediately. Like, I think people are now learning to live with less. Mm-hmm. Some of them are. The smart ones are. And you realize that your status doesn't come from things. When I started volunteering with the homeless every Sunday morning, I met somebody I knew somebody at church. He said, when are you going to come help us? And I said, as soon as I get back from England in 2015. Mm-hmm. And I remember I was in England and she was sending me a text message. When you get back, come this Sunday, wear these kind of shoes. When I got back and I was just handing out grocery bags so they'd have something to hold their food in, I cried. And I thought, I just went on a trip to England for I've been 5 times. Mm-hmm. And I was sitting here crying saying, you know what? There's more to me taking a bunch of vacations. There's I could do something. This is very easy what I'm doing here to help. And I did it every Sunday outside of vacations, Monday, 52 weeks a year, because I realized it was less about me and more about helping other people. Somebody told me, start doing kingdom work. Mm-hmm. What is your kingdom work? And I was like, well, I'm not doing kingdom work. So I started that. That was my kingdom work. And what I found so fulfilling about that is when I started doing that, the whole part of the story is I started to declutter all the stuff I had amassed because I was a single dog lady. Mm-hmm. I didn't have a +1. I had a big house with 3 rooms with just me and the dog. Mm-hmm. So the dog had 2 beds. The dog had all kinds of stuff. I had all kinds of stuff. I had Christmas dishes. I had so much stuff that I started thinking, what can I share? What can I share? Mm-hmm. And I think that a lot of young people are already there. It took me a while to get there. It took me helping other people and focusing on other people's needs than my own for that. And I think a lot of our young people get that right now.
So let's talk about that. Why are young adults redefining success and shifting their focus from wealth to health? That's our why today, and we'll tackle that next. But first, here's Becky Lynn with the day's top story right now.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 2:17. I'm Becky Lynn. Here's what you need to know right now. If you're planning to drive to your 4th of July getaway, you're going to be in a lot of company. AAA predicts more than 72 million of us will travel at least 50 miles from home, and the vast majority taking to the roads.
Thursday and Sunday will be the busiest days to fly, but on the road, tomorrow and Sunday will be the busiest. Your best bet really to avoid traffic is getting on the road early in the morning or late at night. 61 million people will be driving.
That's ABC News transportation correspondent Gio Benitez. All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Heading for 113 today, 92 overnight for the low, and 108 tomorrow with a decent chance we could see some monsoon storms. Right now it's 108 in Chandler. Weather brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. With a replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing.
What's the why? Chris and Joe are diving deep into the stories that matter.
I'm Joe Huizenga. Chris Merrill off today. Should be back tomorrow. Gail Bass in for Chris. Thank you so much for being here, Gail.
Thanks for having me before I go on my little summer jaunt. But you know what?
Yeah, you're going to Hawaii.
Oops, sorry. My bad.
Yeah, sorry, not sorry.
Yeah, got that. But you know what? Isn't Becky Lynn amazing? This
She's
is my
the
chance
best.
to talk about Becky Lynn.
Love Becky Lynn.
Hi, Becky Lynn.
Hi. What brought this up? Are you wanting something?
I didn't want the sun to go down on the day without saying how much I love Becky Lynn.
Thank you. And I love you too, Gail. I'm always so happy when you're here.
See, Gail's not like me, Becky Lynn. When she says hi to you, it doesn't automatically mean she needs something. That's only me.
or to complain about the weather and what I'm not doing about it.
But even when she said 113,
Yeah.
I just took it better because Becky
Really?
Lynn said it.
Oh, man. Wow.
Becky Lynn's like the person you want to take on the cruise.
You're just a better person than me.
Let's go on a cruise. I like the idea of
Alaska
that.
next summer.
Yes.
That's it. The KTAR Alaska cruise. The sales department's like, what?
We'll just broadcast live from there all summer long.
With our why today, we're tackling why are younger adults redefining success and shifting their focus from wealth to health. And I'm going to be a bit of a downer here, Gail. You had this wonderful story you shared about how you got involved with giving back and working with the homeless.
Mm-hmm.
I think a lot of what's going on, not all of it, but a big portion of why Gen Z and millennials are increasingly diving into their into their health and less focused on their wealth is because they don't have control of the wealth, or at least they don't feel like they have control of it.
I see.
They don't feel like they can afford a house.
Mm-hmm.
They don't feel like they can afford to pursue their dream job anymore. What they can control, though, is their health. They can go to Pilates. They can go to yoga. They can make sure to prioritize the family and to do some of those things. But gone for many, Chris would be so happy right now. He'd be like, I've said this for years, Joe. Gone for many, it seems like, is the American dream. I'm always the guy on the show between Chris and I who says the American dream is not dead. It's just evolving and you have to make some compromises.
Oh, yeah.
You can still have the house, but you might not be able to have, 2.5 kids anymore.
Well, that big, beautiful bill is going to make it interesting for people coming up.
Yeah.
I mean, so we'll see how that will change things. We'll see. It might be health because think about it. Our Social Security fund, it might run out and then it's going to diminish what people are getting in return in like 2033.
Yeah.
So these kids are probably thinking, you know what? That social safety net's not going to be there. Medicare is going to be in question. I've got to take care of myself because who will take care of me?
I think a lot of people these days, too, when they go to school, they think about it's more like, what do I want to do for the rest of my life? What will really make me happy?
What brings me joy?
And I can put myself into that group as well. When I went to college, I knew I wanted to get into broadcasting. I thought it was going to be sports broadcasting. And here I am talking the news with you and Chris and Becky Lynn and Pablo all the time. But that's what I really wanted to do. And I thought, you know what, that would be something that would be fun, and not just fun to do, but I thought, like, man, I want to have purpose. And what I told my parents all the time is I wanted to see other people smile. I wanted to help them laugh. I wanted to see them smile, and I wanted to give back. And you can do that with sports. You can do that with news. I never had the desire to go and become a doctor or go and become a lawyer. And you can certainly make people smile if you're a doctor or a lawyer.
Well, some people.
But I saw those jobs as like, man, that is going to just be draining. I would see my parents, who I love dearly, and I talk to several times a week, I would see them come home from work exhausted. And I have days where I get home from work. Last night, I got home, I made dinner, and I told myself, you know what? You're going to get a bunch of miles in. You're going to go outside. Instead, you know what I did? I laid down in bed, and I just crashed. And then I got up late, and I started reading a book. But I didn't go out, and I didn't get my miles in because I was tired. But I felt like I would see a lot of people around me come home from how hard they worked and how hard they grinded, and they would be exhausted. And I didn't want to live that way. I wanted to have something where I felt like every day I go to work is fun. It's something I look forward to, and it's not going to drain me.
I was very conscious of my mom coming home tired because my mom was a school teacher, so I knew she was on her feet all the time. She had kids that were active. She was teaching, and since I volunteered with her during the summers to help in her classroom, I saw the kids that she was dealing with, all the things teachers have to deal with, the grading, all that stuff, coming up with lesson plans. I knew she was tired. I knew why she was tired.
Yeah.
But it was a joy for her, even when she had a stroke and she had to retire. And when she was at home recovering, she would watch National Geographic, PBS, all this stuff, and she would take notes. And then when I would come visit her in California, she would say, do you know I watched the show? And she'd pick up her notes. And it was like she was preparing for a lesson plan. And I finally said, do you miss teaching? And she said, every single day. She was one of those teachers who had the joy of it.
Yeah.
And my dad was an electrician, and then he became the night school dean for the apprenticeship training program for union electricians in San Diego. So my dad had a sense of job satisfaction because he was doing some teaching at a school, and he even got to go to, I say because he was an electrician, he didn't really have to go to college until he was close to retirement. They sent him to the University of Tennessee because they were beginning the transition to electronics and all this other stuff that they wanted him to be trained on that. So, you know, my dad's a Vol, but my parents always believed in a lifetime of learning. And I think because they were teaching and helping grow the future, I think that's where they got their job satisfaction. So I didn't have parents who came home like dog tired because the boss was hard, the coworkers were crazy. My dad's job for an electrician, part of it was physical. But when he was teaching classes, and my mom had that love of teaching, I think I knew their tiredness came from they had jobs that were very involved with kids or with physical work.
So despite surging prices and housing shortages, Gen Z is still finding a way to break into the housing market. We'll tell you what it looks like for them. That's next on the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News. Let's talk about fear for a minute. You know, we were just talking about how Gen Z, they're trying to take some more control of their lives. And, you know, it's got to be fearful to, enter the job market now, try to be buying that house. But have you ever gone to bed at night in pain, worried about something you feel inside your body? I have, and that nagging fear that it could be cancer or a heart problem, it's scary. My uncle passed away years ago due to a heart attack at work. Boom, gone, just like that. So tragic. So scary. Lifeguard Imaging can help detect heart disease and hundreds of forms of cancer and more before symptoms even show up. They've got high accuracy CT scans and they're fast, painless, and could literally save your life. I got mine and the peace of mind that came with it, one of the best feelings in my life. Their phone number, 602-483-4837, or visit lifeguardimaging.com. Let's talk a little bit more about that CT scan at Lifeguard Imaging. No claustrophobic tube. I mentioned it takes less than 5 minutes. It's really quick. It's painless, and you'll get your results in just a few days. Quit worrying about cancer and heart issues. Reach out to Lifeguard Imaging today. And right now, if you book your consultation with Lifeguard Imaging today, as a first-time patient, you'll receive a free heart scan. Take the guesswork out of your health. Go to lifeguardimaging.com today or call 602-483-4837. 602-483-4837. Lifeguard Imaging, saving lives through early detection.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
What makes someone cool?
I'll tell you what makes someone uncool.
Here we go.
Jim Sharp does dad jokes, and I want to slap the yellow off of his teeth.
Dad jokes, not
cool.
You
are not cool if you're doing dad jokes, okay?
That didn't last long for Jim Sharp.
I was going to say, we were doing good there for a while, weren't we?
My bad. That's my bad.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. This afternoon, 4 to 7. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
Progressive Insurance. Progressive can help you protect your home, auto, boat, motorcycle, ATV, RV, and more. And if something wasn't mentioned that you had in mind, find out if it can be covered at Progressive.com or 1-800-PROGRESSIVE, because it probably can be.
This 4th of July, celebrate family fun and the freedom to save with your Valley Chevy dealers. And it all starts with spectacular offers. Available right now at your Valley Chevy dealers July 4th event. Going on now, you'll have the freedom to choose from an extensive lineup that's ready for all the adventures ahead. No matter how you celebrate the 4th of July, it's always better in a Chevy. Don't miss out. Visit a Valley Chevy dealer near you during the Valley Chevy July 4th event. Going on now.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
So I was taking my side hustle full-time.
Bold move, my friend.
And I needed to find everything in one stop.
Like finding Bigfoot riding a unicorn.
Yes, so I hit the Staples Easy button. Staples had everything for a new office and print services for signs and brochures. Plus, Cindy, the Staples associate, helped me find the best tech for me.
Wait, no drama?
No, Staples made it easy.
For the products, services, and experts your business needs. Staples.
That was easy.
In-store, online, and on the app.
When you're hiring,
Have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting great candidates? Well, they're not hard to find when you go to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. People who are actively looking for jobs like yours. So it's easy to find the right person fast. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Such a blow to investors. Whether you're a big trader or whether you have a 401k.
Life can be complicated. Planning for retirement doesn't have to be.
So what we're looking at here is a plan and a strategy that guarantees the retirement income, but it doesn't give up that growth for safety.
Learn tips and tricks to help you move forward.
That's not always debt. And when you have the money to pay it off, it's called leveraging.
Tune in to The Parker Holland Show, Saturdays at 3 p.m. and Sundays at 9 a.m. and 1 p.m. right here on KTAR News.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. Guys, you can lose fat, you can gain muscle, you can lose that dad bod with testosterone from Red Mountain Weight Loss. If you've noticed you have lack of energy, brain fog, trouble in the bedroom possibly, you probably have low T. It's more common than you think, and it's treatable. The truth is, men today have 20% lower testosterone than their dads ever did. There's a solution, and you'll find it at Red Mountain Weight Loss. They offer full-strength testosterone as an injection or a tablet. You're not talking about supplements here. Talking about real prescription testosterone. No supplement can match the boost you get from actual testosterone. It'll give you more energy, greater focus, better sleep, more lean muscle mass, and it can boost your sex drive. It's a game changer. Book your free video consultation with one of their licensed doctors today. Regain your energy, strength, and vitality for a limited time at redmountainweightloss.com. That is redmountainweightloss.com.
Hello, I'm Scott Pfeiffer, founder of Sonora West Development. For over 20 years, we've been turning dream homes into reality right here in the Valley. From timeless architecture to custom finishes, every detail is built around your vision. We don't just build homes, we craft spaces where life happens. It's more than construction. It's collaboration, creativity, and care. Let's bring your dream to life. Visit SonoraWestDev.com to get started. Again, that's SonoraWestDev.com.
Watch all D-backs games both live and on demand with the D-backs TV subscription. Start your 7-day free trial today by registering at D-backs TV. Visit dbacks.com/watch to learn more.
KTAR News now.
It's 2:31. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn. One person has been rushed to the hospital this afternoon with life-threatening injuries after what's being called a road rage shooting in Tempe. Police tell us it happened in the area of Warner Road and Priest Drive. We're told the other person involved has been detained and there is no threat to the public. Phoenix is shattering heat records with some scorching milestones.
Phoenix hit a blistering 116 degrees on Monday, June 30th, setting a new record for the hottest day ever recorded on that date. The previous record of 115 degrees, set in 1979 and matched in 2013, was surpassed around 3 p.m. at Sky Harbor Airport. June 19th still remains the hottest day of 2025 at 117 degrees. An extreme heat warning is in effect until tonight at 8 p.m. Patrick Ugolini, KTAR News.
Arizona Governor Katie Hobbs takes a victory lap, celebrating the signing of a more than $17 billion budget for next year. She says it includes funding to help veterans experiencing homelessness.
And that's why I'm proud that this budget includes funding to launch my Homes for Heroes initiative to end veteran homelessness by 2030.
It also invests in the first ever Arizona Community College Scholarship Program and includes money for an Ag to Urban program that aims to conserve nearly 10 million acre feet of water and develop tens of thousands of new homes. You can hear more from the governor when she joins Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos at 5:30 this afternoon. Today, President Trump toured the so-called Alligator Alcatraz migrant facility in the Florida Everglades. The Trump administration says the facility will be able to house up to 5,000 migrants, but it's drawn criticism already from immigration activists, environmental groups, and local tribal leaders.
Very soon, this facility will house some of the most menacing migrants, some of the most vicious people on the planet. We're surrounded by miles of treacherous swampland, and the only way out is really deportation.
An analysis by ABC News finds ICE agents are increasingly detaining immigrants with no criminal records. Let's get a check on traffic now. Here's Heather Larson live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Going on a lot right now already this afternoon. We're talking about the outer loop southbound at Indian School. A wreck just happened there, so it's a little bit slow. Nothing too chaotic there yet, but again, that just happened. In Tonopah westbound I-10, it's just slow, heavy traffic there right now. And in Phoenix, we've got a wreck at the split. That is on the shoulder. It's kind of in the dirt there, but there are some people out walking around, so please look out for those folks. And if you're headed to Wickenburg, there's a closure due to the Monarch fire. Highway 60 will be closed intermittently in both directions for air operations. These repetitive shutdowns are for the safety of the public, they say, and fire personnel are going to be out there, so you're going to probably want to avoid that area completely while they drop that fire retardant. We're going to give you some more traffic in about 30 minutes. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
Today's high 113, 92. The overnight low, a little chance of rain starts kicking into gear, and tomorrow we could see a monsoon storm, and our high about 108. It's 111 in Avondale right now. Weather brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
It's Gatos. Governor Hobbs has broken her own single-year veto record. We're going to ask her, are you proud of it? Or is it something you're disappointed in? Governor Hobbs, talk to the governor, 5:30 sharp. Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
Make sure to check that out. Outspoken coming up at 4 o'clock this afternoon with Bruce and Gatos. The governor will be here in the 5 o'clock hour. Bruce and Gatos talk to the governor. That is can't miss with Bruce and Gatos coming up today in their 5 o'clock hour. That's what I hear is their most popular hour, the 5 o'clock hour, Gail.
Allegedly. I want to see those are the allegations that have been made. Mm-hmm. So I'll just support them in that.
So we're talking about Gen Z and the younger end of millennials. I, of course, am a geezer millennial at 43, and why they're redefining success and shifting their focus from wealth to health. Easy for me to say. And one thing that I find is interesting is we were talking about how for many in Gen Z, they don't feel like they can buy a house. They don't feel like they can chase that dream job. They're having to just work. And they're trying to take control of this, focus more on their health, other things like that. But what's interesting is many in Gen Z are still finding a way to move ahead and become homeowners. Apparently, the generation now accounts for, get this, Gail, 1 in 4 loans for first-time home buyers. That's way more than I thought. And
that's not bad.
With Gen Z, we're talking about people who are 13, they're not buying houses, up to age 28.
Well, I have a feeling it's those 22 to 28-year-olds that are really carrying them.
Okay, but even still, if you're 22 years old, I mean, I didn't buy a house till I was in my 30s. So realistically, I mean, don't you think we're probably looking at like 25 to 28, really?
Well, how old was I when I first bought? I guess I was in my 30s, my late 30s.
And so was I. So to see 1 in 4 first-time home buyers be falling in that Gen Z category, that seems pretty remarkable to me. And if we're saying, wow, Gen Z's all messed up, they don't have it, the American dream gone forever, seems like they're doing pretty good if when we're looking at first-time home buyers, 1 in 4 of them are still falling into that Gen Z crowd. And the way they're able to do it, it factors into what we were saying, too, a lot about the working from home lifestyle. They're finding that, hey, I can work from anywhere in the country.
Yes.
I don't need to live in New York. I don't need to live in L.A. anymore. I can move out to the burbs, and I can afford that house, which is $100,000, $200,000, $500,000 cheaper.
Somebody bought a house in California in the story that you shared with me. It was $320,000 in California. I'm like, where? And it's Redding, and I'm like, that's north. And I'm thinking, still, you bought a house for $320,000. Where is this house that you could buy for such a good? Because my first house, I think I bought it when Too Big to Fail failed, and it was like $155,000 in 2008.
I'm going to butcher his name here, but it's Dominic Espeitia. He's 26 years old, and he moved away from Southern California. You know where he moved?
Phoenix.
Exactly
right.
right.
A lot of people moved to Phoenix.
Here to
I
the
was
Valley
one of those.
because he said he was willing to move away from Southern California to achieve his dream of home ownership. So he wants to move back to Southern California at some point to be near his family, but he moved to Phoenix because he said the housing here, which has increasingly become unaffordable to many, compared to Southern California, is way more affordable to somebody from Southern California than it might be to somebody who's lived here in the Valley for 15, 20 years.
I think that for a while, Phoenix has been that place where my friends would say, oh my gosh, we looked at houses there and we could get a palace for what we live in here in San Diego. And I was like, come on over. But apparently a lot of Californians came over, and now we have bumper stickers that say, don't California my Arizona.
Yes, we do. So Dominic says that the house that he has in Phoenix, he purchased it for just over $500,000. He said $520,000. He looks at it as a long-term investment. And he said he hopes in a few years that he can rent it out to tenants and then he can move back to Southern California. And I'm sure there's many who are listening right now who say, good, go back to Southern California, get out of here. But the point is when that COVID boom happened, many people realized, like, hey, I don't need to live in San Francisco. I don't need to live in San Jose. I don't need to live in Phoenix. I can move to Wickenburg. I can move to Queen Creek. I can move a little further out, and I can now afford that home, and I can make, my dream come true. And maybe then I move back. Too much of what we see right now is not only do you want it, but you want it now. As opposed to, hey, you know what? Maybe you don't get 100% of your goal. Maybe you do get a house, but you don't get to get that house in Chicago, for instance.
My mom told me something funny once. She goes, because my sister was planning her second wedding to her second husband. And my mom just looked at me and she goes, how about I write you a big check if you don't get married?
There you go.
And I said, okay. So a year later, on their anniversary, I said, where's my check? And she said, what?
Did you get that check?
I did not. But the thing is, I wasn't really expecting one, but
would have been nice.
It would have been nice. And you know what I would have done? I would have bought 2 condos instead of 1 house. Because Rich Dad, Poor Dad says, if you buy 1 house, buy 2. You make the second one work for you. And I really thought about that at the time, but I thought I didn't want to have to do the upkeep because my dad had rental properties growing up, so he didn't hire people to fix stuff. He's an electrician. He knew plumbers. I didn't know anybody in Phoenix who could go and fix stuff. So I didn't want anybody calling me at 2 o'clock in the morning saying, I've got a broken toilet. Now they have services that'll do that for you.
All the time, yeah.
If I could go back in time, I wouldn't say, don't date that one guy. I would say, buy another condo.
There
buy
you
2
go.
condos.
Then you got a condo for you, and then you got one you can rent out. Make a little cash?
Well, that's the thing. Or somebody told me, buy like a duplex or a triplex because then you can depreciate. And I was at this party getting all these tips and I thought I should do that, but I couldn't find one where I wanted to live myself.
There you go.
So
a family of 11 was rescued from the South Mountain Trail over the weekend. A few of their 6 kids who were out hiking, they needed assistance to get off the trail. Yet, no citation was issued. Will one be? We're going to talk about it next on the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
At the UPS Store, we ensure your small biz stands out with a variety of high-quality paper stock options, banners, posters, brochures, and more. Most locations are independently owned. Product services, pricing, and hours of operation may vary. See Center for details. The UPS Store. Be unstoppable. Come into your local store today and get your print on.
Hi, I'm Sherry Harris, owner of LifeSource Water. Arizona's desert water is some of the harshest in the country. It's tough on your skin, your hair, and your home. Some people turn to old-fashioned softeners, but there's a better way. With LifeSource, you get clean, conditioned, and healthy water from every tap without salt. It's our summer sale. Save up to $1,000 when we pay your sales tax. Hurry, offer ends July 4th. Call our factory at 1-800-WATER-99 or visit lifesourcewater.com.
Warranty limitations apply. Your neighborhood Fry's Pharmacy is happy to welcome back Express Scripts Medicare D and TRICARE Department of Defense plan members. It's easy to transfer prescriptions at frysfood.com/pay-or-update. See your Fry's Pharmacy for details.
I'm fixing to tell you something that the insurance industry does not want you to ever hear. Bullies often delay and deny. I see them sitting on premiums paid and making money and dragging it out for as long as they can. Many times, we're forced to take them to court. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Their high-paid lobbyists are on a mission to make sure that at trial, jurors are not allowed to learn that the at-fault party has insurance, and in some cases, lots of it. I can think of no case in all my years where there was no insurance for the at-fault party. So let's fight back. It's all these bullies understand. Tell everybody you know the truth. If you've been injured in a car crash or hurt at a store or business, visit forthepeople.com. We're here 24/7. It's that easy. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Tune in every Friday during Arizona's Morning News from 5 to 8 a.m. for KTAR's Consumer Voice, proudly sponsored by Arizona Central Credit Union. Tune in as we delve into fraud prevention and consumer protection issues affecting Arizona. Stay informed with the KTAR News Team. We've got you covered. Make life simple with Arizona Central Credit Union. Local, trusted, and secure loans for mortgage, vehicles, business, and personal. Arizona Central Credit Union. You belong here. Federally insured by NCUA. Restrictions apply.
Indoors, air-conditioned, and free parking. The Maricopa County Home and Landscape Show is back at State Farm Stadium, July 11th through 13th. Shop, compare, and save big on pools, landscaping, flooring, countertops, artificial turf, kitchen and bath remodeling, painting, decor, and so much more. From total remodels to ideas, inspiration, and education. The Home Show has it all. Don't drive all over town. Find everything you need all under one roof. July 11th through 13th at State Farm Stadium with free parking.
KTAR News Flash.
It is 2:45. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. A set evacuation status is in place for parts of the Northwest Valley. Crews battling the Monarch Fire, which is burning about 5 miles southeast of Wickenburg. It is being pushed by the winds and has already burned about 100 acres so far. The set order covers an area including Rio Vista Hills to Saguaro Blossom Lane and includes Wickenburg and Ala. We'll keep you posted. All of our top stories just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com. Brought to you by Y-Refi. Very slight chance of rain by later on tonight. We're still heading for 113 this afternoon with an overnight low of 92. Good chance of a monsoon storm by tomorrow. It's 108 in Mesa. Weather brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Aaron Plumbing.
Hi, KTAR listeners. It's Wayne from AMCO. Hey, it's no secret that if your AC isn't working, it can turn your car into an oven on wheels. But fear not. AMCO's here to help rescue you from the heat. Tell us more, you say? Well, at AMCO, our certified techs are experts in diagnosing and fixing AC issues. Whether it's a refrigerant leak, a compressor failure, or just needs a simple recharge, we've got you covered. So here's what sets AMCO apart from the rest when it comes to AC repair. Not only do we have a free AC check, we have an online coupon for $25 off our comprehensive inspection of the entire AC system. Plus, with our transparent pricing and warranty options, you can trust that you're getting the best service for the best price. Now that's what I call a cool deal. So don't sweat it this summer. So Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AA, MCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
You know, I couldn't stop talking about it to my family and friends. My knees are my trouble spot. But for me to tell them now that I'm doing so much better, they were amazed, and I've been amazed.
QC Kinetics Cellular Therapies. Yes, it is amazing how these non-surgical treatments deliver joint pain relief for patients like Dr. Eric Williams, a successful chiropractor.
Each week, I just started noticing that I could sleep and not have pain. I could play pickleball. I could do a CrossFit exercise routine.
QC Kinetics revitalizes your joints so you can move again without the pain pills or invasive surgery.
You know, I'm 60 years old and I want to stay competitive as long as I can. And QC has allowed me to do that. They did me right and really made a difference in my life.
Book your free consultation with QC Kinetics today and experience the difference for yourself.
I like to go, move, move, move.
QC Kinetics.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN. 602-837-PAIN.
Chris Merrill, Joe Huizenga, The Chris and Joe Show.
Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News. I am Joe Huizenga, joined by Gail Bass today, who is in for Chris Merrill. Hello, Gail.
Hello, Joe.
Yesterday, Gail, you were a little bit steamed. You were a little ticked.
I was worried about the kids. It's about the children.
There was a family of 11 that was rescued from a closed Phoenix hiking trail on South Mountain. And this happened over the weekend. Was it Sunday that this happened?
I believe it was Sunday.
They were out hiking. They started around 10 o'clock in the morning, and about noon, they started to run into problems. And family of 11, 6 kids, 5 adults, and they ended up needing to be rescued off the trail. And several times to me, off the air and then on the air, you mentioned to me, Gail, why weren't they cited? They should be cited.
That's what I get for airing my grievances.
But hey, I don't think you were wrong, though. I mean, the trail was clearly marked closed. There were signs, and they ended up, ignoring the signs, or maybe they didn't see them somehow, and they went hiking and they had to be rescued, and they could have been cited, but now we know that they're not going to be cited, even though city code prohibits entering park areas closed to public use, and doing so could leave you subject to a Class 1 misdemeanor and subject to fines and community service hours. And why are they not going to be cited?
Well, we don't know.
Yeah, it's kind of left a little bit ambiguous. Like what the story says, as I read through it, basically says they say that safety is what matters the most, is what City of Phoenix says. Not fines is the top priority when residents and visitors call for help. Their statement says, during yesterday's South Mountain incident, no citations were issued at the time. The city's focus was on the health and safety of the individuals at risk, according to the statement. And while the city retains the authority to cite individuals for entering a park or trail that's closed, health and safety is the priority during any kind of emergency rescue. And their objective is to get people safely off the mountain and connected to medical care as soon as they possibly can.
All right, now think about this. Shanisa Taylor, remember her?
I do.
She was a job applicant, and she couldn't find, she needed somebody to watch her kids. Didn't have anybody to watch her kids. But this woman wanted to work, so she left her kids in the car, which my mom used to do to me all the time.
Really?
Okay. Oh, I got left in the car all the time while my mom would go inside and do, because I didn't want to go in or whatever. And she ended up getting probation.
Mm-hmm.
But she wasn't taking them like they were in her car, and this was in April.
Mm-hmm.
This was on an extreme heat day.
Yeah, I think it was 107 degrees at the time, they said.
Yes.
Right around noon?
Yes. What's the difference? Why was she charged and not this family? I just want to know, what is the difference? What makes what she did more of an infraction than what these parents did?
What City of Phoenix says is they don't ever want anybody to be deterred from calling for help out of concern for receiving a citation. They say if you're in distress, make sure to call 911 immediately, because safety is what matters most. But what leaves me confused on it is, so if you or I decide to go for a hike today, does that mean we're not going to be cited too? Or is it, hey, we put out that warning and we said, hey, don't do this, so now the people who go will be? Or is it, was this family told, hey, if you do this again, you're going to be cited? Like, does everybody kind of get a freebie? Or are they putting out the warning now, and if you go out and do it now, you will be cited?
You know, I really understand wanting to have a mercy with justice. I believe in that. I believe in a merciful God. So I believe people deserve mercy.
Okay.
But I want to know what the difference is between somebody who's trying to get a job and leaves her kids in the car and this family.
Oh, well, one was hiking, one's in the car, I guess is the easy difference. But I see what you're saying. But
they were hiking outdoors
107.
with young kids on an extreme heat day on a trail that was closed.
So if someone else gets cited, do you think that's good, or do you think that that's not fair?
I'm just calling fairness into this, because I think I really felt bad for that single mom. I wish she had somebody she could call. I wish there was some place she could go, because she wasn't trying to be on welfare. She was trying to work.
Right.
She was trying to get a job. And now, look at her trying to get a job now. We all know who she is because, you know, somebody applies, you Google them. But then you have this family, we don't even know their names. but we know her name.
Well, do you want to know the family's names? I mean,
no, I don't. Actually, I don't. I don't want to know this woman's name.
Mhm.
I wish I didn't know Shanice's. I wish she had been shown the same kind of mercy.
Mm-hmm. So really, it's more about you want more people to be shown mercy as opposed to more people cited?
No. If you're going to have a law where you're going to selectively prosecute people, it needs to apply evenly across the board. Now, her incident was in Scottsdale, and she left the kids in the car.
So how does...
some people are saying that's apples to oranges, but I think being where they were on that trail was more dangerous because those kids got sick. This woman's kids didn't get sick.
And that's the challenge, though, is if you and I both go ripping out of here at KTAR in about an hour, and we're on the 51, I could get cited, you could get away with it, or vice versa. I mean, that's just kind of the nature of selective enforcement.
I drive faster than you. They didn't see me.
They're not going to be able to catch you. They're going to see me in my sport coat. They're going to be like, we got to pull that clown over.
Becky Lynn never speeds. She's a perfect driver.
Hey, congrats to Gary Miller Jr. from Scottsdale. He just scored 2 tickets to see the D-backs take on the Royals this 4th of July. If you want to be like Gary, then text baseball to 620-620 and register. That's text baseball to 620-620. What's our future going to look like here in the Valley in 2035? If you're still here in the Valley, it's going to be a whole lot hotter. Find out how hot next on the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News. And I mentioned it just a few minutes ago. I usually like to get home from work and immediately slip off my good feet, get changed, get a little dinner in me, and then go out, slip my good feet back on. But I did not do that last night. I laid down, I took a nap, I took it easy. I had my relaxers in. I've had all kinds of foot and ankle pain in my life. I've had plantar fasciitis. I've had issues with ligaments, all sorts of things. But I feel like a whole new person thanks to my personalized arch supports from the Good Feet store. So I'm going to feel up to getting that great walk-in or maybe even a little run-in tonight once the sun goes down. I want you to go to goodfeet.com right now. Book your free personalized arch support fitting. That's right. I said free. Go to goodfeet.com, book that free personalized arch support fitting, or walk into any of the 5 convenient Valley Good Feet stores in Gilbert, Glendale, Ahwatukee, Goodyear, or Scottsdale. If you've got any foot, ankle, or back pain, find out how Good Feet personalized arch supports can bring you significant pain relief in just 4 weeks. It's the hottest time of year right now. It's summer. So that's also the best time to take care of your body and make sure you're doing everything you can to make sure you feel your best from head to toe. Fuel your summer fun one comfortable step at a time thanks to Good Feet. And it doesn't matter if you want to just feel better when you're around your house, moving around, maybe doing the laundry, doing a little bit of yard work, or if you're at work, if you're training for a marathon that you've got coming up this fall, or anything in between. Get to goodfeet.com, book your free personalized arch support fitting today because sun-soaked days deserve pain-free walks thanks to the Good Feet store. Get to goodfeet.com today. Good feet, good life.
The KTAR News app, your link to live streaming audio, breaking news, podcasts, in-depth coverage of the stories that are important to you. Download the KTAR News app, and you're always in touch with Arizona's news station. The KTAR News app, presented by Rias Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Electrical.
Hey folks, it's Pat. I'm drafting a very important out-of-office email. So how does this sound? Dear coworkers, clients, and spam bots, the Valley Toyota dealers are having a sale, and there's some pretty great deals to be had. Leave me be, do not disturb, Pat is occupado. I will not return this message until it's over. The end. That's pretty professional sounding, right?
Right now, get low 1.99% financing for 72 months on any new 2025 Tundra. Or get 4.99% 60-month financing on Camry, Corolla, RAV4, and Grand Highlander. Plus, check out great lease deals on any new Toyota. Visit your Valley Toyota dealer or valleytoyotadealers.com today. Toyota. Let's go places. 1.99% with $14.75 per thousand borrowed for 72 months. 4.99% with $18.87 per thousand borrowed for 60 months. Zero down payment if you qualify. Offers end 8/4/25. See dealers for details.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6580. That's 800-583-6580.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting great candidates? Well, they're not hard to find when you go to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. People who are actively looking for jobs like yours. So it's easy to find the right person fast. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
We just want to have enough money for retirement.
And travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other, so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals, and needs, allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So how do your management fees work?
We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio, so we do better when you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio.
What other services do you offer?
As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow, it sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. The month of July, another great opportunity at Tombstone Tactical. 2 major well-known manufacturers, Daniel Defense and Smith & Wesson, are being featured all month long. So whether you're looking for rugged precision from Daniel Defense, dependable performance from Smith & Wesson, if you're starting a new setup, improving a setup, or just getting started for the first time, you're not going to find better deals on Daniel Defense or Smith & Wesson than you do right now. Tombstone Tactical on the southbound frontage road of the I-17 between Dunlap and Peoria, or tombstonetactical.com.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix.
Rosie on the house, every Arizona homeowner's best friend.
First Saturday of the month, so Arizona Farm Bureau will be in talking farm fresh summer veggies with Apple Annie's You Pick It Orchard from Wilcox.
And you know it's July 4th special edition of Rosie on the House, so it's going to be an all-star red, white, and blue event. Don't miss it.
10 o'clock weekly to do-it-yourself follies.
Saturday morning, 8 to 11 on 92.3 KTAR.
KTAR News now.
It's 3:01. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn.
KTAR breaking news alert.
This just into the KTAR News Center. Arizona Attorney General Chris Mays has joined her 20th lawsuit against the Trump administration. This latest suit centers around a decision to allow the Department of Homeland Security, which includes Immigration and Customs Enforcement, to have access to individual personal health data collected through the Medicaid program. They believe that info could be used for immigration enforcement purposes. The lawsuit claims the administration is creating fear and confusion, which will lead to non-citizens and families unenrolling from emergency Medicaid programs, leaving states to pay for care. 19 other attorneys general from around the country have joined the suit. Again, Attorney General Chris Mays has joined the 20th lawsuit against the Trump administration. You can get breaking news notifications right on your phone. Download the KTAR News app. And for more, go to KTAR.com. We have a brush fire that's burning in the Northwest Valley, and it has led to a set evacuation order. The Monarch Fire, as it's being called, is being pushed by winds and has burned some 100 acres so far. The order covers the area from Rio Vista Hills to Saguaro Blossom Lane and includes Wickenburg and Ala. We will keep you posted. The valley woke up to hazy skies this morning due to a combination of strong overnight winds and dust. National Weather Service meteorologist Chris Coleman says we could see some changes soon.
Mainly for today, we're looking at gusty winds, maybe more blowing dust. And then for Wednesday, it'll probably be a little bit better coverage overall with even, like a 30% chance of showers and thunderstorms within the Phoenix area itself.
Storm activity is expected to clear out before the 4th of July holiday. Arizona Governor Katie Hobbs touts the more than $17 billion bipartisan budget with a ceremonial signing. KTAR's Heidi Hommel is live in the News Center to tell us what's in the budget.
The budget passed last week invests in public safety, infrastructure, education, and water. Governor Hobbs explains access to affordable child care is one of the biggest barriers to to re-entering the workforce, with many families priced out or unable to get off the wait list.
After many conversations with business owners, both large and small, childcare operators across the state, and working parents, I'm proud we are able to secure the largest investment in childcare the state has made since the Great Recession.
Hobbs adds funding from the budget also creates the first ever Arizona Community College Scholarship Program. Reporting live in the News Center, Heidi Hommel, KTAR News.
And you can hear more from the governor when she joins Outspoken with Bruce and Gato starting at 5:30. Time right now with the KTAR Timeline with Patricia Valencia, brought to you by Beatitudes Campus.
It's July 1st, and back on this day in 1979, the first Sony Walkman went on sale. It was the first personal stereo cassette player, and it would spark a revolution in portable electronics. The transistor radio had been the first to put music literally into consumers' hands in the mid-50s. It was reliable, cheap, and you could take it everywhere. And it was the only technology available to on-the-go music lovers. Until the Sony Walkman appeared, the Walkman wasn't so much of a breakthrough invention as most of its working parts were already in the works as part of some other device when Sony's legendary chairman, Masaru Ibuka, made the special request. After a breakneck development phase of a few months, Sony engineers had a product ready for market at 30,000 yen, or $150 in 1979. After a marketing campaign where Sony reps simply approached pedestrians on the streets and gave them a chance to listen to the Walkman, the product took off. And it all started back on this day in 1979.
Let's check traffic now with Heather Larson, live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. We've got slowing heading into the Valley up from the south side on I-10 North just before the 347 in West Chandler. Also, the 347's a little bit slow there, too. Eastbound 10 from Estrella Parkway to 107th Avenue out on the west side. That is also slow. We've got a crash in Sun City blocking the left lanes on the 60 westbound near 103rd Avenue, and some slowing out at Tonopah on the westbound side of I-10 there. And as you heard Becky Lynn talk about the Monarch fire, you were probably wondering, how does this affect me? Well, there are some intermittent closures on the 60 in both directions as you head into Wickenburg. As you heard, they're doing airdrops of fire retardant, so you definitely want to find another way to go right now. And we'll get you some more traffic in about 15 minutes. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
92 overnight for our low temperature. A very slight chance of showers, but that increases to some possibilities of monsoon storms on Wednesday, when we'll see a high around 108, and by Thursday, 104. It's 108 right now in Tempe. Our extreme heat warning until 8 p.m. Weather brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Aaron Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Chris Merrill, Joe Huizinga, The Chris and Joe Show.
I am the Joe portion of the Chris and Joe Show. The Chris portion today will be played by Gail Bass, who is in for Chris Merrill.
This music makes me want to put on my boots.
Yep.
And just go walking. Just strutting.
Gail, I got bad news for you.
Yes.
You're not going to want to do that in Phoenix 10 years from now.
San Diego, maybe.
Yeah,
the weather will be cooler.
But we're in Phoenix right now.
Yeah, that's true.
A story out from Axios. Metro Phoenix could see temperatures top 125 degrees Fahrenheit by 2035, report shows.
Why are you reading this to me? Why are you making me feel like this? Why?
Well, because I saw this other story that was talking about what the U.S. and the world at large will look like 10 years from now. Mm-hmm. So I wanted to take a peek and see, let's get a little closer to home and see what Phoenix is going to look like.
Okay.
And I couldn't find anything that really hit on the economy, but it did say that Maricopa County is one of many counties across the U.S. where the heat index could reach 125 degrees at least one day a year by the year 2035.
You know what? It reached 122 on that day in June back in 96.
Yeah.
And then I moved here after that. I mean, a month later.
Becky Lynn was here on that day, though.
And I
was.
And I got to say, it hasn't hit that high yet. So, okay.
So, Becky Lynn, what would another 3 degrees be? I mean,
can you tell the difference?
I'm the one who can't tell.
From 122, 3 more degrees?
Yeah, 125. How would you feel?
I don't think at that point I would notice.
You're not going to melt, right?
3 degrees.
Yeah,
no,
exactly.
Because I'm already melting at that point.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I'd be worried about the saguaros.
Yeah, the valleys.
There, a bunch of them are sick now. They don't need that.
So by 2053, they brought up this map, and a good portion. I was surprised from Louisiana, about half of Texas, a good chunk of Arkansas, Missouri, Illinois, Iowa, even. Could have days where their heat index feels like 125 degrees or more in 30 years.
I don't need the humidity at all.
No, see, that's the thing. Yeah, but today, now it's not even as hot today as it was yesterday, but my car was outside and I went out to get in it, and I was just so hot and it was sweaty, and I felt like I couldn't breathe well. Do you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And I thought, how much longer can I handle this? This is terrible.
I'm putting you down for at least another 50 years.
Another
Becky
50
Lynn.
years?
Uh-huh.
Okay. Well,
Yeah.
there's not going to be anywhere to run to, because even on the East Coast, everybody's complaining. It was 100. It felt like 100 degrees in New York City, or was 100, and in New Jersey and places. So, and they've got the humidity.
Today, the likelihood of a 3+ day heat wave is about 55%. They say in 2053, it's going to be 85%. And if you look back 30 years ago, it was only 12% here in the valley.
Well, there's that heat island effect. Like, we've laid all that concrete.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
So you get what you get.
Right now, we see an average of 29 consecutive days over 100 degrees Fahrenheit, compared to, they say, the year 2053, 45 days expected.
Now, this June has not felt super hot to me.
It's not been as bad this June.
The last week or so has been pretty warm, and there was a day or two.
But it's typical. Like, we had a day in June when it was 122 degrees. We got to, what was it? Was yesterday? Was it 117 or 116?
It was 117.
That was hot.
Yesterday was 117.
Mm-hmm.
When was the last time it was 117? What was it? May? That one day? It was
that one random day.
Yes. Yeah. So I'm thinking, it's only been like that twice.
No.
That ain't bad.
I agree.
It's been better this summer. It really has.
And those first 3 days of June, let's go back. It rained at my house in the 85022. 3 days in a row, I got rain.
But see, this
when
is
does
part
that happen
this is
before
part of
the
the issue,
monsoon
though,
starts?
too. Of the last 2 years, we were also breaking all kinds of records. And I know we broke one yesterday. But when we broke a record yesterday for heat.
Was it broke or tied?
I thought
we broke it.
Okay.
It broke it, yeah.
So, but when we set all these new heat records, and last year there were many heat records of, consecutive 110s, numbers of days we went above 100 degrees, 110s, all those things. When you have a year like that, I mean, it stands to reason that we're not just going to go up every single year, that we're going to have a year that hopefully is flat or goes down a little. So that's why I feel like this year hasn't felt so bad. It's a typical June.
It has not felt bad. I think because it was so cool those first 3 days, I'm like, this summer's a piece of cake. Those first 3 days of June it's like, when did we last have measurable rain 3 days in a row in June?
Well, there was a chance. Now, Becky Lynn, you can tell me if this still looks legit, because I haven't seen it in the forecast, but a couple days ago, it looked like the M word could be...
tomorrow.
Tomorrow's
it still?
the day. Looking like maybe?
30% chance of scattered thunderstorms. It probably won't be anything too intense.
Excuse me, did you say tomorrow? At what time?
Well,
my flight leaves... hold up. Why does it have to be tomorrow?
You're still going to be able to get on your flight, Gail.
I have been delayed by monsoon weather multiple times.
Well, maybe we're going to get it tomorrow so that you're delayed and you're stuck here.
It cannot come tomorrow at 11.
We need it tomorrow. We need
It seems
some
like
rain.
it's always later in the day now. I can remember when it used to come, some monsoon gully washers at about 10 and 11 in the morning. And now they're always, it seems, in the afternoon,
we
nighttime.
need to get ASU climatologist Randy Cerveny on the horn and ask him, when is this going to come? What did he know? When did he know it?
What did he tell us?
Well, like Becky Lynn just said, I don't think we're going to get it tomorrow. As I've been looking over the last few days, it looks less likely.
Everybody go wash your car right now.
Yes. Yes. Clean the pool. Wash the car.
Yeah, I don't think we're getting the monsoon tomorrow. I think it'd be nice, but I think we're going to have a few more toasty days here maybe next week.
I think there'll be rain up in Payson tomorrow.
What do you think that based on? You just feel
the
it?
weather? No, the weather report that I read earlier today that said it'll
there
rain
you
in
go.
Payson. I was like,
Okay.
I didn't just pull that out of the air.
I don't know. I don't know where you got it from.
I'm gonna track Randy down and say, Randy.
Hey, Vitalant is asking Valley residents to declare independence from blood shortages by donating at the Saving Arizona Blood Drive this Sunday from 7 a.m. till 1 p.m. at the Tempe Center for the Arts. The Independence Day holiday timeframe, it's the lowest week of the summer for donations. Head to the contest page on KTAR.com for complete details right now. And if 10 years from now doesn't look so awful, yes, it's going to be a little crispy here in the Valley, Gail and I are going to dive into what 40 years from now looks like across the U.S. And let's just say it's a little bit more depressing of a picture what people came up with. That's next, but first, here's Becky Lynn with today's top story right now.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 3:14. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. New this afternoon, Arizona Attorney General Chris Mays has joined her 20th lawsuit against the Trump administration. This latest suit centers around a decision to allow the Department of Homeland Security, which includes immigration and customs enforcement, to have access to individual personal health data collected through the Medicaid program. The suit claims the administration is creating fear and confusion, which will lead to non-citizens and families unenrolling from emergency Medicaid programs, leaving states to pay for care. All of our top stories are just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. And checking the roads for us right now, Heather Larson in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Yes, thank you, Becky Lynn. Traffic slow in the usual places like the Split and the Mini Stack and the Stack. Looking at Glendale City Streets, there's a wreck with a bicycle at 67th Avenue and Union Hills. That intersection is slow. You might want to avoid that one. In Sun City, a crash blocking the left lanes of the 60 westbound near 103rd Avenue. And Wickenburg, not a place you want to go right now on the 60. That's going to be closed intermittently both directions for air operations having to do with the Monarch fire. And traffic is brought to you by America Roofing. America Roofing wants to give you some relief on your roof. Save 12% with their tariff and tax relief, or get a free inspection online at americaroofingco.com, Arizona's largest roofer. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
Okay, listen up, Gail. I got this just for you. 92 our overnight low. Our little chance of rain begins overnight tomorrow. That chance of a monsoon storm with a high of 108 really kicks into gear with a 45% chance of a monsoon storm at 7 p.m. tomorrow. So we'll see if that holds up. It's 109 in Scottsdale. Weather brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing.
Clean energy and the big, beautiful bill. We'll talk to an expert on the Mike Broomhead Show tomorrow morning at 10 a.m.
Did you just try to cut off Broomhead there, Gail?
I did not.
Sound like you were
there was
just...
such a nice musical lead-in.
Hey, Gail Bass in for Chris Merrill today. I am Joe Huizinga. It is the Chris and Joe Show. You can check us out on Twitter at Chris and Joe KTAR, Instagram, the Chris and Joe Show, or of course our Facebook, just / Chris and Joe KTAR right on Facebook. What were you going to say before Broomhead so rudely cut you off?
You know, that only at KTAR will I get a personalized weather report.
From Becky Lynn.
I know it. Well, I knew it was important to you, so I am here to serve.
That was now I just hope American Airlines and everything goes smoothly tomorrow
now,
as well.
I don't know if Becky Lynn caught it last hour, but I certainly did. You snuck in that little connection to the Tennessee Volunteers. And I know, even if Becky Lynn didn't hear it, it's like subconsciously she felt it.
I didn't hear it. Please. It was about your dad.
Yes.
You're talking about your dad. Yes.
I consider him a vol because he was an electrician and he didn't have to go to college. It was trade school in the Navy where he got his training. Yeah. And then he taught he was the night school dean at the unions, the union electrician school for the IBEW in San Diego, the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers. Mm-hmm. And then when he was closer to retirement, he was still teaching. So they said, we're going to send you to the University of Tennessee for a couple of years so you can get up to date, because there was a lot of change with, the electronics and everything else have changed so much since when he was doing it in the 60s and 70s when he first started. So, I consider my dad.
He's evolved.
He is evolved. He went to a football game and everything.
That's right. We've had this discussion. I remembered that it was her dad.
So we were talking about what the future in Phoenix is going to look like 10 years from now. Mm-hmm. And there's a story out about what the future in the whole U.S. is going to look like 40 years from now. Not so much with temperatures, things like that, but in terms of home ownership, in terms of AI, care. And a lot of people feel really depressed about this. I think it's just because of the way things are right now that we're saying, oh, they're going to be worse 40 years from now. I think if things were really good right now, people would say, oh, they're going to be they're going to be even better 40 years from now. But when it comes to home ownership, and this is from an article from Study Finds, headline is Americans Predict 2065, and it sounds awful for most people. Research was conducted by Talker Research, commissioned by Levlane, and they found that almost half of Gen Z thinks retirement won't be an option for most people in 40 years. Just over half, 51%, believe that a digital alternative will emerge to meet the needs of people who can't afford traditional elder care. And in terms of home ownership, they said just over 40%, 41% believe that, so currently just 41% of survey respondents own their own homes. And they said among those who don't, 35% believe they won't ever own property, and a quarter expect to rent for life. And they said that when they started to look at future housing costs, they expect them to be almost $680,000 in the year 2065, which would be more than $250,000 more than what it is today. And they said when you look at average household earnings, they said they think that you're going to need to make over $500,000 a year as a household compared to about $80,000 today.
Now, is a household like a man and a wife, two guys, two women who are married, or like a couple? Mm-hmm. Or just a single person who's a household.
Chris and I box on this all the time. I'm glad you brought that up, Gail. But I think it's whatever your household is.
Okay.
So for me, it would be myself and my two roommates technically would constitute our household. Mm-hmm. Others might be a single person. Others might be, your boyfriend and you, or a husband and a wife. It's whatever happens to be in your household, and they just take the average of them. So it's literally the average household. Could be one person, could be five people.
My guy wants to buy property out in the middle of nowhere and start communes.
Okay.
For the people who are going to be like out on that don't have much, just put some tiny homes out there, dig a well, and just only you and your friends and people you like. Mm-hmm. And then,
what do you think about that?
You have communal dinners like a couple nights a week.
I like that idea a lot. Me and my family, me and my brothers have actually been talking about that.
Like a compound?
Yeah, we've actually been looking at land in New Mexico where we could do this.
Where is it?
That would
because
be
we
great.
could do exchange
I don't want to tell
programs.
you. Yeah.
No, we could do exchange programs. Our kids come to your compound for the summer and we take yours so they can get, an experience.
I like this idea a lot, Gail. You don't like it, Joe? At different houses, you would just be on one big property,
you
right,
wouldn't
Gail?
be like on Dallas where you're in the same house and you get a wing. You get your own little tiny house.
Yes.
And everybody contributes. You do some subsistence farming.
See, I have no problem with it. I just don't think it would be life for me. But if you want to go do that, look, I can barely get the seal off my battery alarm. You think I'm going to be able to do subsistence farming?
And I've started
you're not on Cheto, bro.
And over dinner, I come home with a new rule, like you have to have an all-wheel drive or a 4x4 because we're not paving squat.
No, growing up, I got sick of cutting the yard in my parents' house. They had an acre, and it would take about an hour with a riding lawnmower. And
not even a push.
With a riding lawnmower.
I know. Hold
Come
on.
on, Joe.
So it gets worse.
In Michigan,
Don't start the tiny violin yet. It gets worse. So I I would get on the riding mower and I would start to get like allergies. My eyes would start to water. I see, exactly. I told you got to get out the tiny violin. So my eyes would start to water. I'd start to sneeze and hack. And man, I could not stand it. So if you think I'm going to go to a little commune in New Mexico and subsistence farm, if I had to do it, could I do it? Sure. I worked a pretty manual, labor-intensive job over the summer when I was growing up. I was, moving. Don't wait, Gail.
Dude,
Gail,
you act like we're not going to have power in outhouses. Like there will be regular plumbing. There will be a big.
I don't know.
kitchen.
You make it sound like you're digging a hole.
This is you have modern convenience. There will be satellite. There will be like.
Is there going to be a 4-star hotel nearby?
No, there will be a guest house.
Will there be a Chipotle?
No.
Well, then why would I want to go to this?
We have our own carne asadas right there.
Yeah, I know. Like
I can't cook that.
We can.
What am I going to do?
You better learn how to cook. Like that's the problem.
I can cook my own
You know what?
stuff.
I have friends. I'm not going to say any names, and I'm not going to be too specific, but they're like, we're not going to have anything for retirement. We're going to have to subsist on Social Security. And these people eat out all the time.
No, see, I don't eat out,
and
so I'm going to have a little bit for my retirement.
Because they eat out all the time.
Exactly.
You need to get some beans. You need to get some beans and rice.
But Gail, I do eat in all the time.
You need to get some oatmeal for breakfast.
You saw what I had this morning?
And make your own coffee. And you know what? Drink the free coffee at work.
Do you ever see me eat out? When I have food here.
But that's the point. But
right.
I couldn't tell where you got those chicken wings.
They were in the fridge here.
Well, where did you get the chicken wings?
They were from a restaurant, but I didn't go and buy them.
Rest my case.
No, but
you
I
didn't
didn't
put them
get
in your air fryer and make them yourself, is what I'm saying.
I just grabbed them from the fridge. I didn't buy them, though.
Oh, see, that's... I know how to make stuff from scratch. Like, I made cornbread the other day from scratch. Like, I never buy pre-made cornbread.
No,
I don't even buy a box of it.
I mooch. That's even better than from scratch.
I have a bag of cornmeal. I literally do. And for all my Southern friends, whenever I go south, like last time I was in North Carolina, I got some Jim Dandy grits.
I can make a nice sandwich. I can make some mac and cheese.
Well, hey, you know what? That is the first step to financial independence. I feel like we're like the continuation of the Dave Ramsey Hour. We're like, why aren't you cooking you need to cook more of your meals. And that's why we would do group dinners on our compound.
Yeah.
We would do group dinners a few nights a week.
But what if I want to go to like
if you want to go out for dinner, you can do that. But you will be responsible for one night where everybody... Well, one family or like one household, whatever that household is.
But I want a Cardinal game or an ASU basketball game.
Then go.
There's none of that on the subsistence farm.
Nobody's living on a subsistence farm. We don't have to. We're raising our own things because we can, because we have the property.
It's not a farm, Joe. It's still living.
I just called it subsistence farm. But like we would grow our own kale. We would grow our own tomatoes.
Pablo, you're going to eat kale?
I'm going to grow it. I'm not going to eat it, though. I grow a lot of things I don't eat.
And if there's somebody next door that's growing some squash that I want,
Did you just hear him, Gail?
Yes, I did.
Did you hear him?
I liked what he said.
Yes, I do. Thank you to my
What do you think he's growing?
They taught me how to be gardeners.
Squash is
easy.
Hey,
yeah.
if I could grow weed,
Weed? Who said anything about weed?
If I could grow weed legally,
hemp. It's hemp.
No, whatever's legal, I can legally grow.
Oh,
I don't want anything controversial. Then the next thing you know, Governor Hobbs is saying, "Gail knew she could grow that."
All right, Gail, focus. We're going to talk about some fancy restaurants coming to the Valley and just how expensive it is to live downtown. That's coming up next in our headline volley when we touch on the other big headlines of the day and ask some of life's most important questions. It's the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
What makes someone cool?
I'll tell you what makes someone uncool.
Here we go.
Jim Sharp does dad jokes, and I want to slap the yellow off of his teeth.
Dad jokes, not cool.
You are not cool if you're doing dad jokes, okay?
That didn't last long for Jim Sharp.
I was going to say, we were doing good there for a while, weren't we?
My bad. That's my bad.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. This afternoon, 4 to 7. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
What are the odds that you have a house that has windows in it that are more than 10 or even 15 years old? This is where advanced window products can actually save you money. With their zero down, 0% financing on approved credit, payments as low as $150 a month, you could be replacing those garbage contractor-grade windows, the same windows that they put in when they built the house, with real Cardinal glass windows. The best windows built for life. And with advanced window products, you're talking about windows that they build, they install, and they are made specifically for Arizona summers. And when you talk about saving money, not only do you save money on your energy costs, you also may even be able to qualify for a rebate from your power company. Save even more when you buy 10 windows or more, and you get $2,500 off now with advanced window products. So how do you get started on this process? It's pretty easy. You call 480-764-2002, 480-764-2002, 480-764-2002 for advanced window products.
Getting ready to take on your lawn? Make your first move with the reliable performance and power of Steel battery tools. From hedge trimmers and mowers to string trimmers and more, right now Steel has the battery tools to get you moving. Shop in store or online at steeldealers.com.
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family. Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
John always listens to his truck. So when his brakes start talking, he goes to AutoZone, where a helpful AutoZoner gets him the right parts. If John has time to put them in, he borrows a kit with Loan-A-Tool. And if he doesn't, he gets a free shop referral. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Deposit required for Loan-A-Tool. Restrictions apply.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com/facts. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Hey, it's Mike Rohn. If I have a choice, I like to do business with companies that actually stand for something. That's why I switched from Verizon to Pure Talk. No offense to Verizon, I'm sure they stand for something. I just don't know what it is. Pure Talk, on the other hand, is a veteran-owned company that supports our military in a big way, and I appreciate that. Yeah, I also appreciate unlimited talk and text and plenty of data for half the cost of the big guys, and I do like being on America's most dependable 5G network for just $20 a month. But what I really appreciate is no contract, no cancellation fees, and Pure Talk's commitment to handle all their customer service in this country. I saw it for myself. I went to Georgia, I got a tour of their headquarters, I met their CEO, and I talked to the same customer service folks that you'll talk to when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Switch today and save 50% off your first month when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Pure Talk, a wireless company that actually stands for something.
KTAR News now.
It's 3:31. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn. There's an ongoing clash between Tempe and community organizations that has come to a head. KTAR's Ballin Overstoles is live in the Southeast Valley to tell us more. Okay, well, a little technical difficulty there. We'll check in with Ballin in just a moment and tell you what's going on down in Tempe. Meanwhile, the U.S. Senate has approved the tax policy package that Republicans have dubbed the One Big Beautiful Bill. ABC News national correspondent Stephen Portnoy is in Washington.
After a marathon voting session that lasted more than 26 hours, the Senate passed the massive measure by the slimmest of margins. 3 GOP senators voted against it, but Vice President J.D. Vance cast the tie-breaking vote in favor. The bill now goes back to the House, where conservatives and moderates have their own issues with some of the changes that have been made by the Senate, including a $5 trillion increase in the debt ceiling and a Congressional Budget Office price tag in excess of $3 trillion.
Arizona's senior U.S. Senator Mark Kelly introduced an amendment that would have removed tax breaks for people earning $100 million a year or more. That amendment did not pass. Now, there's plenty of unhappiness in the Arizona congressional delegation over the now passed Senate version of the Big Beautiful Bill. Democratic Senator Ruben Gallego calls it disastrous, saying it will leave working families to pay the price for years to come. Republican Congressman Andy Biggs tells the Mike Broomhead Show it includes things that shouldn't be there.
Lisa Murkowski was able to actually roll back even more reforms in the Green New Deal, so that the Green New Deal is getting more funding.
Biggs does not believe the bill can pass the U.S. House as it is. Let's go back to the Southeast Valley now and check in with KTAR's Ballon Overstoles over the clash between Tempe and the community organizations.
Yeah, Becky, tonight the Tempe City Council could vote on increased restrictions to public events, and new changes would require a permit for most public gatherings on city property. Jay Allen with local nonprofit Cloud Covered Streets is concerned it will be used to stop events to help the homeless. In an Instagram story he posted yesterday, he says Tempe shut down their weekend mobile shower event.
We will continue to hope for the best, but sad that City of Tempe decided to not allow us to bring our services and help all the folks here experiencing homelessness. We'll keep trying to help.
And city documents show the change is recommended to increase public safety and promote responsible use of public spaces. Live in the Southeast Valley, Ballon Overstoles, KTAR News.
Let's take a look at the roads now. Heather Larson is live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. We need to talk about the 60 this afternoon. Going to Sun City, though, where there's been a crash blocking the left lanes on the 60 westbound near 103rd Avenue. There's also a wreck reported at 107th Avenue, which means the 60 is slow in both directions between the 101 and 111th Avenue. And if we move further out towards Wickenburg, of course, we have the Monarch fire out there. So you need to know that Highway 60 is going to be closed intermittently in both directions so that crews can fight that fire, that Monarch fire, from the air. So you might need to find a better way to get to Wickenburg or even Las Vegas if that's where you're headed for the holiday. Traffic is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
Tonight's low, 92, little chance of rain kicking in late tonight and into tomorrow. We could see some monsoon storms late tomorrow afternoon and evening. 108 should be the high, and on Thursday, 104. Right now, it's 109 in Apache Junction. Weather brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Chris Merrill, Joe Huizinga, The Chris and Joe Show.
It's Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News. Gail Bass in for Chris Merrill today. Gail, great to have you here on the program.
I don't know.
What do you mean you don't know, Gail?
I think the way you downplayed the compound idea.
No, I love the
Pablo
compound. It's just not for me.
Well, you could buy an old hotel and
we moved on from the compound, Gail.
Okay, all right.
I'm not in your compound. You start up your compound.
I am so ready to red state it.
Are you ready to volley? Touch on the other big headlines? You don't sound
volley.
excited. Gail, I want to hear you excited to touch on the other big headlines and ask life's most important questions. Let's tickle your brain bone.
Okay.
Chris and Joe. This
volley with me, Gail.
is the volley.
Yes.
Brought to you by Parker & Sons,
Let's
AC,
go.
Plumbing and Electrical. Celebrating
Like, was I
50
supposed to
years
say
of helping
something
our
like,
customers
I'm
and
You're
community.
volleying.
Call Parker.
We volley.
We volley.
Yeah, I hit the ball to you. You hit it back.
Spike.
That's right. Gail, the average downtown Phoenix apartment renting for about $2,000 a month. That's $500 more than the average rent in Phoenix. Some new places are leasing 2-bedroom apartments for nearly $4,000 a month downtown.
Did you say 2-bedroom?
Sure. 2-bed, 2-bath, I believe.
No.
Yes. What do you mean,
no,
Gail?
I'm not paying that, is what I'm saying.
I understand.
I'm not paying that.
Who do you think is gobbling up apartments for rent that's $2,000 a piece?
People who move from New York
Okay.
and think that's a deal. That's the only way I could define that. I just don't understand. I see all these great-looking apartment buildings.
Yeah.
Like, Phoenix has really...
Especially downtown. There's a lot of empty units,
It's been refurbished and everything. It looks, and, stuff's been torn down and built up. Like what used to be Pugsley's Sandwiches. I never got one. That's torn down, and now it's a big apartment building on Highland and 16th Street. I'm thinking, who lives there?
I have a second question for you, though, too. If you did live downtown, what would you most look forward to doing?
Leaving. I'm not a downtown person.
Pablo, what about you?
Comedy
You're
show?
living downtown Phoenix. What would you most look forward to doing? Would you be like Gail and most look forward to leaving?
No.
Going to start your commune?
No. Just not having to drive everywhere. Be able to take like the bus
See,
or
Gail,
public
there you go.
transportation.
Where I
or walk.
go, where I don't go to downtown a lot.
No,
That's
so
the
but
thing.
now
I
you're
used to work
downtown.
No, I used to work downtown. Here's the funny thing. I used to work downtown when I worked at the Arizona Republic for a couple of years at azcentral.com. And then I just spent the last 2.5 years commuting back and forth and living right off Times Square. I'm done with downtowns. So I'm a little jaded. Because I liked working downtown in downtown Phoenix. I would walk to lunch.
Yeah.
I never drove because I had covered parking in the covered parking lot. So that was great. I had my Arizona Republic card. I could park in that shaded parking when I'd go anywhere. I loved it.
It's changed a lot, though, Joe. The apartment complexes nowadays and what they were when I was like in college. I mean, I think they're still there, but they were like more of the 3 or 4 level apartment complexes, just kind of on a lot somewhere. These things are nice nowadays. They have a little cafeteria, a little cafe in the bottom for them.
Oh, dude, I think they're gorgeous down there.
My friends lived in one. They had a party that looked like a display at Macy's, because you could see their community room was like the first level. So you could see us having their wine party of them getting rid of all their wine. And so, I mean, there are places for you to have a party and have guests and everything where they don't all have to go into your condo or your apartment. But I really feel like downtown
is not for Gail Bass.
It was for me when I was back in the day. Now that you're my age and you're settled in.
Yeah.
I like to mountain bike ride.
You just want to like your commune. You want to be out a little ways.
Downtown.
Yeah, I get that. You want to yell at the people who go for the hike.
And I'm not hiking on the closed trails, City of Phoenix. I'm okay.
You don't do that. You know better.
4 or 5 o'clock in the morning. Anything after 8, I'm not doing.
All right, I got another bougie story for you.
Okay.
You ready? Okay, Lisa Vanderpump. You know who she is?
Yes, Vanderpump Rules.
Vanderpump Rules. Also,
never watched an episode. I just know what it is.
I've watched every episode.
You have not.
What do you mean?
That's not your kind of show.
Yes, it is.
Really?
Yes, I've watched every episode of Vanderpump Rules.
Why?
Thank you, Gail.
It's my trash. It's like my what do you call it? Guilty pleasure.
Your trash TV.
Just I love Kesha. Come on.
Yeah.
It's just.
What's she up to?
She's coming to the Valley this Sunday. Guess who's going to be there?
Not me.
Me.
You're going to be. Is it downtown?
It's at the Pavilion.
Okay.
It's going to be nice and cool. It's going to be like
outside.
110.
That's where I saw Lionel Richie.
Tell us the name of Kesha's tour, Joe.
Kesha's tour. Can't say it on the radio, Gail.
That's right.
No,
that's
can't
right.
say it.
Like, is she going to have T-shirts with the tour name
Becky
on it?
Lynn, why would you try to get me in trouble like that?
I just thought it was funny, and I thought, let's see if we get Jay to say that.
You can say it once. Go ahead.
Out
Pablo
tour.
will bleep you.
No, he says it once and he's gone.
I just said out tour. That's all it is. The out tour. There you go. That's what it is.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah. Lisa Vanderpump. More important things here, Gail.
Yeah.
The reality TV famous restaurateur, known for her appearances on Real Housewives of Beverly Hills and also Vanderpump Rules, one of my favorite trash TV shows, as we learned today. She's getting ready to open Wolf by Vanderpump at the Caesars Republic Scottsdale Hotel.
What are they serving at a place called Wolf?
So apparently it's going to be a lot of local infused items is apparently what's going to be served at Wolf by Vanderpump at the Caesars Republic Scottsdale. I want to know, what's the best meal you've ever had in Arizona? Don't tell me some home-cooked meal. Best meal you ever had when you ate out.
You cannot.
Could be anywhere, though.
This cannot be replicated. This cannot be replicated.
Yeah.
Well, it's a tie because Chef Bo McMillan, who's been on TV,
Pretty
and
big deal.
Mark Tarbell, who's a dear friend who won on Iron Chef.
Yeah.
When I was a co-host on Your Life A to Z, we did a whole New England themed show. And on this New England themed show, they cooked for me. Like the solid hour, I just got to sit there and eat lobster rolls and get fed food that these two cooked for me.
That sounds amazing.
That was the best meal ever, which is tied with Eddie Matney's meatloaf.
You just got all these famous chefs cooking for you.
Yeah, I did. That is, so I'm really, I'm really judgmental when I eat out now because I'm so used to really good chefs cooking. But at a restaurant, there's a place in Sedona. There was a guy named, it's called Elote Cafe.
I've been there.
Jeff Smedstad is the most amazing chef.
I think we know. Did the same guy recommend you go to that place? Guy who used to work here?
No, because Jeff used to be on Your Life as well.
Okay, there was a guy who used to work here who recommended I go there.
It is so amazing.
It was really good.
And they didn't take reservations. You had to be there at like 5 o'clock. So for my birthday one year, my friends and I all drove up to Sedona to eat there. It's amazing.
Pablo Rios, best meal you've ever had in Arizona?
I don't go out a lot, but
Buddy, just drop it on me.
Paul Fleming Steakhouse. When I've eaten there,
it doesn't have to be like 5-star.
I don't know if it's
love a lot
5-star
of stuff
now,
that's a little more like.
I like a lot of street food. To be honest
Exactly.
with you guys. I like eating at street vendors so much.
Yeah.
So much. Probably 4 out of my...
Pablo and I go to the swap meet, and I've had some of the best times of my life.
But
and
Paul
that food's
Fleming's
kind of
steak
different.
was the best steak I've ever had.
What made it so good?
I don't
Juicy?
know. The quality, yeah.
The best tripas taco I ever had was like from this food truck in...
Those are always good.
You can tell it's good because you say
in Guadalajara.
You made it sound fancy.
It was it was like a little cart.
But
best tripas taco ever.
My favorite to-go place, Joe, because I like barbecue. There's a place on the west side called Eric's Barbecue. Remember, it was on Yelp, I believe? Some of the best pulled brisket.
Whether it's shopping for clothes, shoes, or makeup online, or even a burrito.
I wouldn't buy that online.
The rise of buy now, pay later. It's real. What does it tell us about the economy? We'll talk about it next on the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. Guys, you can lose fat, you can gain muscle, you can lose that dad bod with testosterone from Red Mountain Weight Loss. If you've noticed you have lack of energy, brain fog, trouble in the bedroom possibly, you probably have low T. It's more common than you think, and it's treatable. The truth is, men today have 20% lower testosterone than their dads ever did. There's a solution, and you'll find it at Red Mountain Weight Loss. They offer full-strength testosterone as an injection or a tablet. You're not talking about supplements here, talking about real prescription testosterone. No supplement can match the boost you get from actual testosterone. It'll give you more energy, greater focus, better sleep, more lean muscle mass, and it can boost your sex drive. It's a game changer. Book your free video consultation with one of their licensed doctors today. Regain your energy, strength, and vitality for a limited time at redmountainweightloss.com. That is redmountainweightloss.com.
When you bundle renters and auto with Progressive, you can save while protecting your most valuable possessions, like your priceless vinyl collection. Sure, you sleep on a futon because the money most people would have spent on a bed you spent on more records. But forget the fact that you can stream just about any song ever created for a few dollars a month. No, you need to listen to music in the most difficult way possible. So go ahead and get Progressive so you can save while protecting the things that matter to you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
What if we get this same deal that Ford employees get? Yep, employee pricing for everyone, and it's been extended at our Desert Ford dealers. Paul Calvisi here, man, we're talking across a full lineup of trucks and SUVs from America for America. Just like Ford Motor has been part of America's story for more than a century. Take that 2024 Ford F-150, work truck or weekend warrior. Right now, we can get employee pricing plus 3.9% APR financing for 72 months, plus $4,500 in retail bonus cash on a 2024 Ford F-150 2.7-liter STX. Or get employee pricing and lease a 2025 Ford Bronco Sport Big Bend for just $399 a month with $3,559 due at signing. Or get employee pricing and lease a Bronco Big Bend 4x4 for just $499 a month with $3,099 due at signing. We pay what they pay. Employee pricing at our Desert Ford dealers. Click buyfordnow.com.
KTAR Breaking News Alert.
This just into the KTAR News Center. President Trump says Israel has agreed on terms for a 60-day ceasefire in Gaza. and warned Hamas to accept the deal before conditions worsen. The president made the announcement as he prepares to host Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu for talks at the White House on Monday, saying on Truth Social, "I hope for the good of the Middle East that Hamas takes this deal because it will not get better, it will only get worse." Again, President Trump says Israel has accepted terms for a ceasefire deal in Gaza and warns Hamas to do the same. Get breaking news notifications right to your phone. Just download the KTAR News app. And for more, go to KTAR.com. Let's get a check on traffic now with Heather Larson in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. We got a couple wrecks on I-17, one at Thomas and one at Indian School Road. It's actually not causing too big a problem right now, mostly affecting the northbound lanes of I-17 from McDowell to Indian School. And in Sun City, we still have that crash that's just fouling up the whole area from 103rd Avenue to 111th Avenue. That first crash would have been at 103rd, and that would be blocking the left lanes on the 60 westbound near 103rd Avenue. And again, Wickenburg, not the place to drive right now. From the 60, that's going to be continuing to be closed intermittently both directions for air operations or using a plane to drop some fire retardant on the Monarch fire and some other brush fires that have happened out there today. Traffic is brought to you by Primavera Online. This fall, choose how you learn flexible tuition-free K-12 education at chooseprimavera.com. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
This 4th of July, celebrate family fun and the freedom to save with your Valley Chevy dealers. And it all starts with spectacular offers. Available right now at your Valley Chevy Dealers July 4th event. Going on now. You'll have the freedom to choose from an extensive lineup that's ready for all the adventures ahead. No matter how you celebrate the 4th of July, it's always better in a Chevy. Don't miss out. Visit a Valley Chevy dealer near you during the Valley Chevy July 4th event. Going on now.
Hey, this is Jim Sharp, and I am with Alexander Hobby, a recent graduate of Midwestern University with a degree in speech-language pathology. But that is not where your story started, Alex, is it?
No, it actually started in 2020. I went to a different school for a dental program, and then I just started flunking out. They wanted to dismiss me from the program, and I didn't know why. Went to an audiologist, was diagnosed with auditory processing disorder, and decided to go to Midwestern to major in speech-language pathology to help others like me.
So what was your experience like at the Midwestern clinics?
The doctors were very patient with me. The professors understood where I was coming from, and I was able to treat patients like myself similar to me, and it was just a great experience all around.
And you're going to use it to help others. That's amazing.
Definitely.
To learn more about Midwestern University's Therapy Institute, where you can receive unhurried care like I do, and all of the Midwestern University clinics, including dental, vision, and family medicine, visit MWUclinics.com.
Hey, it's Jim Sharp. On the next Arizona's Morning News, LaDonna Harvey and I will tell you about a guy who billed taxpayers for more than $500 million for substance abuse treatment in Arizona, and no one got sober from it.
Hey, it's Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News. Joe Huizenga right here. Gail Bass over there in for Chris Merrill.
Hello.
Chris will be back tomorrow, and we are joined by the great Gatos. What does he call you, Gatos? The star of Outspoken?
I think he likes to kiss my butt on occasion.
Please.
Hi, son.
Hello, Gail.
You know I'm above doing that. I would never kiss your tush.
No, of course not. No one should.
No, they should not. Gatos, you're a little bit bougie, shall we say?
Yeah.
You're
a little.
You're not so much a man of the people.
I'm a man of the people. I fight for the people.
You fight for the people,
yeah,
but you're not a man of the people.
I don't want to be around them.
Yeah. Have you?
So many people are like, I don't like people.
Have you ever used a buy now, pay later for anything you've purchased in your life?
Layaway.
Whether that be like shoes,
no,
or a burrito.
No.
or anything.
No.
Why do you think it's catching on so much? Why is it becoming so popular in America?
Buy now, pay later?
Yeah.
Because people can't afford crap.
It's the economy, stupid.
Yeah, people can't afford it.
Is it that, or do you think it's just that people are becoming more and more comfortable with debt? That they just feel like, hey, that's cool. He's got it. She's got it. Why shouldn't I have it?
What are we talking about? Putting on a layaway? What are we talking
And anything. Just, I read this story today about the rise of buy now, pay later and why it's becoming increasingly common in the U.S. I mean, that big story a couple months ago about how you could even buy now, pay later your DoorDash.
Well, think about this. You've also got...
It's everything
on
now.
e-commerce, they've been doing flex pays for a long time.
Yeah.
So I'm not surprised by this one little bit, because some people do not like to delay saving up to get something. They want now.
We want it now.
I mean, I've talked about that kind of stuff. Even when I didn't have any money and I was, just got out here and I was making $15,000 a year in 1996.
You'd still save, though.
Well, I never bought something I couldn't afford.
Yeah.
So
was that instilled in you by your parents, or was that just...
I didn't want to go into debt.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, when I bought my first house, I had to get a mortgage. But
that's a little
different.
Yes.
Right. I don't buy stuff that I can't completely pay for.
Do you ever have a car?
What about a car?
Yeah, I'll pay for the car now completely.
Really? Okay.
Really?
Wow.
Yeah.
Look at
Or I
that.
don't buy it. And I run my cars into the ground anyway.
Oh, you know what? I'm running my car's a 2013. She's still humming along.
There
I
you
love
go.
it. She's got 230,000 miles on her. I'm trying to get her to 300.
I usually keep my
She's
cars
doing
like 10 years.
Mine is running like a dream. So I get all the service work done. So
Right.
I don't have a car payment.
I just worry about the people who have to put their groceries on a layaway plan. That's where it is.
Dude, or
that's really tough. That's a
or
hard
not
life.
even, like their lunch.
I didn't hear. Speaking of money and food, how much did you raise?
We're going to have the big announcement coming up.
Oh, so you're not going to tell me?
No, you're going to have to listen to Outspoken.
I thought maybe it was said this morning.
We're talking about St. Mary's Food Bank. I think it's still open. You can text food to 620.
Gatos, what do you have coming up today? Let's hit
we've got
what
the
Bruce and
governor.
you have today.
Talk to the governor, 5:30. Governor Hobbs in studio every 2 weeks with us. Talk a little bit about the budget, the Diamondbacks bill, and the big, beautiful bill and how it affects Arizona. Hobbs in studio.
5:30.
5:30.
We'll make sure to listen.
You better listen.
Some people say the 5 o'clock hour, best hour.
That's what I hear.
There you go. It's Gatos from Outspoken. It's right around the corner, coming up in about 5 minutes. Make sure to check it out. Gail, thank you so much for being in for Chris today. Appreciate it.
Thank you and aloha, my friend.
You just got to rub that in my face, don't you?
I'm not rubbing it in your
You're
face.
just taking
I'm
off
just telling
for
you
Hawaii.
facts. You're entitled to your own opinion, but not your own facts.
For Gail Bass, I am Joe Huizenga. It is the Chris and Joe Show. Have a great afternoon.
Mike Broomhead.
How concerned should the average U.S. citizen be? Whenever we have questions about things like this, we go to our expert, our friend Steve Hooper, who spent over 30 years with the FBI.
The everyday citizen should be wary of what's going on around them and not be afraid to say something or do something if they see what they think is suspicious activity.
Mike Broomhead, weekday mornings 8 till noon on KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
Howard Air and Plumbing's 4th of July sales event is happening all month long. For a limited time, get up to $5,500 off select systems from Trane when you mention Gatos. Plus, get 0% financing up to 12 months on approved credit. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing, 602-953-2766. You can schedule your free estimate online today at howardair.com. That's howardair.com. Tell them Gatos sent you. Some restrictions apply.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6580. That's 800-583-6580.
Now more than ever,
Lowe's knows you don't just want a low price, you want the lowest price. And with our lowest price guarantee, you can count on us for competitive prices on all your home improvement projects. If you find a qualifying lower price somewhere else on the same item, we'll match it. Lowe's, we help, you save. Price match applies the same item. Current price at qualifying retailers. Exclusions and terms apply. Learn how we'll match price at Lowes.com/lowest price guarantee.
You're never more than 15 minutes away from today's top news stories. Arizona's breaking news and traffic leader with Arizona's largest radio news team. KTAR News on 92.3 FM.
Let me tell you one of the reasons I think we became the largest injury firm in the world, and it's not even close. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. My wife and I had a plan early on. In our firm, our lawyers only work on certain types of cases. Our products liability and dangerous drug lawyers only work on those cases. Same for car crashes, workers' compensation, medical malpractice, and insurance disputes. Our thinking is for these lawyers to focus on one area of the law and live it and breathe it. Power comes from knowledge. Many lawyers do everything, jack of all trades. Not us, and we don't charge an hourly rate. You only pay us if we win. If you want to hire us, it's easy. Dial Pound Law on your cell phone, pound 529, or visit forthepeople.com on your phone or computer from the comfort of your own home. Let us get to work for you. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Arizona's news station, KTAR News on 92.3 FM, KTAR.com, and streaming live on the KTAR News app.
Chris and Joe.
What's the future of the Democratic Party in Arizona? The executive board of the Arizona Democratic Party censured their party chair. What's that mean for him and the party moving forward? We'll talk about it on the next Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
Chris and Joe. Afternoons 2 to 4 on KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
Summer is a busy time. Graduations, weddings, pool parties, vacations. I'm Jamie West. That can mean a lot of eating out, but don't let that keep you from starting the Phoenix Secret for Weight Loss program. There are no prepackaged foods or counting points or calories, and there are no shots or drugs. It works with your busy lifestyle. I lost about 50 pounds and I'm keeping it off because of their exclusive 3-step protocol. It helps restore your metabolism. And you'll see results quickly. I lost 8 pounds the first week. You can lose 10 to 15% of your body weight in just 8 weeks just by eating the right combination of healthy foods at the right times of day. So quit finding excuses and get started today. You can do the program in person or virtually from anywhere. Schedule your free consultation right now. Call 602-832-7440, 602-832-7440, or go to PhoenixSecretForWeightLoss.com. PhoenixSecretForWeightLoss.com. Results may vary.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix. KTAR News now.
Good afternoon. It's 4 o'clock. I'm Becky Lynn. And new today, President Trump says Israel has agreed on terms for a 60-day ceasefire in Gaza and warned Hamas to accept the deal before conditions get worse. The president made the announcement on Truth Social today as he prepares to host Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu for talks at the White House on Monday. Well, you might notice some weather changes in the valley tomorrow.
Dusty conditions this morning caused a hazy sight for some parts of the valley. National Weather Service meteorologist Chris Coleman says dust and wind will continue today, but some valley residents may see something different tomorrow.
Mainly for today, we're looking at gusty winds, maybe more blowing dust. And then for Wednesday, it'll probably be a little bit better coverage overall with even like a 30% chance of showers and thunderstorms within the Phoenix area itself.
Your 4th of July plans should still be safe, though. Any storms are expected to clear before the holiday. Anna Ulp, KTAR News.
Meanwhile, more than 30 million Americans in the Northeast are under a severe weather threat as storms push through an area covering Boston to the mid-Atlantic. ABC News meteorologist Melissa Griffin has more.
We've already seen several damaging wind reports in the D.C.-Baltimore area, flash flood warnings, and this continues into the night. We're still seeing these storms intensifying. That means more frequent lightning, dangerous flash flooding possible on the roads. This is also a huge problem when it comes to flight and travel delays.
The governor is celebrating the end of the legislative session with a ceremonial signing for the $17.6 billion bipartisan budget. KTAR's Heidi Hummel is live now in the news center with a look at the spending.
Arizona Governor Katie Hobbs says the budget invests heavily in public safety, including 15% pay raises for firefighters. Plus,
our state troopers are also on the front lines to keep our communities safe. I'm proud we secured a 5% pay raise for all state police and funding to continue and expand my successful SAFE initiative, which is combating drug trafficking.
Hobbs explains the budget also includes the largest investment in child care since the Great Recession, funding for 10 million meals for working class kids, and invests in the Arizona Promise Scholarship Program. Reporting live in the News Center, Heidi Hommel, KTAR News.
You'll be able to hear more from the governor as she joins Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos at 5:30. Listen in right here at 92.3 FM, or you can watch and listen on the KTAR YouTube page.
Eyes on Education.
Arizona schools are missing out on $118 million in allocated federal funding after the U.S. Department of Education withheld those funds today. Beth Lewis with Save Our Schools Arizona says this could have major impacts on our state, especially because school starts this month.
These cuts will have a very significant impact on Arizona's public schools because we serve so many low-income students, migrant students, and students learning English.
The funding would have gone to student support programs, English learning classes, and more. There's an investigation underway in Tempe today following what's being called a road rage shooting. It happened in the area of Warner Road and Priest Drive. The injured man was taken to a hospital with life-threatening injuries. Police say the other person involved has been detained, and there is no threat to the public. Let's check on the roads right now. Heather Larson's in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thanks, Becky Lynn. Traffic slow from the stack on northbound I-17 from McDowell all the way up to Camelback Road. A little residual slowing there from a couple earlier wrecks that happened at both Thomas and Indian School. Jumping around the valley now, there's a disabled vehicle blocking the center lane on the 60 westbound near Mill Avenue in Tempe. And if you've got to commute to Wickenburg or headed to Vegas for a holiday weekend, you need to know about closures due to the Monarch fire. So the 60 is being closed intermittently in both directions for air operations, and that's slowing things down around Alla. These repetitive shutdowns are for the safety of the public and the fire personnel while they conduct retardant drops from the planes. Traffic is brought to you by Primavera Online. This fall, choose how you learn. Flexible, tuition-free K-12 education at chooseprimavera.com. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
Our low tonight, 92. Tomorrow's high, a little cooler than it has been the last couple of days, about 108. And tomorrow is our best day of seeing some monsoon storm activity. There's about a 35% chance of that late tomorrow. On Thursday, lesser chance of rain, will be around 104. Right now in Phoenix, it's 109 degrees. Weather brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Outspoken.
Isn't it great that I'm always right?
Speaking up for Arizona.
I do not share that opinion.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
It's Arizona's #1 talk show. Hey, welcome to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos, hour #1.
I tell you, a lot of people call the first hour the best hour.
Hey,
I hear it all the time.
5:30 on the nose. It's our Talk to the Governor segment. Something that we've done on KTAR for many, many decades.
Many governors.
Many different governors, correct. Republican, Democrat. So Governor Katie Hobbs at 5:30 on the nose, Talk to the Governor segment. We've got a lot to get to with Hobbs, and that is coming up at 5:30. By the way, tomorrow at 4:30 is the big announcement about how much money is going to go to St. Mary's Food Bank.
The big reveal.
It's the huge reveal.
Right.
Remember our friends at Axon.
Josh Isner.
Coming on the show
president.
tomorrow. We're going to announce it all at once at 4:30.
Because I'm going to say it nicely, he's got some money on the line.
He's kicking in 50 G's.
Yeah. So we're going to see if we're going to take all of his money.
All right. So
fingers crossed.
That's what's going on at 5 with Hobbs, and tomorrow 4:30. Fantastic.
Yeah. So yesterday we spoke about there were a couple instances all over Arizona where fire and rescue had to go up on mountains, hiking trails, and rescue children. Children who were taken up there by their families, by their parents.
One was a baby.
15 months old, right?
They took a baby up hiking on a hill, on a mountain, in the middle of the day.
In June in Arizona. We had the one that happened right over here by South Mountain. You know, I remembered it, but I didn't realize it was almost exactly a year ago that we had the incident where the boy died.
Okay.
On South Mountain, where the family had gone up there, and I'm going to say he was a 10-year-old boy and ended up passing away because of this.
And that family was up there like 4 hours or something. I
Walking up and
remember
down the
we were
mountain.
always going, why would you go on this 4-hour hike?
So the group of, about 11, I think it was, including some children.
6 kids.
Yeah. We're learning more about them. And maybe the part that was frustrating for some is that even though there were clearly marked signs that the trails, and specifically this was the Hobart Trail over there on the South Mountain side, were closed due to the heat. You know, they had to walk around the sign to get onto the trail.
Yeah.
They had to be rescued. Multiple agencies responding, 11 people having to be responded. They had to carry people off the mountain, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. There will be no citations issued.
Yeah, so any punishment whatsoever?
No.
Nothing.
No.
You don't get a slap on the wrist. You don't get a fine.
That doesn't seem...
You don't pay for the rescue? Nothing.
Don't you think that is...
I think it's dumb. I think it's silly. Listen, you put firefighters' lives at risk. They don't want to go up on that mountain, not in that type of gear, and then they got to rescue 11 people. I mean, how many firefighters were on that rescue?
Yeah, I was going to say that multiple agencies having to respond, multiple units.
Right. It wasn't two firefighters. I mean, you know, you've got a bunch of kids in distress. You've got 11 people in all. And you've got to call everybody out. You've got to call a bunch of people from the fire department.
Think about this. So the firefighters that show up, and I know there were other agencies, and I don't know all of them, but they packed water, rescue gear, radios, etc., and then they have to hike up to these people.
Right.
They got to do the same bleeping hike that they just did, but they got to do it carrying stuff to save them.
Yeah, they're in gear.
Yeah. And then, they have these...
the big wheel
like a
basket?
barrel? Yeah, like a wheelbarrow is a good way to put it, where they had to bring the kids down in.
Yeah. We'll ask Governor Hobbs about this. Do we need a law? Because this happens all the time. It happens in summer all the time.
It happens too often.
Yeah. And we always made the joke that it was people from out of town.
Exactly.
And I got to tell you, we were wrong. And here's why. We always said no one is dumb enough to go on top of a mountain at 112 degrees at noon.
Oh, how wrong you were.
They have to be from another city. They have to be from another state. And you know what? The majority of people who get stuck hiking in 115 in the middle of the day are right from here. And they bring their kids.
So what's the difference? And I mean this honestly. What's the difference between knowingly taking your kids onto a hiking trail, going around the signs that say extreme heat, closed because of heat, putting their lives in danger, and driving your infants around the back seat without seatbelts on, or in a how many other child endangerment laws are we going to look the other way on? Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah. I mean, kids get hurt doing all kinds of different things. We talk about children drowning in the valley, and sometimes mom and dad just aren't paying attention.
Yep.
It's
got
hard,
distracted.
and it's hard to keep your eye on a child every single second. Sometimes it's a kid that gets through the door. It's a doggy door, and the parents, you know, they're watching TV. They're fine, and then all of a sudden they're in the pool. You got to talk about negligence. When you leave your kid in a hot car, right,
okay, I'm just running into the store for a little while.
That's negligence.
I agree.
If you do it, there was a guy in Arizona who did it purposely, right? He did. Remember last summer, right?
He wanted to play video games.
He wanted to play video games, but he decided I'll leave the car on. That's negligence.
Yeah, and the car automatically shut off after a while.
And the kid is dead.
Yeah, horrible.
Like if you leave your kid in a hot car and it's an accident, that's called an accident.
Uh-huh.
I mean,
but these are not accidents.
These are not accidents. When you're carrying a baby up a mountain, that's not an accident.
And again, ignoring the signs that say the trail is closed, not being prepared in any way, shape, or form. How is that any different from all these other ways that we try to protect children from stupid parents?
Okay, I bet you these parents.
I'm ready.
I made a list here.
Oh,
I got a list. I bet you that these parents are the parents that, like, don't let their kid eat Halloween candy before they actually check it.
We have to go and X-ray it, right? Because it's got razor blades in it.
But they take them up a mountain
never,
hiking.
Never happened, by the way.
Right?
Yeah.
But they take them up a mountain hiking.
Yeah.
You guys are going to go bike riding? Okay, let's put the training wheels on. Let's get you a helmet. Let's get
knee pads.
Right. But we'll let you, but we're going to go up and hike. It's 115 degrees. Oh, well, we can't let the kids stay up past bedtime and watch a scary movie. They'll get nightmares. Oh, can't let that happen. But tomorrow, we're going to go hiking 115 degrees on an Arizona mountain in the middle of the day. It's just common sense is gone.
So, and we get a text message about it, and I do get it. We have the stupid motorist laws.
It's been talked about forever.
Well, and the idea is it would discourage, but it would discourage people from calling for help. Is that the argument? That if you knew you were going to get in trouble because you needed to be airlifted off of Camelback or South Mountain or wheeled down in the wheelbarrow because you were ill-prepared, went there when you weren't supposed to, that we're going to charge you, that they just wouldn't call and they would just die?
So we have the stupid driver law. Is that what it's called?
Stupid motorist.
Stupid motorist. So if there's a monsoon and you drive into what you think or what you feel is only a puddle.
It's not that deep.
No, but the water goes like up to your window.
Up to the roof, yeah.
Okay, why wouldn't they say, you know what, I'm not calling for rescue because I'm going to get charged?
I don't think they have a choice.
Okay, you don't have a choice on a mountain.
But I'm just saying, like
what's the difference?
Like other people are calling, going, dude, there's a dude floating in the underpass here on the 17.
Tell me what the difference is. Is your life in danger? Yes or no? If you're up on a mountain, you're much more uncomfortable than being in a car in the middle of water.
Yeah, I'm
you're in the middle of the day up on the mountain, and like, oh, you know what? My kid's about to die, but you know what? I don't want to
call 911.
No, I don't want to do it because I don't want to pay for it.
Right.
No, they're the same.
I get it.
They're what?
And by the way, if it makes people, if it gives people a moment of pause, saying, "Yeah, I don't think we can. I don't think we can swing it if we have to dial 911." Good, then don't go. Then don't go on the hike when it's 116 degrees.
Yeah,
good call.
Yeah, you're up on the mountain. Your kid is in distress, and you're like, "Yeah, I don't want to pay for that rescue." Well, you let your kid die then, I guess.
Yeah, or I'll get a ticket.
Of course, you're going to call.
Yeah.
People will be afraid to call for help, so we don't have a stupid hiking. Come on. You have got to be kidding me.
I'll take anything that discourages them from doing this because there's another arm of this. When when fire departments, police, other agencies are out there rescuing people, they're not able to serve the rest of the community for actual emergencies from people that might have done things that weren't their specific fault.
Yeah. Here's a new rule.
New rule.
Don't take 6 kids hiking at noon.
Oh.
And don't take a baby up on a hill, on a hike.
Solid rules.
Solid rules. Don't take a baby up there.
Yeah.
How about that? Because that happened too.
Yeah.
Let's not do that.
Checking the headlines are on the way. Becky Lynn's got that for us. And why is the WNBA fighting Caitlin Clark
I love
mania?
Caitlin Clark.
Yeah, I know you do. We'll talk about it next. Outspoken on KTAR.
All right, America Roofing. Got to get that pre-storm inspection before it's too late. Monsoon's rolling in. Becky Lynn, when's that monsoon coming in? We're monsoon season, right?
Yeah, tomorrow night around 7 is when the precipitation is likely to
All
hit.
right.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Listen, you got to hope that it doesn't pour and that you don't have a leak. You're saying, hey, I've never had a leak. I don't have to worry about it. Well, listen, you can get leaks. I mean, here's the deal. Arizona, the heat, it'll age your roof. UV damage, shingle curling, material cracking. You don't know what's going on up there. That's why you call America Roofing. That's why you get the pre-storm inspection. And that's why you mention Gatos, and you get it for free. Don't roll the dice. We're going to get some rain later this week. You're rolling the dice. All you got to do is call them and say, can you come over and just evaluate my roof? I listened to the show, and Gato said it's free. 602-960-ROOF. America Roofing, we've got you covered.
KTAR News Flash.
417, I'm Becky Lynn. This is what you need to know right now. Tonight, Tempe City Council is expected to vote on increased restrictions for public events. New changes would require a permit for most public gatherings on city property. Jay Allen with local nonprofit Cloud Covered Streets is concerned it will be used to stop events to help the homeless. In an Instagram story posted yesterday, he says the city's already doing that.
Unfortunately, the city of Tempe decided our hosts here at the location to not allow us to have our services, saying that it is an unauthorized event.
City documents show the change is recommended for several reasons, including to increase public safety. All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Let's see how the roads are looking now this afternoon with Heather Larson, who's in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Slowest parts right now are going to be the 202 northbound heading into the 10. Anything going west on the 10 right now from the mini stack to the stack and also the split. A couple wrecks to know about on city streets right now. Gilbert Road and German Road, a wreck just reported there, and another wreck reported in North Phoenix at 40th Street and Bell Road. Traffic is brought to you by your Valley Toyota dealers. Toyota's 4th of July sale going on now. Visit your Valley Toyota dealers or valleytoyotadealers.com today. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News. Now back to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
Appreciate it, Heather. This portion of the show brought to you by Parker & Sons, AC Plumbing and Electrical, celebrating 50 years of helping their customers and community. Call Parker. The WNBA has a lot of issues. You would think their most popular player wasn't one of them. But it appears that the WNBA has a Caitlin Clark problem. Is that how else we describe what's going on?
I don't think it's a problem. I don't know, man. I mean, if she's not there, then no one's talking about this league. She's on fire. But it is interesting. You know, they have like all-star voting.
Sure.
So she's clearly the best player that has ever played in the WNBA. Right? And I think she can start on the Suns easily. Except for Booker, they got a bunch of worthless wonders, okay? So Caitlin Clark is just, you know, she's just, it doesn't, whatever she does, it makes news because it's interesting. You know, there's
so right.
Go ahead.
And well, I was going to say, so they have the All-Star game. They have the fan vote.
Yes.
And then they have the players, the actual
players,
athletes vote.
They vote for who should be there. Yeah.
Caitlin Clark is number one in fan vote.
Well, because it's not even close. She's the greatest player of all time already.
She ranked 9th amongst guards in the player vote.
Her peers voted her number 9.
So I do want to give some. I don't want to rain on your parade. So
it's outrageous.
She wasn't ranked 9th.
Okay.
The ballot, they got to choose 4 guards. The players did.
Doesn't matter. Why isn't she one?
And so she ended up 9th after they counted all the votes. They didn't vote her 9th, I think is fair to say.
She's still 9th.
She came in 9th on the ranking after it.
Why aren't you one? And that is why she's just so interesting. She's polarizing. Because, like, this league has been a mess. No one liked it.
For 20 years.
No one watched it. It lost money.
Yeah.
No one knew any
Couldn't
player.
give tickets away.
No, nobody shows up. And then Caitlin Clark mania happens. And the players in the league are like, we're on the map, right? We're getting better ratings than NBA games when Caitlin Clark is playing. But the problem is this: you've got WNBA players who, and there's this massive wave for the WNBA. They don't want to ride that wave because they don't like her on top of it.
So I think 9th is appropriate.
How dare you? Why is 9th appropriate?
So I'm going to use the NBA as an example.
Do you want to make money? Or do you not want to make money?
I want to use the NBA as an example. when they do like the fan vote and the players vote, the fan vote in the NBA goes to the same names that everybody knows.
Mm-hmm.
Who cares if they're any good? Who cares if they're 38 years old?
Like LeBron.
They still get all the vote, right? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Caitlin Clark, this year, she's missed half the games so far because of injury. Not her fault.
I don't think it's been half the games.
About half. She's shooting 29% from three-point and 39% from the field. She's averaging 6 turnovers a game. She is not having a good season. She is a great player, not having a good season. Do we give the WNBA players more credit that they don't just vote based on name, that they vote based on merit?
So last year she scored 19 points a game, and this year she's scoring 18 points a game.
Yeah, but she's missed a bunch of games.
Okay,
and she's shooting poorly.
Well, last year she scored 19 points a game. This year it's 18.
Oh, well, hey,
it's not different.
You can brick stuff up all day long. You want to throw, she's
got
have a bricklayers convention over there underneath the basket.
Well, I mean, do you want people to watch the game or not? Because no one's going to watch it if she isn't in it. And there's a more important issue here than she's missed some games. The important issue is there's racism going on. Who did we get back from Russia? Brittany Griner?
Yeah.
Brittany Griner was very racist towards Caitlin Clark, mouthing words about a white girl. We don't want the white girl there. So there's racism. There's also jealousy involved. I mean, this kid comes in.
I think there's certainly a measure of jealousy, without a doubt.
100%. This kid comes in and takes the world by storm. And finally, there's a reason to watch this product. And people and these women are jealous of her. And
I don't think that's unique to the WNBA.
And they go out of their way not to just foul her, but to try and injure her. She has been tossed to the ground brutally, time and time and time and time again. And it's like if I'm running the WNBA, I'm like, are you really going to take the greatest thing that's ever happened to us?
Right? Yeah.
Yeah, the WNBA, I guess you're right, has a Caitlin Clark problem.
They do.
But they don't have an audience without Caitlin Clark. You think I'm watching WNBA without her?
You're only watching the Caitlin Clark's
I'm only watching the Caitlin Clark's play.
I think they're in Indiana, Indiana Caitlin Clark.
What did I tell you the other day? I was at a sports bar and I said, no, I'm not in for the baseball game.
Right.
Put the WNBA game on that has Caitlin Clark.
Like words you never thought you'd say out loud.
What is the matter with me?
What has gotten into you?
And I'm not the only one.
So I don't think the WNBA is unique in this. That as whatever savior you might think she is, I think I could make the argument that golf went through this with Tiger Woods, and other golfers, by the way, and I remember, were not excited about Tiger Woods because all anybody talked about was Tiger Woods. And they're like, I'm a pretty good golfer. Yeah, do you know Tiger Woods? Have you heard of Tiger Woods? Have you played with Tiger Woods? What's Tiger Woods like?
And was Tiger Woods good for the game of golf?
Without a doubt.
100% yes.
The flip side is, when Tiger Woods didn't show up, nobody paid attention.
Well, somebody's got to step up there.
And the WNBA is in danger. I agree with you. In danger of, without Caitlin Clark, you could go back to obscurity.
I love how some of these women in the WNBA were saying, and right into a microphone, We've been playing great basketball for years. It's partly because of me. It's partly because of our team. And I'm thinking, I've never heard of you. Ouch. B, I don't even know what team you play for. Ouch. And C, nor do I care. Where's Caitlin?
Yeah. I don't care if you're playing good basketball. That's not why we're watching. We watch for stars. We watch sports because we like stars.
Partly, yeah.
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 All right. Checking the headlines are on the way. Becky Lynn's got that for you. Airlines. Yeah. Airlines, all of them out there, think you need to lower your expectations a little bit when it comes to flying. We'll tell you why. It's up next. Outspoken on KTAR.
Hey, our health starts with the air we breathe, right? Especially here in Phoenix. Well, check this out from Day and Night Air Conditioning, Heating, and Plumbing. How about a free whole home air purifier right now when you install a new high-efficiency AC unit? Yep, bulk valve AC here. This is exactly what we did just recently. Got new high-efficiency AC from Day and Night Air Conditioning, Heating, and Plumbing, just like 3 of our neighbors went with Day and Night. And we got the free whole home air purifier. We're talking a $1,500 value value at no extra cost. Think of it as our shield against allergens and dust and airborne germs so our families can breathe cleaner, healthier air every day, not to mention help reduce pet odors and cooking odors. Think of it as day and night. Comfort and clean air done right. Call Day and Night at 480-344-0082 or visit dayandnightair.com and schedule that free estimate. A free estimate at dayandnightair.com. Limited time offer, conditions apply. Financing available for qualified customers.
Getting ready to take on your lawn? Make your first move with the reliable performance and power of Steel battery tools. From hedge trimmers and mowers to string trimmers and more, right now Steel has the battery tools to get you moving. Shop in store or online at steeldealers.com.
Market volatility isn't slowing down. If you're nearing retirement, now is not the time to wait and see. Every day of uncertainty can put your future at risk. It's time to diversify. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I want you to know you can create certainty, locking in guaranteed income for life. This means predictable, stable cash flow, even in turbulent times. You've worked too hard to leave your retirement to chance. Right now, there are options to receive up to 30% upfront or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't wait. Call Trajan today at 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company. Any examples provided are hypothetical. Annuities are issued with prospectus and sales brochures and should be reviewed carefully before funding as features and benefits vary. DBA in most states has Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
Hi, KTAR listeners. It's Wayne from AMCO. Hey, it's no secret that if your AC isn't working, it can turn your car into an oven on wheels. But fear not, AMCO's here to help rescue you from the heat. Tell us more, you say? Well, at AMCO, our certified techs are experts in diagnosing and fixing AC issues. Whether it's a refrigerant leak, a compressor failure, or just needs a simple recharge, we've got you covered. So here's what sets AMCO apart from the rest when it comes to AC repair. Not only do we have a free AC check, we have an online coupon for $25 off our comprehensive inspection of the entire AC system. Plus, with our transparent pricing and warranty options, you can trust that you're getting the best service for the best price. Now that's what I call a cool deal. So don't sweat it this summer. So Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AA, MCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
On July 3rd and 4th, enjoy fireworks spectacular shows at Chase Field presented by Bar S. Secure your tickets to celebrate Independence Weekend at dbacks.com.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
KTAR News now.
It's coming up on 4:30. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn.
Eyes on Education.
More than $6 billion in educational funding from the U.S. Department of Education was not released today, impacting schools and educational programs in Arizona and nationwide.
According to the Learning Policy Institute, Arizona would have received $118 million in funding for public schools and programs. Beth Lewis with Save Our Schools Arizona says this seems political.
And it says that the department is committed to ensuring taxpayer resources are spent according to the president's priorities. So that certainly indicates that funding for migrant education and before and after school programs might not be priorities.
Lewis says with school starting in 2 weeks for part of the valley, this funding is essential for schools to operate. Shira Tanzer, KTAR News.
The Arizona Department of Education says it will provide guidance for impacted districts and charters. An ongoing clash between Tempe and community organizations comes to a head. KTAR's Balin Overstolz is live in the Southeast Valley to tell us more.
Tonight, the Tempe City Council could vote on increased restrictions to public events. New changes would require a permit for most public gatherings on or near city property. Jay Allen of local nonprofit Cloud Covered Streets is concerned it will be used to stop events to help the homeless. In an Instagram story posted yesterday, he says Tempe shut down their weekend mobile shower event.
We will continue to hope for the best, but sad the city of Tempe decided to not allow us to bring our services and help all the folks here experiencing homelessness. So we'll keep trying to help.
And city documents show the change is recommended to increase public safety and promote responsible use of public spaces. Live in the News Center, Ballin Overstoles, KTAR News.
Traveling for the holiday? Well, more than 30 million Americans in the Northeast are under a severe weather threat as storms push through an area that covers Boston to the Mid-Atlantic. And of course, here in the West, the major weather issue is the extreme heat, all the way from Washington State to right here in Arizona. And it is on the move. ABC News meteorologist Melissa Griffin has more.
There's severe weather in the West as well, not storms, but extreme heat. Now, this heat is going to progress eastward as we head through the holiday week. By 4th of July, the heat reaches the Midwest, the high in Chicago, baking at 95 degrees on Friday for the holiday. But the good news is it's going to be hot. It's going to look dry as well. So a mix of sun and clouds for those outdoor activities if you have planned from the northern plains all the way to the Northeast. Much of the East Coast looking dry and nice and sunny for the West Coast as well.
And of course, here in the Valley, we're expecting a monsoon storm late tomorrow. We'll have more on that in just a minute. But right now, let's take a look at the roads. Here's Heather Larson live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. We just had a wreck on the I-17 southbound at Bell Road. Now, that's on the shoulder right now. Most of the Valley freeways are looking like they usually do, meaning they're slow in the normal places like where the 101 meets the 17. Also, the split, the stack, and the mini stack. A little slow there on the 51 north from McDowell up to Osborne. And we got a couple disabled vehicles on the right shoulder. This one in Scottsdale of the 101 loop northbound near 90th Street, and a disabled vehicle on the right shoulder on I-10 westbound near 16th Street. Traffic brought to you by Arizona Painting Company. Arizona Painting Company, the #1 painting company in Arizona. They do it all, residential and commercial, inside and out. For KTAR News, I'm Heather Larson.
92, our overnight low temperature. A little cooler tomorrow at 108, 104 on Thursday. And tomorrow, late in the afternoon, we have a pretty decent chance of seeing a monsoon rainstorm and thunderstorm. Right now in Levine, it's 111 degrees. Weather brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Aaron Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Hey, it's Jim Sharp. On the next Arizona's Morning News, LaDonna Harvey and I will tell you about a guy who billed taxpayers for more than $500 million for substance abuse treatment in Arizona, and no one got sober from it. Oof.
Hey, a reminder, in now it's less than an hour, 5:30 on the dot. Governor Hobbs will be joining us, and we've got some questions for her regarding like the impact of the big, beautiful bill and some other things that are pressing to the state of Arizona.
Yeah, how will the big, beautiful bill, how will it impact the state of Arizona? They got the budget done. I've got a really good question about. I'm not gonna hint anymore.
Okay,
let me run.
Well, she's listening, so you don't want to tip her off.
No, I don't. Yeah, that's for sure. I don't like anybody knowing my questions.
Exactly. Yeah. Coming in blind.
If you think you know the answers, I change the question.
There is that. There is that. So, listen, my flight Sunday was delayed over 2 hours.
All right.
And you know what? I don't know about other people, but I accept a certain measure of
incompetence.
Just giving myself over. When I get to the airport and they say, it's going to be delayed, I'm just like, okay. Let me focus on things I can worry about. Okay, so I go and sit down and watch my videos.
Like what kind of peanuts am I going to get in first class?
Exactly.
That's the stuff you're worried about.
Oh, we get the biscotti cookies.
All right. Biscotti cookies.
Oh, they're tremendous. Thank you, American. But all the airlines out there basically think you just need to lower your expectations. If you think you're going to take off on time, land on time, your bags are never going to get lost, and everything's going to go swimmingly, well, they've got what can only be described as bad news for you.
Isn't that amazing? It's about the only business that can tell you, we're going to treat you like crap. You're going to be uncomfortable. We may lose your clothing.
It happens.
But, you can't really do anything. Because if you've got to get from point A to point B and take a plane, we're going to charge you more than we need. It's the only business that can do that. We're going to treat you like total horse crap.
Yeah.
But you know what? You're still going to use us.
Year on year, complaints against airlines are up almost 10%. People are complaining more about airlines. Are they getting worse, or do we just have too high expectations?
I don't know, man. I mean, the delays that I keep hearing. I think I'm to the point where if I'm on a flight, I'm pretty sure I'm not getting in on time anymore. I think airlines have lost the plot on that. Maybe that's just me. Most of the flights that I take, or, my wife is a flight attendant.
Yeah.
She never gets in on time.
No.
And so, but all the airlines are like that.
There's tricks to this, by the way.
Okay, so how so?
If you're flying later in the day, more chance of delays and cancels because it's think of it like the domino effect. If things start going bad at noon, they're horrible by 9 o'clock.
Yeah, but I don't want to get up at 4 a.m. to get a 6 a.m. flight.
Then you can't complain.
I can complain.
Well, you can, but it won't do you any good. That's the thing. It doesn't do one thing.
It'll make me feel better.
Whining will do that.
My flight a couple weeks ago, we're on the plane.
Yeah.
And we're sitting there, and we're sitting there, and we're sitting there. And then the pilot comes on and says, we have a leak somewhere in the Fitzer valve or whatnot. We all need to get off the plane, and we're going to find another plane. But you know what? I look at it as, I appreciate the fact we're not flying on a plane that's leaking something.
I think
I get mad at it.
That would make me, it would upset me, but it would make me less upset. Like when you get out, when they pull out and you're sitting there for an hour and it's like, this is stupid. I don't get it. You should have just let me walk around the airport, grab some food.
Maybe a drink or two.
And then, get me on the plane and let's go.
Yeah.
But they just don't care. They don't care because they know they've got you. You have no choice.
Well, I think here's the problem. Yes, the answer to that is yes. But it's also because that's how we act. How many times have you said in your life, I am never flying that airline again after whatever happened? And then you go to book your airline the next time, and they're the cheaper one by 13 cents, and you go, I'll take them.
A lot.
So guess what? The airlines know. Well, you're just going to pick it based on money anyway, so what difference does it make? You're not going to pick it based on they treat you better.
Elon Musk wants a new political party. I'm 100% in on that.
Here.
For the airlines, one airline should come out, like a new airline.
Got it.
And say, listen, we're going to go and we're going to use the old Domino's pizza method.
What's that?
Remember, like if we're late, if it's 30 minutes, past 30 minutes, you get it for free.
It's free.
Yeah, we're going to give you a window of time.
30 minutes, faster, free.
Yeah, if we don't get you there within
but for
this
airlines.
Period of time, new airline,
you get a refund.
You get a whole refund. You know what would happen? They'd be on time.
Yeah. I will defend.
Except for weather.
Sometimes it's ATC, it's weather. I'm waiting for Captain Dan to text me going, it's not always him.
Don't forget, that was kind of how Southwest was back in the day. They had their cleaning schedule down to a T. They knew exactly.
They could turn them around
quick. That's right.
So here's the latest thing. And I saw a version of this. You know when the bing, the seatbelt light goes on. Maybe you're getting ready to land, right?
Mm-hmm.
Bing, please return your seat to its full upright position. Put your trays in there stowed and locked, and we'll be landing shortly, right? And people jump up and go to use the bathroom.
It's crazy.
Okay?
Yeah.
We've got United Airlines now, not to pick on them, sorry, not the only one, locking the bathroom doors when the seatbelt light goes on. We might be experiencing turbulence or whatever. Bing, they can lock the bathroom doors, so you're going to have to learn how to hold it.
All right, question.
Yes.
Sometimes they put the seatbelt light on, and it's not turbulent weather or anything like that. Just sometimes they keep it on.
They keep it on the whole time because
they're not locking the doors for that. It's only when there's turbulence or when you're going to
landing, stuff like that.
It's probably become
because people just ignore the seatbelt thing.
Yeah, and they'll take it out on the flight attendant.
Yeah.
And so, I'm for this. Good job, United. I might fly you.
I landed the other day, and I don't mean to throw the guy under the bus who's sitting next to me. He's a very nice gentleman. But we touched down. We're taxiing. He got up and ran to the bathroom. And they're
That's
like,
crazy.
sir. You know what I'm saying? I'm like,
Yeah.
dude, you can't get, we're on an
Plane's
active
rolling.
taxiway.
Yeah.
We're moving.
But if you are on high alert, and something behind you is ready to explode,
I'm on high alert.
You don't have a choice.
Well,
like this is a non-negotiable.
This is not negotiable.
I'm either going to do this here,
We're just
or
going to lock the bathroom
I'm going
door.
to do it back there.
Yeah, we're going to lock the bathroom doors.
But I'm just saying, like
you guys are going to figure this out. What?
That's the only time you should be able to do that.
What you have to do? You have to say that to them?
Yes, you
have to explain it.
I'm ready to explode. Well, you shouldn't say explode because you're on an airline.
Maybe you should plan ahead for those kind of moments.
We need a code word.
It's like kids. You're going on a trip. You stop and go to the bathroom every time you stop.
Did you go potty before you went on the plane?
Yes.
Yeah.
Did you go potty before you went on the plane? Yes or no?
But you know this. Sometimes it hits you out of nowhere.
Well.
I think it's the altitude.
If it hits you out of nowhere and it's like this is a non-negotiable.
Oh goodness!
I'm either going in this seat or I'm going to be sitting down somewhere else.
It's happening one way or the other.
All right,
it's happening.
Governor Katie Hobbs, 5:30.
Don't
talk
bring
to
this
the
up to her.
Governor's. I'll bring it up.
Oh, that's not appropriate.
Talk to the governor, 5:30 on the nose. All right, coming up next. So, why can't Americans sleep?
Ooh,
wait until you hear this story next.
Hey, I want to talk to you about Life Changer Loan and some of the amazing stories I hear from listeners who have reached out. They've gone to lifechangerloan.com and see if it works for them. How about Stephanie and Joel? Yeah, they've been listening, heard it on the radio. Thank you guys very much. And said, you know what? Let's investigate this. Now, they weren't sure it was for them. They've got a 30-year mortgage, and they got a 3% rate. That's pretty good, right? They've got great credit, but they still got 26 years of mortgage payments left. So they checked out Life Changer Loan. They met with my buddy Shane. Here's the results. I'm looking at it. It's got a little cheat sheet here. They will be paying off their mortgage, their HELOC, and both cars in 7 years. And they will save themselves just over $190,000 in interest paid to banks compared to their current loans. It's not just life-changing, it's game-changing. You could fundamentally change your economic situation with the last piece of financing you'll ever need for anything. It's called a Life Changer Loan. Find them online, lifechangerloan.com, lifechangerloan.com. And remember, it's not magic, it's just math.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
This 4th of July, celebrate family fun and the freedom to save with your Valley Chevy dealers. And it all starts with spectacular offers. Available right now at your Valley Chevy dealers July 4th event. Going on now, you'll have the freedom to choose from an extensive lineup that's ready for all the adventures ahead. No matter how you celebrate the 4th of July, it's always better in a Chevy. Don't miss out. Visit a Valley Chevy dealer near you during the Valley Chevy July 4th event. Going on now.
Is that knee, hip, or shoulder pain not getting any better? Are you stuck in a cycle of steroid shots? And now they're talking surgery? Look, before you go down that road, hit pause for a second. Check out QC Kinetics, leaders in regenerative medicine using treatments like advanced cellular therapy and platelet-rich plasma, all designed to actually help your body heal itself. No masking the pain. This goes to the root of the problem. Their cellular treatments contain growth factors and healing properties to maximize your own body's ability to heal itself. And this is critical. 92% of patients report satisfaction with their results. That's not just a number. It's peace of mind that you're exploring something that's truly working for people just like you. It doesn't cost anything for a second opinion. Learn more about something that could be life-changing. Call QC Kinetics now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
KTAR News Flash.
It is 4:45. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. Lawsuit number 20 has been filed against the Trump administration by Arizona Attorney General Chris Mays. This latest suit centers around a decision to allow the Department of Homeland Security, which includes Immigration and Customs Enforcement, to have access to individual personal health data collected through the Medicaid program. The suit claims the administration is creating fear and confusion, which will lead to non-citizens and families unenrolling from emergency Medicaid programs. They say that would leave states to pay for care. All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Looking at the roads for us now. Let's go to Heather Larson, who's live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. In Phoenix, we got a disabled vehicle blocking the HOV lane on the northbound 51. That's near 20th Street. And then some wrecks on the surface streets, 7th Street and Camelback, and also on Camelback, 32nd Street at Camelback. Just a couple slow intersections right now due to wrecks. Traffic is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
All right, Red Mountain Weight Loss. Red Mountain Weight Loss. I want you to get in the program. And you know what? Let's talk about low T. Yeah, I know a lot of guys don't want to talk about it. But here's the deal. For a limited time at Red Mountain, they'll waive your startup fee. You can gain some muscle, lose fat. You lose the dad bod. Low T, what is it? Okay, you kind of feel sluggish. You lose focus at times. This is what happens when you have low testosterone. Maybe a little trouble in the bedroom. Low testosterone. Men today have 20% less testosterone than their dads did. A solution? Super easy from Red Mountain. It is prescription strength testosterone. Okay? You increase your testosterone, you get more energy, you build more muscle mass, helps you sleep better. So save $200 for a limited time when you mention Gatos and you start your testosterone therapy with no startup fee. It's only at redmountainweightloss.com.
My perfect day has sand, salt water, and friends. But my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can take me out of the moment. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. With Skyrizi, most people saw 90% clearer skin, and many were even 100% plaque-free at 4 months. Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Clean energy and the big, beautiful bill. We'll talk to an expert on the Mike Broomhead Show tomorrow morning at 10 a.m.
Don't forget, we've got Governor Hobbs. He's going to be joining us 5:30 on the dot. And I do mean on the dot. We've timed it out, if you will. So you can join us for that. Coming
every 2 weeks. Talk to the governor.
Yeah. Do you struggle with sleeping? Are you a good sleeper, easy sleeper, light sleeper?
I'm good.
You're a good sleeper.
Yeah.
Like you just walk in, you lie down, and you just go to sleep?
Doesn't take me too long.
Really?
No.
What's that like?
It's pretty good.
That's amazing.
Pretty normal.
Is it?
Maybe
Is it?
Not.
It turns out that a heck of a lot of us, and I'm throwing us in that camp, struggle with sleep. That we don't sleep well. Americans just don't sleep well. And what's at the root of this? The problem I run into is, like many other things, we assume our experience is everybody's experience. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know what it's like to just put your head on the pillow and fall asleep.
You don't know.
I have absolutely no idea what that's like.
Yeah.
It takes hours of winding down, dark, cold, like everything. There has to be a certain conditions for me to be able to sleep, and then there's drugs on top of it.
Yeah, there is
prescription for those of you that are thinking.
There's a pretty big number percentage of Americans who really can't get to sleep. I was reading this story on the Atlantic, and it's this man telling how everything is going fine in his life, and just one night he just can't fall asleep, and it's weird.
Yeah.
You know, he turns 29, and he's been a normal sleeper, never thought about it, and one night he's like, gosh, I fell asleep at 5 a.m. I only had 2-3 hours of sleep. Well, that's kind of a weird thing. And then it's...
Yeah, must have been something I ate or something, right?
Or I had too much coffee, or I was, there's something going on in my life. You can't get it out of my head. And this goes on for months and months, and he's trying to figure out what is going on. I can't sleep. I'm in absolute agony. I'm getting two hours of sleep per night. And he, it's a really interesting story, because I didn't think
you get
that
desperate.
there were many people that suffered from this.
I know that I'm not alone.
All right.
And you get desperate when you can't sleep.
When did it start for you? When we started the show?
That made it worse.
Oh, that's what I
mean, it certainly didn't help.
I guess.
But it's been going on for quite some time.
A decade?
At least, more than that.
Okay. And you don't really drink coffee. You're not on caffeine.
I drink coffee in the morning.
Okay.
But so I tried all the things you're supposed to do, because I just couldn't sleep.
The melatonin thing?
I did melatonin.
Right.
No TV in the bedroom.
Right.
No caffeine and stimulants. Don't eat, all these things.
Don't watch your phone an hour before.
Right. The blue light. None of it made any difference. I could lie in bed in the pitch black and stare at the ceiling until 7 a.m. came around.
Yeah. You mentioned, so do you have to take a pill now to go to sleep?
I do. I finally got...
Every night?
Every single night. If I don't take the pill, I won't go to sleep.
Is it the Ambien?
Oh, God, no.
Okay, because this gentleman...
Did I ever tell you I took Ambien?
Well, let me tell you. This gentleman I'm talking about in the Atlantic that's he took the Ambien, and he would go out to his kitchen, and he's like, why are all the chairs on top of the granite? And he's I don't even remember this.
Okay. Hold on. You haven't heard my Ambien story?
No, he did weird stuff.
My doctor prescribed Ambien once. Said take a half of one. Start off. I took a half.
Okay.
I wake up in the middle of the night.
Okay.
I go out in the living room. All the lights are on in the house. I think someone's broken in. It's 3 a.m. I check every door, every window. Everything is locked. Why are all the lights on? I'm like, every light. I mean, every light. The spare bathroom, every light. Then I look in the sink, and somebody, this clever burglar who managed to get in without opening a door, has taken everything in the refrigerator and made a little bit of a pyramid in the sink of all the food and the jars and everything. After a couple hours, I realized apparently I was the guy that did that, had no recollection of it.
That's crazy.
It was weeks later, Katos, that I went into the guest bathroom. Nobody uses their guest bathroom. Guests use the guest bathroom. It's got soap in it you're not allowed to touch. It's got fancy towels, right?
No, I like my guest bathroom. That's my can.
Never go in there.
Anyway.
I opened up the toilet lid. And I had a teapot, like a decorative teapot. It was floating in the toilet.
You put it in the toilet.
It had been there for weeks because I didn't realize I was missing it. My doctor said, don't ever take Ambien again.
People have driven on that. They've gotten their cars.
I remembered absolutely nothing.
That's
so
crazy.
I have a different one now that helps me sleep. Please don't get me wrong.
When do you have to take it? I'm interested.
I take it around 9 o'clock. I'll fall asleep by about 11:30 by then if I do it. It may take an hour and a half, 2 hours to kick in. But then I can get 6-7 hours of sleep. Yeah. But without it, you guys make fun of me. I drive, I'll drive the race car, truck, and trailer.
You'll drive 3 days.
I'll drive across country. If I don't take the pill, I just keep driving.
Oh my
I'm not going to sleep. No chance.
How long have you stayed up before
3 days
wanting to go? What did it feel like after 3 days?
I barely remember it. You start to feel physically ill.
Oh, I bet.
Physically ill.
And then you went to sleep.
And you could not go to sleep.
No.
Did you finally pass out?
I think I took enough Benadryl that I fell asleep. And then I burned a hole in my stomach by taking too much Benadryl.
My gosh.
It's a long story.
Oh.
I know I'm not alone. Those
You're
of
a
you that
mess.
aren't getting
You're a
sleep. But
mess.
I'm slightly better now. Check if the headlines are on the way. Becky Lynn's going to do that for us. And then coming up next, he may be the best and worst Diamondbacks fan ever. We're going to tell you about the 10th man. It's coming up next. Outspoken on KTAR.
All right, the Lund Mortgage team is ready to take your phone call, and they've got some good news for you. All right, you want to buy a house. You've been waiting. Well, the market has shifted, and now it is a buyer's market. So here's what that means for you. Sellers are more likely to negotiate a much better deal for you. Somebody who wants to sell their house to you is going to give you a better price. Call the One Mortgage team. What they'll do for you is they'll first tell you how much house you can afford. Then they'll get you pre-approved for a mortgage. They do it efficiently. They did it for me and my wife many years ago. And they're going to get you into the home of your dreams. Now, mortgage rates, all right? They have fallen to a 7-week low this week. So it gives you, the home buyer, some reprieve from borrowing costs. It is time to call the Lund Mortgage team. This is the timing that you've been waiting for. 623-875-9940. You can just tell them Gato sent you, but go to lundmortgage.com.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver Card, so let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver Card is at table 27, and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver Card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
An illegal alien from Guatemala charged with raping a child in Massachusetts. An MS-13 gang member from El Salvador accused of murdering a Texas man. A Venezuelan charged with filming and selling child pornography in Michigan. These are just some of the heinous migrant criminals caught because of President Donald J. Trump's leadership. I'm Kristi Noem, the United States Secretary of Homeland Security. Under President Trump, attempted illegal border crossings are at the lowest levels ever recorded, and over 100,000 illegal aliens have been arrested. If you are here illegally, you're next. You will be fined nearly $1,000 a day, imprisoned, and deported. You will never return. But if you register using our CBP Home app and leave now, you could be allowed to return legally. Do what's right. Leave now. Under President Trump, America's laws, border, and families will be protected.
Sponsored by the United States Department of Homeland Security.
Hi, I'm Sherry Harris, owner of LifeSource Water. Arizona's desert water is some of the harshest in the country. It's tough on your skin, your hair, and your home. Some people turn to old-fashioned softeners, but there's a better way. With LifeSource, you get clean, conditioned, and healthy water from every tap without salt. It's our summer sale. Save up to $1,000 when we pay your sales tax. Hurry, offer ends July 4th. Call our factory at 1-800-WATER-99 or visit lifesourcewater.com.
Warranty limitations apply. Indoors, air-conditioned, and free parking. The Maricopa County Home and Landscape Show is back at State Farm Stadium July 11th through 13th. Shop, compare, and save big on pools, landscaping, flooring, countertops, artificial turf, kitchen and bath remodeling, painting, decor, and so much more. From total remodels to ideas, inspiration, and education. The Home Show has it all. Don't drive all over town. Find everything you need all under one roof. July 11th through 13th at State Farm Stadium with free parking.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix.
Every student deserves choices in their education. This fall, choose the way you learn. Choose flexibility and personalized support. Choose a cutting-edge, award-winning curriculum. Choose Primavera Online, and you'll be choosing a school that's nearly 25 years strong and can give you a high-quality online education. We're tuition-free, accredited, and now enrolling grades K to 12. Enroll at ChoosePrimavera.com. That's ChoosePrimavera.com.
Hit by a drunk driver who chose to get behind the wheel? Hit by a reckless driver who didn't care about the safety of others? It starts an endless road of pain, uncertainty, and financial hardship. If you've been hit, it's time to hit back.
Call Berg Simpson for free now at 602-777-7000. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers changing lives. It's not just a slogan, it's who we are.
KTAR News now.
Good afternoon. It's 5 o'clock. I'm Becky Lynn.
Eyes on Education.
$118 million in funding from the U.S. Department of Education was scheduled to be released today, July 1st, but instead was withheld from the state. Beth Lewis with Save Our Schools Arizona says this impacts working parents.
This would also impact before and after school programs. In Arizona, it's called the 21st Century Grant. The vast majority of our schools rely on those dollars for those programs.
The funding would also have gone to student success programs, migrant education, and more. The Arizona Department of Education says it will provide guidance for impacted districts and charters. Arizona Governor Katie Hobbs touts the more than $17 billion bipartisan budget with a ceremonial signing. KTAR's Heidi Hummel is live now in the News Center to tell us more about what's in it.
The budget passed last week invests in public safety, infrastructure, education, and water. Governor Hobbs explains access to child care is one of the biggest barriers to reentering the workforce, with many families priced out or unable to get off the wait list.
After many conversations with business owners, both large and small, childcare operators across the state, and working parents, I'm proud we are able to secure the largest investment in childcare the state has made since the Great Recession.
Hobbs adds funding from the budget also creates the first ever Arizona Community College Scholarship Program. Reporting live in the News Center, Heidi Hummel, KTAR News.
And you'll be able to hear more from the governor when she joins Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos at 5:30 this afternoon. It won't pass the House as it is. That's the word from Arizona Republican Congressman Andy Biggs telling the Mike Broomhead Show there's plenty not to like about the U.S. Senate's now passed big, beautiful budget bill.
The deficit increases to the tune of about $600 billion. You've got Planned Parenthood. They don't get money for 1 year, but they get money for the 9 years after that.
And across the aisle, Democratic U.S. Senator Mark Kelly accuses Senate Republicans of passing the biggest tax break for billionaires on the backs of hardworking Americans. New today, President Trump says Israel has agreed on terms for a 60-day ceasefire in Gaza and warned Hamas to accept the deal before conditions worsen. The president made the announcement on Truth Social today as he prepares to host Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu for talks at the White House on Monday. Tonight, Tempe City Council is scheduled to vote on the increased restrictions to public events. New changes would require a permit for most public gatherings on city property. Jay Allen with local nonprofit Cloud Covered Streets is concerned it will be used to stop events to help the homeless. City documents show the change is recommended for several reasons, including to increase public safety. Parts of the valley may see a break from dusty conditions tomorrow. National Weather Service meteorologist Chris Kuhlman says there's a chance of storms and rain on the way.
Overall, 20-30% of the area will see up to a tenth of an inch, and then a very small part of the area, if you're lucky enough to get underneath one of the thunderstorms, you may see a half an inch to an inch.
Don't worry about Independence Day plans, though. The storm activity is expected to clear out before Friday. Also, there's a brush fire burning in the Northwest Valley, which has led to a set evacuation order. We're told the Monarch Fire, being pushed by winds, has burned some 100 acres so far. This order covers the area from Rio Vista Hills to Saguaro Blossom Lane and includes Wickenburg and Ala. Let's check traffic right now and get you home this afternoon or wherever you're headed. Here's Heather Larson in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. It turns out the disabled vehicle on the 51 northbound that is causing quite a backup there, that turns out to be a city bus. So that bus is still there in the HOV lane. They've gotten the passengers off, got them on a new bus, back on the road, but that bus is still in the HOV lane. And again, that's at 51 northbound at Thomas. So what you could do is get over to the left and just know that if you don't take the detour, you're going to spend some time sitting in traffic this afternoon on the 51 northbound. Traffic is brought to you by Vitalant, Arizona's blood provider. Save lives and donate blood on Sunday, July 6th at the Tempe Center for the Arts. Schedule your appointment at vitalant.org/SaveAZ. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
Our low overnight, 92 degrees. Tomorrow, that 30% chance of a monsoon thunderstorm late in the day and a high of 108, 104 on Thursday. It's 109 in Paradise Valley right now. Extreme heat warning still until 8 tonight. Weather brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Aaron Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Outspoken. Enough of the
the excuses. I'm tired of it.
Speaking up for Arizona.
For the last time, I'm a hard no.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
It's Arizona's #1 talk show. Welcome to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos, hour number 2.
Yes! Many people call hour number 2 the best of the hours.
25 minutes away, Arizona Governor Katie Hobbs will join us in studio as she does every 2 weeks. It's an exclusive interview. This is something that KTAR has done for decades. Talk to the governor. We've had Republicans, Democrats in, and we talk to the governor. So Hobbs, 5:30 sharp. We've got some questions about the big, beautiful bill and how it's going to affect Arizona, amongst many issues.
Coming up soon.
5:30.
Did you catch the brouhaha at the D-backs game the other night?
This is pretty good stuff. I like the drama. If you're gonna be like a subpar, and I went to the game on Sunday and that was a mess.
It was a mess.
Yeah, and I'm rooting for him. You know me, but this was good drama.
So there's a Diamondbacks fan who against the game against the Giants. I want to be fair. He caught what appeared to be a home run ball.
Yeah, he's like in the front row out in left
he's
field.
right there. Right. He's the first guy on the wall.
By the way, one of the better defensive players the Diamondbacks have.
There's a solid argument to be made he hasn't dropped nearly as many balls.
It's awful.
But it was ruled fan interference. And it's not even the first time this guy has apparently been involved. This is like the fourth time this specific fan, has been involved in some form of fan interference with a ball.
Yeah.
So there's a lot going on for me. Here's number one.
Okay. So he's being accused of leaning over the field.
Yeah, he's got his glove.
He goes out there, mind you.
Yeah.
To catch home runs. That's
Without
what he wants to do. He has said that. Go ahead.
Yeah. And this one was pretty close.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to say this. He didn't knock the Diamondbacks player's glove out of the way.
Okay.
Have you seen those types of interference? Like where the fan and the player are fighting over the ball?
Remember that happened at Yankee Stadium?
Remember that? Yeah.
I love that fan because he fought the other person.
Yeah.
He got banned. Anyway.
They did not make contact. From the video I saw, the D-backs outfielder was never going to get to that ball. The umpire said it wasn't fan interference.
Okay.
The guy still gets run, and now the D-backs have banned him for the rest of the season. He's a season ticket holder. Yeah. He goes to every game.
Wow. All right, so
I think this is unfair.
Okay, let me tally this up.
Okay.
If you're keeping score at home, and I know you are.
Congratulations if you are.
So over the last couple of weeks, we've had a couple of people get banned. We've had two fans get banned from stadiums. Let's go back to Ketel Marte, Diamondback second baseman in Chicago, playing the White Sox, and a fan says something about his mom. We know that his mom died.
Mm-hmm.
And everybody went crazy on this fan.
Right. Like, thinking he's
the worst.
Disparaging and disrespecting his deceased mother.
Right. Worst human being in the world. Oh, my gosh, he's a 22-year-old. And he got banned from every single stadium in baseball. But what did he say? And we talked about this the other day. Ketel Marte said what this fan said. Here's the quote. This guy got banned for this. You ready?
I'm ready. I'm sitting down.
This is what he screamed at Ketel Marte.
This is what started the brouhaha with Martel.
I texted with your mom last night.
Do you think he knew that?
Here's the thing.
Martel's mother.
It's a very mean thing to do if you know that his mother is dead.
I would agree.
Okay? But it's the dumbest taunt you could ever say if you didn't know.
Yeah, like, it's like we said, I was at your mom's house last night. You know.
I guarantee you that guy didn't know.
I don't think he was making
I don't think
he was making a reference to his deceased mother.
No.
He was making a yo mama joke, basically.
Totally. And it's a lame one. Hey, I was texting with your mom
no
last
argument.
night. I don't think he knew Ketel Marte's mom was dead.
Would it change your mind about this guy who got run from the D-backs game.
And then this guy, all he's doing is catching a fly ball that's hit at him in the stands. He catches the ball. They should sign him, not ban him.
He's been ejected 3 times. He's been ejected 3 times for interfering. He says he's had the review about 9 times.
Mm-hmm.
He's been involved in more plays than almost any other Diamondbacks player. Again, I don't think he was out of line the other night because the fan didn't interfere with the player.
All right, what's this guy's name? Dave?
I saw his last name, McCaskill.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right. So he was on with our buddies Bickley and Murata, Arizona Sports.
They're right next door.
I love those two.
Well, again, I'm not one of those guys that knock kids over. People make fun of me. Hey, you're one of those guys that, Zach Campbell's kind of got a bad rap for doing that.
Yeah, don't knock a kid over to get a ball.
No,
I've only done it once, and I felt bad.
I don't. I'm always careful. If you look at it, that's why I think I was actually about 3 or 4 seats back. I think it was a little bit late because I stood up and I noticed they weren't moving. So that's when I went for it. I am aggressive, but I'm
tracking it.
Controlled aggressive.
Controlled aggression.
Controlled aggression. I like it.
He literally ought to be their center fielder.
Well, again, he's got to protect himself. You don't want to get hit with a ball.
So did he deserve to get kicked out for the rest of the season for not interfering with the player? I mean, literally. The umpires ruled it wasn't interference?
Oh, yeah. What was the call? I lost that whole thing.
Originally, I thought it was a home run. They changed it to a ground rule double.
So he did interfere.
He picked the ball. He got the ball right above the wall.
So that's interference.
The umpires ruled it was not interference. You have to interfere with the player.
No, you can You can lean over and put your glove in the playing area and catch it.
His glove was not over the wall.
All right,
it was on top of the wall.
Oh, that's close.
Do you see what I'm saying?
That's close, though.
He did not reach. Oh, I'm looking at the video.
Yeah.
He did not reach over into the field of play.
Yeah, but
if his hand, how about this? If his glove wasn't there, the ball would have either hit the top of the wall or just past the top of the wall.
Yeah.
Does he sit in the front row?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Here's the thing then.
Yeah.
You move him to the second or third row.
There you go, Becky Lynn.
Keeps his season tickets. You no
He's
longer
gonna
can sit in the front row.
some little kid to go get the ball. You just know it.
So,
Controlled aggression.
Here's the thing, though, Becky Lynn. He doesn't want the third row. He wants to sit in the first row. This is something he enjoys doing. He wants to catch home run balls.
Of course. Well, you know what? When one clears the wall, he can catch it.
Well,
so you're supposed to let it hit like right in front of you?
No, you catch the ball.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
once
again,
it flies over the wall,
but
it's his.
Listen,
He
have you literally ever caught a ball? I caught a ball once at a Dodger game.
I caught a ball in
Angels
in the 80s at Yankee Stadium.
Did you really?
You did?
Yeah. Ron Guidry was throwing to Tom Paciorek of
you're
the
old.
Chicago White Sox.
Stop.
1984, by the way. Now I just remembered. And the ball went in the air. My dad and I and brother on the first base side.
You're like, I got it.
The ball hits and starts bouncing, and it goes into this guy's seat. But the guy is so high because he's smoking a joint that my dad grabbed the ball that was right near the guy's buttocks, and that's how he got the ball.
So you didn't catch the ball.
Well,
your dad picked it up.
He gave it to me, and I'm the one that held it up. So in the story, I caught the ball.
Okay.
I had a Ferris Bueller moment.
Oh, good.
I ditched work to go to an Angels game in L.A. And there was a foul ball hit, third base side. Mm-hmm. I caught it on the bounce. It hit like a seat in front of me up, and I caught it on the bounce.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
You know, put your hands up, right? Like you scored a touchdown, right? All right, cool. Got the ball, right?
Yeah.
I did give it to a little maggot kid over there. I can care less about a ball, right?
That's a lie.
Gave it to some kid.
No, you didn't.
I go to work the next day. My boss says, "How was the game?"
Oh.
And I go, "What are you talking about?" He goes, "I'm watching the game on TV, and I see you catch a freaking fly ball at 2 p.m. when you're supposed to be in the office."
And did you get fired?
I did not get fired.
Okay. Did you admit to it?
I said, oh, it was me.
Oh, yeah.
There was no argument there.
I don't think he could lie his
What do you
way
call
out of
that?
that
Like
one.
a doppelganger? That wasn't me.
Wasn't me? You should always deny, right? Wasn't me.
All right, bottom line. Guy at the Diamondbacks, should he gotten banned
No.
from the Diamondbacks?
He did not interfere.
Here's the thing, though.
I'm ready.
He has interfered over and over
He
and over
has
again.
before. He deserved to get run before a couple times.
He's not going to the game for the right reasons.
He's going to.
He's going to catch. He's going to catch home run balls, and it doesn't matter who's in front of him.
Doesn't care.
Who's near him.
No.
If it's near the wall, if the center fielder or the left fielder goes anywhere near it, I'm going to catch it anyway.
It's not easy to catch those, especially if you're there trying to judge where it is.
I'm an infielder, so
I'm an infielder. I know nothing about
I can't
this.
catch the. I can't catch the pop-ups. I have a little trouble seeing them in this day and age. Hey, Governor, don't laugh at that. You can hit a rocket at me on the ground, and I'll grab that.
You're a
sucker.
Hoover down there.
I don't know if I'll make the throw. Governor Katie Hobbs, talk to the governor at 5:30. Make sure you're here for that. Up next, why you should let your kid rot.
Ooh.
All summer long next.
Hey, Trajan Wealth wants you to know, if you are anxious about talking about your finances, if you don't think you've saved enough, if you're worried about retirement, your ability to retire, when can you can retire, what retirement will look like, Trajan Wealth wants you to know you're not alone. They meet with people every single day who finally get up enough courage to give them a call and start the process. Every day you wait is a day you're behind, all right? You could call Trajan Wealth right now, 480-990-3300. You can speak to one of their fiduciary advisors. It's complimentary. There's no obligation. You can go through some of your concerns. You can ask your questions. They're going to ask you some probing questions as well. And then you know what? Come up with a plan, something you're comfortable with, something to help you sleep a little better at night. But don't let your fear of talking about money stop you from doing the right thing. It's 480-990-3300. 480-990-3300. Online, you'll find them at TrajanWealth.com. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor, paid advertisement.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 5:17. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. Arizona Governor Katie Hobbs takes a victory lap to celebrate the signing of a more than $17 billion budget for next year. She says it includes funding to help veterans who are experiencing homelessness.
And that's why I'm proud that this budget includes funding to launch my Homes for Heroes initiative to end veteran homelessness by 2030.
It also invests in the first ever Arizona Community College Scholarship Program and includes money for an Ag to Urban program that aims to conserve nearly 10 million acre-feet of water and develop tens of thousands of new homes. You can hear more from the governor when she joins Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos coming up in just 15 minutes. So listen in right here at 92.3 FM, or you can watch and listen on the KTAR YouTube page. All of our top stories just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. With a look at the roads this afternoon now, let's go to Heather Larson in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. There's one place you don't want to be in the valley right now, and that is the 51 northbound. A city bus broke down about a half an hour ago in the HOV lane of the northbound 51 at Thomas. So that's backing up all the way now past the mini stack, all the way down to Van Buren. Again, that's in the HOV lane, so getting over to the right will make life slightly easy for you, but this is going to be there for a little bit longer because, again, it's a city bus. So you might want to detour away from the 51 northbound. Don't even go towards the stack, or the mini stack, I should say, rather. That's a place to get around and not go through right now. More traffic coming to you in about half an hour. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
Thanks, Heather. And you can celebrate 4th of July along with our beloved D-backs. We're giving away tickets to see them take on the Kansas City Royals. All right? How do you win tickets? Simple. Text the word baseball to 620-620. That's baseball to 620-620. We're going to get you hooked up with a pair of tickets. Go see the D-backs on 4th of July.
I saw the president, Derek Hall, the other day.
Yeah? How's he doing?
He thanked me for my support on the Diamondbacks
I bet
bill.
he did.
And I said, my partner can't be, he wasn't a supporter.
Not a big fan.
I know.
Okay.
Yes, I know.
Yeah.
I can't wait to see Governor Hobbs today at 5:30.
Not a fan of the bill.
Going to thank her for signing that Diamondbacks
besmirch her.
bill. I know.
I may not besmirch her, but
It was wonderful, and it's terrible you were against it, but
you know, it's the
kind of guy you are.
I'm consistent in that sense. Summer is upon us. Kids are out of school.
Not for long, by the way. You know, they're going back soon. This really is crazy. In Arizona, they're going back very, very soon.
I never quite understood how this worked. Because I always lived, tell me, and maybe this is an East Coast thing.
September.
I lived in the world when you got out of school on Memorial Day and you went back to school after Labor Day.
Mm-hmm.
That was what summer vacation was.
Yeah.
Now I'm like, oh, kids are going back to school in July. What do you mean going back to school in July? When they get out, February, right? Like, why are we going back to school in July? But
anyway,
it is summer vacay for a lot of kids out there.
Yeah, I got a couple weeks.
And there's an argument out there that as opposed to mommy and daddy being frazzled, running around, trying to entertain these little kids, trying to make sure there isn't a moment of downtime for them over summer, maybe you should just let them rot.
Let them rot.
Let them rot.
That's what it's called, kid rotting.
Kid rotting.
Tongue-in-cheek term for what used to just be summer, when we would lounge around, we would daydream, we would do a whole lot of nothing. I remember my brother and I, because we would torment our sister and she would go running.
Well, you should.
Right. She was the youngest. But my brother and I mean, I would drag him out to bike ride miles. We'd go and play wiffle ball for hours. He hated it. I made him do it, or I punch him in the stomach. Again, that's what an older brother does.
There's a lot of love in this.
You'd go out and play hide and seek with the neighborhood kids, and it was late at night and all that kind of stuff. And so you kind of made your own schedule. You kind of played and just did your own thing.
Well, I thought the rule was you had to have breakfast. I had to have my Golden Grahams or my Super Sugar Crisp in the morning. And then I could leave.
Yeah, you do what you want.
And I just had to be back by dinner.
Right.
And what happened in the middle, I can tell you right now, not only my mom didn't know and my dad didn't care. Those were the two options.
Yeah. So like rotting, you let your kids figure out what they're going to do. I mean, I don't know. Certainly we've got, different parenting over the many years, the bubble wrap parents now we've got gentle parenting. We've got all this other stuff. And I don't know if they allow their kids, there's a lot of play dates that are set. Oh, let's have a play date. I'm more for, you know what? Go and create something.
You'll figure it out.
Yeah. Go and create something.
Did you guys go home for lunch in the summer?
No, I don't think so.
We
would just go to whoever's closest house and we'd steal snacks.
Was your mom or anybody's mom at home during this time?
My mom was.
My mom. Okay. I wonder if that's not the difference, though.
That's a good point.
There's no moms at home?
Well, there's nobody at home. And so consequently,
Mom
you
and
don't.
Dad are working.
So you don't feel good about or you can't just leave them there.
Yeah, that's a good point.
And so they have to go
I was just
somewhere.
going to have a couple goldfish and Kool-Aid anyway, so I was just...
And I think in Arizona, with the weather, that all changes because, you really can't, unless you're at the pool, unless you have a pool at home.
Let's go to the mall. Drop us off at the mall.
You could do that here, but again...
Malls aren't what they used to be either.
No, kids today don't understand.
So it's rotting. They'll just let your kid rot.
Let them
figure it out.
They'll figure it out.
Encourage critical thinking, curiosity.
They'll get creative, right? They'll learn how to be creative. Hey, coming up next, Governor Hobbs joining us in studio for her regular chat. Talk with the governor. Governor Hobbs joins us next right here on Outspoken on KTAR.
Did you know that KTAR News has a YouTube channel? We do. Of course, you can listen to 92.3 FM, the KTAR News app, and KTAR.com. But on our YouTube channel, you can also watch Arizona's Morning News, Mike Broomhead, Chris and Joe, and Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. Search up KTAR News on YouTube and subscribe.
All right, when you get home, look out your window. Because I guarantee you probably have old windows that are draining your energy bill. They're dragging down your curb appeal. There's something that you need to do, and you need to purchase new windows. But you can't just purchase them from anybody. You've got to go with the pros. You've got to go with a company that's been around for, goodness gracious, 39 years. Go with Advanced Window Products. They help Arizona homeowners transform the look and feel of their home inside and out. And as I said, they've been doing it for almost 40 years. Make your home look brand new. And you know what? Let me save you some money. I've talked to my friends at Advanced Window Products. Here's the Gato Summer Special, limited time only. Buy 10 windows or more, get $2,500 off. Buy 10 windows or more and get $2,500 off. What are you looking for? Sleek and modern or timeless, elegant windows? They have it all. Premier Windows, add that wow factor that turns heads. It boosts your home value. Advanced Window Products. 480-764-2002. Check them out online, advancedwindows.com.
I met my wife in law school at the University of Florida. She was from upstate New York and I was from Kentucky. We met at a daily mass at St. Augustine's. She was the most beautiful girl I'd ever seen in my life. After communion, I followed her out of the church and got her phone number. The rest is history. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Little did we know that one day we would have 4 children and the largest injury firm in the world. All 4 work in the business. It's a family business. Did I ever see this coming? Hell no. We just worked very hard and treated our clients like we would want to be treated, like family. It's a full-service injury firm, auto accidents, medical malpractice, workers' compensation, Social Security, and insurance disputes. We're open 24/7, 365 days a year. Visit forthepeople.com and we can get to work on your case. No recovery, no fee. Morgan & Morgan, for the people. Injured? Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
We just want to have enough money for retirement.
And travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other, so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals, and needs, allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So how do your management fees work?
We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio, so we do better when you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio.
What other services do you offer?
As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow, it sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Homeowners, when you realize you must have a plumber and AC tech, what is your number one concern? Hi, I'm Wayne Decker, owner of PlumSmart Plumbing, Heating, and Air. Around 85% of all complaints are, you guessed it, cost. Our number one concern is what we charge. We average 30 to 50% lower costs than our competition. 3,000 5-star reviews and a 4.9 Google rating, plus 5 straight years voted best plumber. Discover PlumSmart and expect excellence at about half the price. It's just plumsmart.com.
This is Dr. Patrick Maloney with Phoenix Secret for Weight Loss. Did you know, according to research, a majority of people gain their weight back after stopping those expensive weight loss shots? Don't become another statistic. Our doctor-developed program doesn't just help you lose weight, it helps you keep it off for good. We've helped thousands of people with our exclusive 3-step protocol lose up to 10 to 15% of their body weight in just 8 weeks and maintain the results long term. No more yo-yo dieting or weight regain. Visit PhoenixSecretForWeightLoss.com now to schedule your free consultation.
I'm so glad I did. I'm Jamie West, and I'm maintaining my nearly 50-pound weight loss thanks to Dr. Maloney and Phoenix Secret for Weight Loss. The program is simple and it works quickly without shots. And because it restores your metabolism, you can keep the weight off like I have. Schedule your free consultation right now. Call 602-832-7440. 602-832-7440 or go to PhoenixSecretForWeightLoss.com. PhoenixSecretForWeightLoss.com. Results may vary.
The monsoon could get going at any time. The monsoon can generate super-powered thunderstorms with high winds, lightning, damaging hail, flooded roads, and other dangerous conditions.
We can squeeze out quite a bit of rain because we have almost essentially a tropical atmosphere.
Stay alert and stay informed by Arizona's largest radio news team, covering the monsoon all across the valley. KTAR News Storm Central on 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
Get hurt in the game? We tough it out. Feel exhausted? We push on. Feeling down? We pull ourselves up by the bootstraps. But there are times when bootstraps aren't enough. When stress gets to us and we need to talk to someone about what we're really going through. So we're going to reach out because sometimes mental health is not a one-person job. Visit loveyourmindtoday.org. That's loveyourmindtoday.org.
Brought to you by the Huntsman Mental Health Institute and the Ad Council.
Remember, always be generous with the nutmeg. Just eyeball it.
Okay.
Mom's wisdom has served you well, but now it may be your turn to guide her.
Hey, I'm worried about Mom. She keeps forgetting her famous sweet potato pie recipe.
Some things come with age, sis.
And some don't.
Knowing the early signs of Alzheimer's in a loved one will help you make the best decisions for your family. Visit 10signs.org to learn the signs. Brought to you by the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. Talk to the governor now.
And we are joined by Arizona Governor Katie Hobbs live in studio as part of a regular series where we have a chance to talk to the Chief Executive of the state of Arizona.
Hey, Governor, how are you today?
I'm great. How are you?
All right, so let's get to it. The budget got passed. I thought the whole state was going to get shut down for a second. $17.6 billion. It took a while. All right, so who's the biggest pill you've got to deal with down there? Well, let's name some names, because I think a lot of people want to know this kind of thing. Why did it take? Who'd you have to deal? Who's the pill?
Well, let me say this. Shame on the House Republicans who really tried to derail this whole process. We had been working, negotiating in good faith for weeks, if not months, with 3 of the 4 caucuses at the legislature. We were reaching agreement, finding compromise, hammering out a budget that met the needs of Arizonans, and the House Republicans decided to go rogue and derail the whole process. And Arizonans shouldn't have had to sit in this uncertainty. Is the government going to shut down? What does that mean for me? And so it's squarely on their shoulders. But we got it done, and I'm very proud of what we did.
So Warren Peterson acted like an adult. You acted like an adult,
yes,
right?
Yeah.
You guys were... So who's the pill? Give me a name. Who's the guy? Who's the gal?
The budget negotiator in the House was largely Representative Livingston, who's the House Appropriations Chair, enabled by Speaker Montenegro.
Okay. So didn't Livingston... didn't he give you 2 budgets and you vetoed both? Right?
Right. They weren't compromised budgets. When you have different priorities in the different chambers and the executive, you have to work out what you can all agree to and what I will sign. And they didn't even try to put forward a budget that I was willing to sign.
So
they put forward a budget that cut health care for Arizonans, that didn't address our most pressing needs.
So when Livingston gave you the 2 budgets that you knew you weren't going to sign, do you read them, or do you just take your red pen and be like, no, I'm not even looking at this thing? Did you actually read the 2, or did you say, big veto?
Well, we knew what was in them before they got to me. And and as soon as they were introduced and we saw them, we said, these aren't serious. I'm not signing them.
Is this part? Can I ask? Is this part of the show? I hear about like messaging bills and things like that both parties do. They have no chance of ever getting becoming law or becoming policy, but they do it so they can go, we fought the good fight. I mean, is that just what this is about?
I don't. You'll have to ask the House Republicans what their goal was here. But at the end of the day, I think they were the ones that looked like they weren't serious about governing our state. And I worked with the Democrats in both chambers and the Senate Republicans to come to an agreement on something that that we could all agree on.
So the Senate Republicans were cool. You worked with them. Livingston, pill. Jake Hoffman, pill, correct?
Oh, definitely, yes.
Pills. Oh, definitely in the second, the Jake Hoffman pill?
Yes.
Do you know what's wrong with him? Is this a guy like you wouldn't invite over to a 4th of July barbecue?
He's not coming over for barbecue.
I'm not sure if we have enough time. Clearly, he has.
Oh, goodness.
Clearly, he has a partisan political agenda, and he's using his position in the Senate to terrorize all of Arizonans with it. I think Arizonans deserve better.
All right, so no barbecue.
No.
Not coming up for the barbecue. Governor, it looks like, although who knows what could happen, that the big, beautiful bill might become law.
Yeah.
What is the way it sits now, and I realize there could be some changes to it, what are the impacts on Arizona that you're concerned about?
I am concerned about this bill at so many levels. And we've talked about this before. The version that came out of the House, or out of the Senate, this morning, is much worse than the House version. The House version was very bad. What we know is that it will cut health care for hundreds of thousands of Arizonans, but
When you say that, what does that mean?
Arizonans who rely on Medicaid to get their health care.
Mm-hmm.
But that it doesn't only harm those Arizonans. There are many hospitals and health centers across the state and rural Arizona in particular that will go under if they don't have those Medicaid dollars paying for care that they're giving. So that means everyone who relies on those healthcare centers and hospitals is going to have their access to care compromised. That could be the difference in life or death for hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of Arizonans. That's number one. Number two is the cuts to SNAP benefits, basic nutrition assistance that families rely on during hard times to put food on the table. Those are at risk here. A lot of investments in energy, and I know that folks want to talk about we don't want investments in clean energy because that's woke or whatever. Here's what it means in Arizona. It is investing in our energy grid, making sure that our energy is more reliable for Arizonans and that their costs are down and that we're meeting the needs of our growing economy that's demanding more and more electricity. Those investments will go away. There's so many harmful impacts of this bill. And now you have Andy Biggs in Congress, who they are going to have a chance to vote on it again, who's mad that it doesn't cut enough. He wants to hurt Arizonans more with this bill, and he is running for governor.
Arizona Governor Katie Hobbs is joining us every 2 weeks in studio, talk to the governor. The one thing about the big, beautiful bill, and I've said this, I think if people, voters, if you don't like Trump, you don't like this bill. If you like Trump, you like this bill, but no one's read it, and nobody knows what's in it.
Yeah,
it's 900 and some pages.
Right. So the one thing that I know is in this bill, the big beautiful bill, it's going to give additional funds to border security. We like that, right, Governor?
Yes, we love that. We love that. It's great.
Full stop. Okay.
Okay. Is there anything else you like in the bill other than the border security? Is there anything, or is it all bad?
Well, border security is important, and I've fought for that since I came to office. I'm glad to see the increased investments that we're getting in that regard. But the other cuts that I just talked about, the devastating impact that will have on hundreds of thousands of Arizonans, that is so that they can extend a tax cut for millionaires and billionaires. They're taking people's health care away so that billionaires can have more tax cuts.
So is it 360,000 Arizonans that could lose their Medicaid coverage from the proposal? That's what I read, and it was released by an independent health policy, and I don't know what it was from, but it didn't seem like it was Republican or Democrat. It was just here's the policy.
It's around that number. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
So, I mean, as an executive of a state, though, can you acknowledge that on some level, some of our, I'll use the term social safety net, is unsustainable in some ways, is too expensive in some ways. And it seems like any attempt to make reform is met with "you're killing grandma." Is there any way that there's a middle ground in there somewhere? Is there reforms that need to be made in, for example, Medicaid?
We should absolutely be looking at ways to reduce waste, fraud, and abuse in all of these programs that rely on taxpayer dollars. And that's something that I've worked to do, not just as governor, but throughout my time in elected office. That is a laudable goal. And we've done a lot of that in Arizona. But the bottom line is the cost of not having that safety net is much more. You should look at the safety net as sort of prevention. It's there to help people when they need a helping hand. It's not meant to be permanent. Food stamps are not meant to be something that people have all the time. It's to get them through a hard time and to help get them back on their feet. We're doing things in the state like investing in workforce development that help people have access to higher paying jobs, quality jobs. And so they're not as reliant on that social safety net. But the cost of not having that there is much greater than what we're paying for it now.
Arizona Governor Katie Hobbs in studio with us, outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. So Maricopa County Recorder Justin Heap had a big mistake in the office, mistakenly sent letters to 83,000 voters incorrectly stating they would be removed from active voter rolls. Okay, you've dealt with, voter security of the vote and all that. He blamed a vendor for the error. Is this just a simple error, or is Justin Heap incompetent?
Look, I don't know all the details of what went on with that mailing, who did what when, but I will say at a time when people question the integrity of our elections, it is incumbent on us as elected officials to do everything we can to uphold that. And that means making extra sure that we are not making this kind of mistake. And I'm hopeful that they learned something from this and it won't happen again.
Governor Hobbs, I know that we learned just today that there had been a change in federal funds to education in the state of Arizona. Can you help me understand that a little bit? That 10% of education funding dried up overnight?
I wish I could help you understand it a little bit, but I don't understand it. And I think that that's the situation we're in with a lot of the decisions that are coming out of Washington. These politicians are making decisions that don't really make a lot of sense. This is congressionally appropriated dollars that was already committed, that schools are relying on, and making this kind of decision to pause the funding or withdraw the funding creates all kinds of uncertainty and chaos, not to mention the programs that it now jeopardizes, with little explanation of why that's happening.
What specifically does it jeopardize when you have an estimated $118 million in federal K through 12 education funding that was supposed to come?
It was supposed to show up July 1st, and the check didn't come, for lack of better terms.
What are kids going to miss? What are teachers going to miss? What are they going to be without?
So my understanding is these funds specifically go towards after-school enrichment programs and other enrichment programs, things that really enhance public education and public education that 90% of Arizona students rely on, and programs that help with adult education. Regardless of what programs are impacted, these are funds that school districts were counting on, and now they're not there. And so that creates all kinds of uncertainty for the upcoming school year and how to address those needs.
How do you fight it? Do you call Trump and say, give me my money?
We're in close contact with the AG's office to look at what our options might be.
Okay.
Potentially another lawsuit. Just add it to the list.
Like 19 of them.
I'm glad you can keep track. I can't count that.
You know what would save a lot of money in our federal budget is them not having to fight all of these lawsuits for their weird decisions they're making.
Yeah. I hope you're not holding your breath.
Arizona Governor Katie Hobbs is our guest. Bruce and I have gone back, and Bruce and I don't agree on a whole lot. I like you fine.
Yeah, you're all right.
But I don't agree. We don't agree on a lot of stuff. One of them is I like to call it the big, beautiful Diamondbacks bill.
Oh, the abomination.
Governor, I was a fan of it. I say you got to keep the Diamondbacks no matter what. I'm sure you don't want to be the governor who loses the Diamondbacks. I mean, that's a mess. Okay, so you signed the bill. Bruce hates the deal. He's upset with you. Go ahead.
Right. We've had this conversation where I have a fundamental issue. It's not with the Diamondbacks.
Right.
It's with government and tax dollars going to subsidize sports teams.
Yeah.
And it's a fundamental. I'm consistent with it. I've told you. I voted against the Cardinals stadium 3 times. I'm consistent.
You can be consistently wrong, but go ahead.
No, I've been right the entire time. How do we ever get out of the cycle of, well, we can't let them leave, because if that's the attitude, there's no amount of money that we aren't going to hand over.
Look, I don't know the answer to that question, but let me say this about this bill and what it does. It is not just about keeping the team here. It's about the impact that having a professional sports team like the Diamondbacks has on the greater economy. The revitalization of downtown Phoenix, the extra income it brings to that community, the jobs that creates, the economic impact as a whole. And I've said this before, and I'll say it until I die. The revenue that is going to go into the stadium for the repairs is generated by the stadium and by having the team there. So if there's no team there, if there's no stadium there, there's no revenue. And it's not pulling revenue from other places. It's pulling it from the stadium and the economic impact that stadium generates.
See, I told you.
And I understand that. The problem is that's not the deal in 2024. That wasn't the deal. So that money is going to evaporate in some way, shape, or form for state of Arizona, County of Maricopa, and City of Phoenix. They're going to have to account for that revenue that they are no longer participating in.
But if the stadium's not there, that revenue doesn't exist.
It goes away entirely.
Yes. Yeah.
It's a damned if you do, damned if you don't. I get it.
It's a really damned if you don't. They're too big.
Monster truck rallies. They're just nothing but monster trucks.
They're too big to even think about leaving.
Oh, too big to fail. Where have we heard that before?
Don't say it.
How did it turn out?
Governor, I've got one last one for you.
Oh boy, here we go.
All right. I think you broke your veto, your record.
Yeah.
Okay.
Is the pen run out of ink yet?
Yeah.
It's a stamp.
It's a stamp.
Okay. Okay, well, that's interesting. So with the veto record, is this, because I don't know how you feel about this. Is this, I think it was 169 so far this year. Like, is it something that you're proud of, that you've stopped bad bills from becoming laws, in your opinion? Or is this something you're disappointed in? Because the Republicans will hit you and say, well, she just vetoes everything. So what is your take? I've never asked you that question.
I have signed far more bills into law than I have vetoed. Bipartisan bills that there's, you don't see a lot of controversy about a lot of the things that get signed into law. But I've signed over 700 bills into law. And I didn't come here to veto bills. I came here to solve tough problems. But I've made it clear, and I will continue to, that I will be a backstop against extreme legislation. Bills that I vetoed are things that don't move us forward, solutions in search of a problem, attacking IVF, voting rights. I've been a backstop against those, and I'll continue to be. And I have proven time and again that when we can put the partisan politics aside and work together, we can solve problems. And we had some big ones that we did this session.
Governor Hobbs, thank you for being gracious with your time, being with us. We'll see you again very shortly. Hope you enjoy your
Happy
4th of July
4th.
weekend.
Thank you,
yes,
you too.
as well. All right, coming right back, we get to react a little bit to what Governor Hobbs just told us. It's up next, Outspoken on KTAR.
Checking traffic now from the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center. We've got a crash in Phoenix that's on the right shoulder of the 101 loop westbound at the 7th Street exit. Look out for that there. And a disabled vehicle blocking the HOV lane on the state route in 51 northbound near Thomas. Now that's still there, and traffic is not as backed up as it was. So your 51 traffic is going to start flowing a little more nicely now. Traffic is brought to you by the Beatitudes campus. Our summer of super savings is on. Your parents can save big and enjoy a senior community like no other. Schedule your tour at beatitudescampus.org. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. Your car, running or not, could be picked up as soon as the next day. No title, no problem. Go to carsforkids.org today.
1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Indoors, air-conditioned, and free parking. The Maricopa County Home and Landscape Show is back at State Farm Stadium July 11th through 13th. Shop, compare, and save big on pools, landscaping, flooring, countertops, artificial turf, kitchen and bath remodeling, painting, decor, and so much more. From total remodels to ideas, inspiration, and education. The Home Show has it all. Don't drive all over town. Find everything you need all under one roof. July 11th through 13th at State Farm Stadium with free parking.
Have you ever felt stuck, confused, dealt with unanswered calls and hidden fees? This is what it can feel like when you work with the wrong mortgage company. At Lund Mortgage, we pride ourselves on our trusted reputation and personalized service. Whether you're looking to purchase a home or consolidate debt, we are committed to your success. With over 25 years of experience, when others say no, we are always here to help. Go to lundmortgage.com to get started with a team that's built a reputation you can count on. That's lundmortgage.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9861. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call
800-575-9861.
That's 800-575-9861.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Clean energy and the big beautiful bill. We'll talk to an expert on the Mike Broomhead Show tomorrow morning at 10 a.m.
What do you think, Gatos? How did it go? Governor Hobbs in studio with us. If you missed any of it, you can go back and watch it. We do have a video version of it on our KTAR YouTube page or on the podcast.
You know, it's one thing I'll say is this, and it's pretty interesting because I know you've interviewed governors. I've interviewed several governors with the Talk to the Governor segment, and it's always interesting because when you have a Republican governor, all the lefties hate the interview. Why are you even talking to Ducey?
Right.
Why are you even talking to Brewer? And it's interesting.
I don't want to hear anything they have to say.
Yeah, I don't want to even listen.
Right.
Then on the other side, you have a Democratic governor in Hobbs, or back when we were doing the Talk to the Governor segment, and I was here for that too, with Janet Napolitano. Why are you talking to her? It's the Republicans, right? It goes, and it's so interesting. It's the governor of your state.
Right.
You don't have to like what she says. Maybe you do love what she says. But I always feel that it's happened for years. If you are in the opposite party
out of power,
you don't want to hear anything.
Yeah.
And I just find that so sad.
But that's not the majority of people.
I hope not.
That's the fringes.
I think you're right. I think you're right. Listen, I think I got my list here. I missed one thing. I wanted to talk a little bit about ICE in Phoenix and who they're targeting. We didn't get to that because there's just so much stuff. We had it out about the Chase Field bill. I mean, you know, the governor signed it. She told you, and you don't like the bill, and that's okay. Why she did it, and what would happen if she didn't.
Yeah.
And she's not going to change your mind.
No.
And that's okay.
No.
You're not going to change her mind.
And by the way, I understand the concept of what they're doing.
Right.
I have a problem with the bigger issue, which is we will always be on the hook to sports team.
Right.
Always.
But if they leave,
forever and ever,
we'll be
amen.
on a worse hook.
Yeah.
And that's the thing. We went through, like I'll tell you, just for me personally, I don't like to talk about the budget.
Just the state budget.
Yeah,
I don't understand.
We're
it,
not
going to
do shows about that. It's not the type of show that we do. That's really
involves math
in the weeds. But I am interested in how it gets done and who holds it up. And because Senate Republicans did a great job working with a Democratic governor. They wanted to work together. They wanted it to be bipartisan. You have to do that when you have a budget. But the House didn't want to do that. And so
it like changed at the last minute type thing.
Yeah, and so I was interested in hearing from her perspective,
specifically.
Like, who are the bad actors?
Who's the pill?
Right, who's the pill?
Who's the pill?
So we named some pills.
We named pills,
and so I did think that was interesting.
I think something that again, it remains to be seen. And this big, beautiful bill and whatever comes out of it and new amendments and the House version, or we'll see, right? But it appears that it's going to pass in some way, shape, or form, and it's going to impact Medicaid in some way, shape, or form. I'm not convinced. I don't know how that's going to impact people. Will some people lose their Medicaid? As I understand, yes.
Then what do you do?
Do all of them need to be on Medicaid? I think that's a fair question. What are the criteria? Can we just not afford to pay for some of these things?
Right. Well, I mean, I mentioned the study that said 360,000 Arizonans could lose their Medicaid coverage from this proposal. But, she did like the fact in this big, beautiful bill, she loved it that, the only thing she loved was the funds going to border security. Everything else I don't think she really liked. But again, I think if you love Trump, you love the bill.
Even if you don't know what's in it?
You hate the bill. Like
People are going to love it until it impacts them negatively. Then they're going to hate it.
Most of us don't know what's in the bill and don't know what to think, unfortunately.
I think it's fair.
Yeah.
Appreciate Governor Hobbs, though, for her time. She'll be back in a couple of weeks, and we'll have a whole new list of things, no doubt, to talk with her about. Coming up next, should parents face charges for taking kids hiking in extreme heat? It's coming up next, Outspoken on KTAR.
All right, let's talk about a Kinetico system. You need a Kinetico system. You have bad water inside of your house. Let's get you hooked up with a Kinetico. People always ask me for information about my Kinetico system all the time. Do you really love it? Is it really refreshing? And they say, well, and they also, how do you spell it? Well, it's Kinetico. It's Kinetico. They get their name from the fact their systems don't require electricity or gas. They work off the kinetic energy of the moving water, which, by the way, saves you money on operating costs, and they still work when the power goes out, like the monsoon, which we're probably getting possibly today, tomorrow. Kineticos are environmentally friendly. They use less water to operate, and as I said, no electricity or gas. You need a Kinetico system. They'll give you a free in-home water analysis and estimate when you mention Gatos. 602-910-6570. 602-910-6570. Check them out online, aquazona.com.
Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort, offering small ship experiences with a shore excursion included in every port and programs designed for cultural enrichment. Discover more at Viking.com. That's Viking.com.
When you work with All Pro Shade Concepts, you're working with the most trusted local shade company available. Voted #1 by Ranking Arizona for patio shades in 2024. They have an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau, and check out all their 5-star reviews on Google. These shades are commercial grade, industrial strength, hundreds of colors and durable fabric to withstand the Arizona sun. Go to allproshade.com for more information. That's allproshade.com.
Mike Broomhead sits down with some of the most interesting people who happen to live in our great state on the Amazing Arizonans podcast.
This is surreal for me. Someone from my youth. I'm talking with the one and only Young MC.
Download Amazing Arizonans before you hit the road this summer.
Former Maricopa County Supervisor Clint Hickman. Arizona Sports Authority Jody Jackson.
Download Amazing Arizonans for your summer road trips wherever you get your podcasts, or check it out on the KTAR YouTube channel. Amazing Arizonans is presented by Resolution Copper.
It's been over 2 years since Bobby Carpenter had regenerative treatments at QC Kinetics. He needed relief from knee pain, but he wanted to avoid surgery.
I thought I might have to have my knee scoped, had some injuries, some lingering pain from stuff that I had been dealing with from years of playing professional football, and things had kind of flared up again. I started talking to a friend of mine who's orthopedic, and he was like, well, try to avoid surgery if you can.
And you absolutely can avoid surgery. QC Kinetics provides patients with state-of-the-art regenerative treatments, orthobiologics from your own body that help heal and restore damaged, aching joints. And we'll let Bobby tell you about that.
It was all of a sudden that one day, a couple of months later, I was, let's go jog, let's try to see what I could do. And the more I did, I was pain-free with it, and it was actually a pretty remarkable process.
Before going under the knife, see if you're a candidate for non-surgical joint pain treatments at QC Kinetics. Call them today.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN. 602-837-PAIN.
When you get hurt, you don't want to end up on the injured list. You want to get back in the game, stronger than ever. At Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm, we fight for you, making sure big insurance doesn't throw you a curveball. With over $25 billion recovered, we're the home run hitters you need.
This is way out there and gone.
Morgan & Morgan, for the people. Proud sponsor of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
So, I was taking my side hustle full-time.
Bold move, my friend.
And I needed to find everything in one stop.
Like finding Bigfoot riding a unicorn.
Yes, so I hit the Staples Easy button. Staples had everything for a new office and print services for signs and brochures. Plus, Cindy, the Staples associate, helped me find the best tech for me.
Wait, no drama?
No, Staples made it easy.
For the products, services, and experts your business needs. Staples.
That was easy.
In-store, online, and on the app.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting great candidates? Well, they're not hard to find when you go to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. People who are actively looking for jobs like yours. So it's easy to find the right person fast. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Hi, I'm Faye Fredericks. When you want to know what's really happening in Arizona, join Javier Soto and me. We bring the stories that truly impact your life, getting you the answers you deserve. Weeknights at 5 and 6 on ABC 15.
KTAR News now.
Good evening at 6 o'clock. I'm Becky Lynn.
A KTAR News exclusive.
Count Arizona Governor Katie Hobbs among those who are unimpressed with the big, beautiful bill that came out of the U.S. Senate earlier today. The governor exclusively tells Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos, far too many people in our state will lose access to Medicaid under this measure.
What we know is that it will cut health care for hundreds of thousands of Arizonans.
The governor says she does like the additional border security funding included in the bill. You can see the entire exclusive interview with the governor on the KTAR YouTube page. Now, earlier today, Governor Hobbs celebrated the end of the Arizona legislative session with a ceremonial signing for the $17.6 billion bipartisan state budget. KTAR's Heidi Hummel is live in the News Center with a look at the spending.
Arizona Governor Katie Hobbs says the budget invests heavily in public safety, including 15% pay raises for firefighters, plus
our state troopers are also on the front lines to keep our communities safe. I'm proud we secured a 5% pay raise for all state police and funding to continue and expand my successful SAFE initiative, which is combating drug trafficking.
Hobbs explains the budget also includes the largest investment in childcare since the Great Recession, funding for 10 million meals for working-class kids, and invests in the Arizona Promise Scholarship Program. Reporting live in the News Center, Heidi Hummel, KTAR News.
Arizona Attorney General Chris Mays has joined her 20th lawsuit against the Trump administration. This latest suit centers around a decision to allow the Department of Homeland Security, which includes Immigration and Customs Enforcement, to have access to individual personal health data collected through the Medicaid program. The lawsuit claims the administration is creating fear and confusion, which will lead to non-citizens and families unenrolling from emergency Medicaid programs, leaving states to pay for care.
Eyes on education.
Arizona schools are missing out on $118 million in allocated federal funding after the U.S. Department of Education withheld those funds today. Beth Lewis with Save Our Schools Arizona says this could have major impacts on our state, especially because school starts this month.
These cuts will have a very significant impact on Arizona's public schools because we serve so many low-income students, migrant students, and students learning English.
The funding would have gone to student support programs, English learning classes, and more. The Arizona Department of Education says it will provide guidance for impacted districts and charters. One person has now died after what's being described as a road rage shooting in Tempe today. Police tell us it happened in the area of Warner Road and Priest Drive. We're told the other person involved has been detained. No threat to the public. An ongoing clash between Tempe and community organizations comes to a head.
Tonight, the Tempe City Council could vote on increased restrictions to public events. New changes would require a permit for most public gatherings on city property. Jay Allen with local nonprofit Cloud Covered Streets is concerned it will be used to stop events to help the homeless. In an Instagram story posted yesterday, he says Tempe shut down their weekend mobile shower event.
We will continue to hope for the best, but sad that City of Tempe decided to not allow us to bring our services and help all the folks here experiencing homelessness. So we'll keep trying to help.
And city documents show the change is recommended to increase public safety and promote responsible use of public spaces. Ballin Overstoles, KTAR News.
Checking Wall Street today, the Dow jumped 400 points, finishing the day at 44,495. S&P dropped 7. NASDAQ fell 166. For more money news, visit the Business Center at KTAR.com. Checking on traffic for us now. Heather Larson's in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thanks, Becky Lynn. Right now, there's still a little bit of a backup on eastbound 10, approaching the Deck Park Tunnel. There was an accident earlier. It's moved to the right shoulder inside the Deck Park Tunnel. Again, this is eastbound 10, so it's clearing. It's just a little bit slow. It should be better in a few more minutes. And traffic is brought to you by Primavera Online. Nearly 25 years strong, Primavera offers a cutting-edge, tuition-free online K-12 education. Choose Primavera.com. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
92 should be the overnight low, and we have about a 20% chance of some showers a little bit later on this evening with some gusty winds and some patchy blowing dust around the valley. There's an air quality alert as well. Tomorrow, better chance of a monsoon storm with a high of 108 and 104 on Thursday. Right now, checking the forecast in Phoenix, we're at 109 degrees. Weather brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Aaron Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Outspoken. Whose stupid idea was this anyway?
Speaking up for Arizona.
If you think you can get away with that in my state, you've got another thing coming.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
It's Arizona's #1 talk show. Welcome to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. Hour number 3.
Yes! Hour number 3. I hear it all the time. It's best hour.
Yeah.
It's not even a question anymore.
Thanks again to Arizona Governor Katie Hobbs. She joins us for an exclusive interview every 2 weeks, something we call Talk to the Governor. It's been a staple.
It's a great name, by the way.
It
really says
I came
what
up
it
with
is.
it in the
that was your idea?
Napolitano years.
Yeah.
I'll take credit because no one else is here. I mean, I'm still
it's very descriptive.
The one that's still here.
Goes back to Napolitano.
I don't know. I think it does, yeah. We're going to replay a little bit of it.
Yeah.
We talked about the D-backs bill, how that got done. We talked about the big, beautiful bill. She thinks it hurts Arizona.
And the impact on Arizona, according to her.
Let's play a little bit of it coming up. By the way, tomorrow, 4:30, we're going to unveil the big reveal, how much you have raised for St. Mary's Food Bank, Outspoken Against Hunger in June.
We're going to invite Josh Isner, the president of Axon, who's going to join the show. And Josh, bring your checkbook.
Well, we know he's bringing $50,000.
Well, he said he would match up to $50,000.
Yeah. Wait until you see.
Bring your checkbook
and hear how much all of you gave, because we wanted $40,000. Just wait.
Let's see how we did.
4:30. 4:30 tomorrow. All right.
Set a goal.
Okay. Good.
So
I'll be here.
Gatos, we had a story that, by the way, let's just start off by saying it turned out much better than it could have. It could have been a horrific tragedy. A family of 11, 6 of them being children, had to be rescued off of a trail on South Mountain.
Right.
A trail that was closed because of an excessive heat warning. There are signs, placards, etc. I've seen these signs. I walk right around them. But I see these signs out in the desert. In some places.
You're just as bad as this family.
Well, I do mine in Pinal County, and I don't think we have the same signs. So,
ouch.
We have different signs out there when you're Gold Canyon adjacent. But they needed to be rescued. Thankfully, nobody died. Doesn't look like there's any permanent injury.
They're lucky one of their kids wasn't like the 10-year-old boy last year.
Last year, the 10-year-old kid died on the trail. They ran out of water. They ran out of water. So I think the question, and I think it's fair because I think a lot of people are wondering, well, if you knowingly went on the trail, you had to walk around the signs that said trail is closed due to heat, and then we had to come and rescue you. We had to send fire department, police, park ranger, and send everybody out there to rescue you.
Yeah.
Should you be cited? Should you get a ticket? Should you get some form of punishment? Because we're learning the city of Phoenix said, we're not going to do anything.
I thought it was a criminal offense. Is that the Phoenix City Code says you can't enter these areas.
It's a closed park.
And if you do, it's an offense. It's a criminal offense. That's what I thought.
Like if you go up there to make out, I'm just saying if people do that.
Right.
It might write you a ticket, but if you go hike and put everybody's lives at risk, well, you're okay.
I don't know how you don't get fined. I don't know how you don't get like a class 1 misdemeanor. I don't really understand that. Here's the thing. Like if you're an adult and you're deciding that you want to go hiking in the middle of the day in June.
That's what I do.
Okay.
I'm an adult.
Then you do it.
I understand the risk.
I don't think it's the right thing to do.
Fair.
Don't be stupid and take your kids.
I think that's what elevates this is when you put your children at risk.
Right. Are you going to let your kids go swimming, and are you going to leave the house? Are you going to let your 7-year-old
just throw them in the deep end and leave for a while?
No, you're not going to do that.
No, you're not going to do that.
So what is it about? Well, it's Mother Nature. Yeah. You know, my super best friend, Chad Benson, who, by the way, is coming up at 7.
Yeah, every day.
Yeah. His line for many years when we were doing the show, Mother Nature will screw you up.
Oh, boy, will it ever.
And I always thought it's so obvious but brilliant.
Sneaks right up on you.
You just don't get it. You're going to go on a trail, and it's 110, and the sun is blaring down, and you're taking 6 kids along with you. You don't know how to make good decisions as a parent.
You're making bad decisions. And what is the incentive, the disincentive to not do it? If there is no punishment, short of, dear God, one of your kids might die.
Mother Nature will mess you up. That was his quote.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, it really is incredible. It's common sense that has gone completely out the window. You can't bring enough water to go and hike at noon.
This was 11 people.
You can't do it.
What were they bringing? Like
a keg of water?
Kegs of water, exactly.
It's just so dangerous, and it's like, I don't, like, part of me wonders, because this is they were from Phoenix. Are you new here?
Did you not know?
But it does.
What 110, 115 feels like? Did you not know that, again, seasoned hikers can still run into issues?
Seasoned hikers, by the way, go hiking at 5 in the morning.
Right. They know how to avoid these issues.
I think it goes back to what you said. If you're an adult, Bruce, if you want to walk around that sign that says don't go, you go ahead and do it. Listen, I've gone out and played softball in 117-degree weather, but I'm an adult.
You're an adult.
And I also
You're making adult decisions.
Have figured out, don't go out every inning. Sit on the bench for an inning. Let somebody else go and run around.
Wait a minute, that was an option?
Yeah, well, again, when you're on the ball field, but you there's, because you can escape for an inning. There's no escape on a mountain.
Literally, there's no shade. There's no nothing.
No. So back to our point. Should you be arrested and thrown in jail? Probably not. But should somebody come and talk to you about the decisions that you make for your children? Yes.
So,
because I'll say it again. If I was in the ER, I'm calling Child Protective Services.
So I want to know where the line is then.
115 in the middle of the day on a mountain.
No. I want to know where the line is when it comes to neglect from a parent.
Or negligence, right? Is it negligent to bring 6 kids up a hill? Yes.
Is it negligent? So, because we agree, I'm going to see if we agree on these. We agree it's negligent to leave your kid in the car while you just, quote, run into the store for a little while in a hot car.
Because that's
negligent.
You are knowingly doing that. Yeah.
It is negligent to leave children in a pool and go inside for a while so you can play video games or do whatever.
And your kid dies. That's negligence.
It's negligent.
Right.
Why is it not considered a similar level of negligence?
I don't know. It should
to
be.
Go on closed trails when it's triple digits with children. Like, how is that any different from these other things?
You're knowingly taking them. They're not sneaking up on you on the mountain. Oh, my gosh.
Where the hell these kids come from?
Yeah.
Right.
And again, the other side of it is there are accidents.
Without a doubt.
Children drown. And sometimes it's an accident. You can turn your head for a minute and it's over. That you can.
I still think there's a level of negligence with that.
I get it. I think if you're walking in the house, you're leaving everybody outside. I get it. But if you left your kid in a hot car and your kid died, it's
negligent.
Well, it's an accident too. And I'm with the did you knowingly do it? Because if you didn't knowingly do it, it's an accident.
Well, there's no argument that this family didn't knowingly bring the kids along.
Yeah, and the other
Right?
thing is, how many adults were there?
It was 5 adults and 6
So
kids.
5 adults couldn't figure out that this was a stupid idea. 5 of you. 5
human adults said, this sounds like a hell of an idea.
Just fine.
Bring the kids.
Let's go hiking in the middle of the summer.
It's ridiculous.
But that's the thing. It's not one person. It was 5 adults who said, "This. I guess we'll be fine."
Safety in numbers? What's the argument there? All right. Well,
goodness gracious.
Sadly, I don't think it's going to be the last time we talk about this. It seems like every couple of weeks we have to have some conversation about rescuing people off of trails who are ill prepared for it and taking children with them.
And by the way, you thought that after the 10-year-old boy died last year
on South Mountain,
but people already forgot about it.
Oh, absolutely.
That was the warning.
Forgot about it days later. No, it'll never happen to me, right? It'll never happen to me. Checking the headlines are on the way. Becky Lynn has got that for us. And then, is he the best or the worst Diamondback fan ever? We'll talk about a guy he got booted. He's gone for the rest of the season. The Diamondbacks may need to sign him, though. It's coming up next, Outspoken on KTAR.
All right, Red Mountain weight loss. Do you have low testosterone? Guys, happens, Here's the truth. Men today have 20% less testosterone than their dads did. And so if you've got low T, guess what? You can start for free. If you mention Gatos for a limited time at Red Mountain Weight Loss, they'll waive your startup fee. Just mention me. Here's what happens when you go to Red Mountain. You get real testosterone, available only by prescription from the doctors at Red Mountain Weight Loss. You're going to gain some muscle. You're going to lose fat. Say goodbye to the dad bod. That's what testosterone will do for you. The solution, prescription strength testosterone. All right. It'll help you lose some weight too. It'll kind of give you, it'll set you back to a normal weight. Save $200 for a limited time and start your testosterone therapy. No startup fee. Only at redmountainweightloss.com.
KTAR News Flash.
It is 6:16. I'm Becky Lynn, and this is what you need to know right now. The big, beautiful bill approved by the U.S. Senate earlier today is a big no for Arizona Governor Katie Hobbs. The governor exclusively tells Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos the cuts to clean energy in the plan are a bad deal for our state.
I know that folks want to talk about we don't want investments in clean energy because that's woke or whatever. Here's what it means in Arizona. It is investing in our energy grid, making sure that our energy is more reliable for Arizonans and that their costs are down.
The governor also says the cuts made to Medicaid put the health care of many Arizonans at risk. You can see the entire exclusive interview with Governor Hobbs at the KTAR YouTube page. All of our top stories just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Let's take a look at the traffic now and see how the roads are looking as you head home. Here's Heather Larson in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Traffic is slow on I-10 westbound approaching 7th Street and also eastbound approaching 7th Street. Some of this is due to an earlier wreck on the eastbound side of I-10 that was in the Deck Park Tunnel. We've also got a wreck on the city streets of Phoenix at Glendale and 19th Avenue. But other than that, most of the Valley freeways are starting to look pretty clear, and it's a good time to make that drive home. Traffic is brought to you by your Valley Toyota dealers. Toyota's 4th of July sale is going on now. Visit your Valley Toyota dealers or valleytoyotadealers.com today. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News. Now back to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
Hey, listen up. Marie Sandoval out in Mesa, congratulations. You got yourself a pair of tickets to see the D-backs take on the Royals on 4th of July. Congratulations. Hey, you want to be like Maria? Well, who doesn't want to be like Maria, right? Just text the word baseball to 620-620. That's baseball to 620-620. Maybe we're calling your name out next.
Baseball.
All right. That's all it's going to take. So, speaking of baseball, Gatos, we had an incident, if you will. An incident where a fan became part of the game, might be a way to put it, right?
Yep.
And maybe the most amazing part of all of this story is it's not his first time. Heck, it's not even his second time. By his own account, this fan has been involved in possible interference, issues with players, reaching over the wall, About 9 times.
Unreal.
9 or 10. He says he can't keep track. He's been ejected 3 times.
He's a Diamondbacks fan. He's got season tickets, and he's out in left field, and he once caught a foul ball.
His name's Dave McCaskill.
Said it was awesome. That was really cool.
Caught the ball.
You know what I need to do?
Yeah.
I've got to snag some long balls here.
Yeah.
So he's a D-backs fan, he
Without
says.
a doubt.
But he goes to the game, and I would argue, maybe not even to watch the game, but to hope that a ball is hit his way.
Yeah.
So he can catch the home run balls.
And he's got season tickets right there in left field on first row.
He's caught a bunch of home run balls.
Yeah.
And wow, did he make a great catch the other day.
Wasn't a bad catch at all. Wasn't a bad catch at all.
It was a very good catch.
Here's the problem. So the Diamondbacks released a statement recently that he has been banned.
They banned him.
Banned him for being too good a player. Banned him for the remainder of the baseball season.
Right.
But here's what I don't understand, Gatos.
Okay.
First off, if you watch the video of what happened out there in left field.
Heck of a catch.
He did not interfere with the Diamondback fielder.
Very close.
Very close, but like their gloves didn't touch, his arm didn't knock out of the way, okay? The Diamondback player did not get to the ball.
Didn't catch it.
It went right over the top of his glove. It went over the top of his glove and right into Dave's glove.
Yes.
Dave's glove was on top of the wall when he caught the ball.
He was leaning over the wall.
He was not leaning over the wall when he caught the ball.
He was leaning over the wall after he caught the ball.
His momentum, I would argue, took him, and he ended up over the wall.
So the D-backs had to make a decision. This has happened numerous times with one guy.
Yeah, but hold on. The umpires didn't rule there was interference.
He's still involved in the play.
What is he supposed to do?
Well, I think he's there to catch home runs.
Okay.
Yeah. And if I would just say this, if you've had more than one instance where you've been involved in a play at a ball game, the team's probably going to look and say, I don't know if I want that person sitting in left field, hanging over, trying to catch a ball. So they banned him.
He says, I'm not there to interfere. I don't want to interfere.
I'm sure. He wants the ball.
And if you look at the play that he got banned for, if he doesn't put his glove there, the ball hits the top of the wall and bounces into the stands.
Aren't we being a little bit like, why are we just banning fans all of a sudden?
Willy-nilly?
Yeah, well, let's go back a week ago. We talked about second baseman Ketel Marte for the Diamondbacks in Chicago against the White Sox.
Playing the Sox.
And he's crying on the field.
Yeah,
and
breaks down.
No one knows why. And so later we heard that some dope in Chicago got loose and said something terrible about his mother who died.
Passed away in a car accident.
Yeah.
And everybody...
Years ago, right.
Everybody immediately goes, that's horrific.
That guy in the stands, I want to punch him in the mouth.
That guy's talking about this poor player's deceased mother, the tragedy, and how she died, all this. That's where my mind went.
And then, and I'm going to say this, I'm the only guy that's talked about this. Only guy in the Valley. We found out what the fans said.
The actual quote, what he yelled at Martel.
Well, how do you know? Ketel Marte said it. He said it on Instagram.
Okay.
Here's the quote. Here's what the guy, the heckler, here's what he said.
The heckler.
And I quote.
I'm ready.
This is what he said to Marte. You ready?
Mm-hmm.
You sitting down?
I'm ready for it.
I texted your mom last night. You want to know what else he said? Nothing.
Not like I texted your dead mom.
Nope. So let's go through it just for a quick second, because that guy was banned from every ballpark.
Literally.
In the major leagues.
All of them.
Did this fan know that Ketel Marte lost his mom?
I think there's certainly a chance he didn't.
I don't think he did. No, I can't prove it. I don't think he did.
It sounds like he was trying to make a joke about his mom.
Oh, mom jokes
a
ballpark when you're heckling a player? That's never happened before.
Right. Those are par for the course.
If that fan knows Ketel Marte's mom is dead and says that, he's pretty terrible.
Yeah.
But I
don't think that's what he would say if he knew his mom was dead.
It would have been worse.
He would have said, agreed, it would have been much worse.
I texted your mom last night.
That's
it. And he got banned. And I really don't think that the guy knew.
I don't think that rises to the level of banning.
Because the story went on to say that somebody told him, and immediately, from what I understand, he felt regret, this 22-year-old.
Because he didn't know that his mother had passed away.
I don't think he knew. But he got banned. And now you've got a Diamondbacks fan who goes to all the games.
Who got banned for catching a home run ball.
That was hit to him in the stands.
And that if he hadn't put his glove there,
right,
it would have just bounced into the stands and somebody else would have gotten it. What did he do wrong?
I think what the Diamondbacks are saying is he's going to the game only to try and grab those home runs. And at times, he's been a pill.
So, are they going to ban people from bringing gloves? Can't bring your glove to the game because we can't have you here trying to catch a ball.
Yeah. I mean, I'm trying to think, like, if it was me or if it was you and we were in that guy's, I'd
elbowed that little kid out of the way. I'll tell you that right now.
All right.
I would have trucked him.
All right. That's an awful
Kid
way
would
to end
not
the
have
segment.
absolutely gotten that ball. I'm getting there first.
Do I think that he should have been banned? No.
Seems excessive.
Do I think that he's out there trying to catch all these balls? Yes, I
absolutely.
do. He admits it.
Yeah.
But, you know.
Not against the rules. Doesn't say that on your ticket. By the way, don't attempt to catch home run or foul balls.
If it's hit to me and it's over the wall, I get to catch it.
Agreed. Checking the headlines on the way. Becky Lynn, going to get up to speed with that. Hey, just earlier we had a chance to talk to Governor Hobbs about some issues that are pressing, issues that are affecting the state of Arizona. We'll play you some of that, some of the highlights. It's coming up next. Outspoken on KTAR.
Start smart with Arizona's morning news.
Arizona Attorney General Chris Mays is suing the federal government once again, this time over a new set of canceled grants, bringing her up to 19 lawsuits against the Trump administration. Mays says this one deals with grant cuts done through a legal provision she argues is not being used correctly since the money already has a destination.
Arizona's morning news, weekday mornings 5 to 8 on Arizona's news station, KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
All right, I'm hiring the Arizona Painting Company for the second summer in a row. Last summer, right around this time, hired the Arizona Painting Company. I wanted the exterior of the home painted. My wife and I wanted a bit of a darker color, and just amazing the job that they did. And I've had them paint different homes that I've been in over the last 28, 29 years. I've only hired the Arizona Painting Company. I will only hire the Arizona Painting Company. And so they did a great job. Here's the one thing that people always say. I'd love to get the outside of my home painted, but it's too hot. Well, let me tell you something. I get it if you feel bad for the workers because of the brutal heat, but don't worry, it's not too hot to paint. Here's what the guys do. They start a bit earlier. They work around the sun. Most of these homes are going to paint it in 2 to 3 days. They got plenty of water. There's shade. They take breaks. This is their livelihood. They paint all throughout the year. Call the Arizona Painting Company. Let me send you a discount, all right? Text the word paint to 620-620, and I'll send you that discount from the Arizona Painting Company.
Viking, dedicated to creating travel experiences for the thinking person with programs designed for cultural enrichment on board and on shore. Discover more at Viking.com. That's Viking.com. Viking.com.
Hi, I'm Jamie West, and this year Beatitudes Campus celebrates 60 years of bright living in Phoenix. Since 1965, they've been redefining senior living with purpose, connection, and care. From independent living to healthcare and wellness, growing with the community and always putting people first. Join Beatitudes in honoring 6 decades of innovation, compassion, and vibrant living. Visit beatitudescampus.org to learn more and be part of the celebration. Beatitudes Campus, living brightly, aging boldly.
This is Jim Sharp. Earlier this year, I had the underlayment on my roof replaced by Gleason Roofing, and I'm glad I didn't wait because they're predicting a really wet monsoon for Arizona, and my underlayment was really bad. If your underlayment looks anything like mine did, it's not whether you'll have a leak, it's when. By the way, roof tiles aren't waterproof. It's the underlayment underneath that protects your home. So trust Gleason Roofing to do your roof professionally, honestly, and without shortcuts. Gleason's A+ rated by the BBB, and Gleason's a GAF Master Elite contractor. contractor. Only 2% of roofing companies ever get that award. You know, a roof leak can destroy your home. The water soaks everything, and before you know it, you're calling a mold remediation company and living in a motel. Don't do that to yourself. Get a hold of Gleason Roofing and get a free, no-obligation roof audit. And for a limited time, you'll get 10% off any repairs if they find something that needs fixing. Go to GleasonRoofing.com. GleasonRoofing.com.
Gleason Roofing, there's a reason people choose Gleason.
Summer is a busy time. Graduations, weddings, pool parties, vacations. I'm Jamie West. That can mean a lot of eating out, but don't let that keep you from starting the Phoenix Secret for Weight Loss program. There are no prepackaged foods or counting points or calories, and there are no shots or drugs. It works with your busy lifestyle. I lost about 50 pounds, and I'm keeping it off because of their exclusive 3-step protocol. It helps restore your metabolism, and you'll see results quickly. I lost 8 pounds the first week. You can lose 10 to 15% of your body weight in just 8 weeks just by eating the right combination of healthy foods at the right times of day. So quit finding excuses and get started today. You can do the program in person or virtually from anywhere. Schedule your free consultation right now. Call 602-832-7440, 602-832-7440, or go to PhoenixSecretForWeightLoss.com. PhoenixSecretForWeightLoss.com. Results may vary.
The San Francisco Giants travel to Chase Field on June 30th for a 4-game series to take on the D-backs. Get your tickets today at dbacks.com.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Such a blow to investors. Whether you're a big trader or whether you have a 401k.
Life can be complicated. Planning for retirement doesn't have to be.
So what we're looking at here is a plan and a strategy that guarantees the retirement income, but it doesn't give up that growth for safety.
Learn tips and tricks to help you move forward.
That's not always debt. And when you have the money to pay it off, it's called leveraging.
Tune in to The Parker Holland Show, Saturdays at 3 p.m. and Sundays at 9 a.m. and 1 p.m. right here on KTAR News.
KTAR News now.
It's 6:31. Good evening. I'm Becky Lynn.
A KTAR News exclusive.
Governor Katie Hobbs is no fan of the big, beautiful bill that passed out of the U.S. Senate earlier today, and she exclusively tells Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos the plan will put Medicare programs across the state at risk.
So that means everyone who relies on those healthcare centers and hospitals is going to have their access to care compromised. That could be the difference in life or death for hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of Arizonans.
The governor is also concerned about the cuts to clean energy programs, which she says will make our grid less expensive and more reliable. You can see the entire exclusive interview with Governor Hobbs at the KTAR YouTube page.
Eyes on Education.
$118 million in education funding is being withheld by the U.S. Department of Education, according to the Learning Policy Institute. This funding would be distributed to student success programs, migrant education, English language grants, and more. Arizona U.S. Representative Greg Stanton released a statement declaring this withholding shows the Trump administration's priorities. The Arizona Department of Education says it will provide guidance for impacted districts and charters. There's an investigation underway in Tempe following what's being described as a road rage shooting this afternoon. It happened near Warner Road and Priest Drive. The injured man was taken to the hospital, and he died a short time ago. Police say the other person involved has been detained. No threat to the public. New information about the weekend shooting in Idaho that claimed the lives of 2 firefighters. ABC News has learned that 20-year-old Wes Rowley had a preoccupation with guns and Aryan and Nazi symbolism, according to a former classmate. ABC News Chief National Correspondent Matt Gutman in Idaho.
The shooter killing 2 firefighters, wounding a third before taking his own life. Investigative sources telling us the suspect grew up around guns in Arizona. The suspect's former classmate, Dieter, who asked us only to use his first name, telling me the suspect had a passion for guns.
He was very pro-gun.
And Dieter also says that Rowley had gotten in trouble in high school for drawing swastikas in textbooks.
Checking sports tonight, the Arizona Diamondbacks looking to make it 2 in a row over the San Francisco Giants. You can catch the action on Arizona Sports 98.7 FM. First pitch just moments away. And the Phoenix Mercury will be in Dallas to take on the Wings on Thursday. Sports brought to you by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Time now to check the road home again with Heather Larson in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. There's still some stuff going on I-10. Now, there is an accident, and it's on the shoulder of eastbound I-10 at 7th Avenue. Traffic is still flowing. It's a little bit slow, but the thing is, there doesn't seem to be anything that I can find on westbound I-10 at 7th Avenue, but that is slow as well. This is the last spot of slowing across the valley, except for a little bit of northbound 17 at Bethany Home Road. Most of the roads are looking good. It's an excellent time to take a nice, safe drive home. Traffic is brought to you by Vitalant, Arizona's blood provider. Save lives and donate blood on Sunday, July 6th at the Tempe Center for the Arts. Schedule your appointment at vitalant.org/saveaz. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
Well, some monsoon storms could start rolling in later tonight and into Wednesday and Thursday morning as well. Tonight, we could see some gusty winds, a little patchy blowing dust. Overnight low, 92. Tomorrow's high, 108 and 104 on Thursday. In Glendale, it's 111 degrees. Weather brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Aaron Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
LaDonna Harvey here. Airline complaints are on the rise. Who'd have thunk? Tomorrow morning from 5 to 8 on Arizona's Morning News on KTAR.
She's a saint, by the way. She's got to deal with a lot there in the morning.
Specifically, what does she have to do with?
I don't want to go into it.
Okay,
I'm just saying.
checking.
She's a saint.
Yes, she.
A wonderful person.
She puts up
a great addition, by the way,
without a doubt,
to KTAR.
Certainly,
she is a star.
Certainly enjoy her being here.
A lot she has to deal with, if you know. Anyway,
do they talk about our show the same way?
I don't know.
I mean, I would know because I don't get up that early.
The accolades that we, Okay, I'm sure there's a.
So on a regular basis, we have a chance to sit down with the governor. We call it Talk to the Governor, and Governor Hobbs was with us just an hour ago, and we had a chance to ask her about some things that are literally going to affect the state of Arizona one way or the other. I realize there's people that might think these are huge positives, others may not think they're very good, but we wanted to get her take on it.
Yeah, I mean, I think the big local story when it comes to local government last week was the budget getting finalized. It was close. It was getting close, right?
Yeah,
it was posturing and all that kind of stuff.
Performative art, yeah.
Okay. So we started our interview with the budget. Take a listen. The budget got passed. I thought the whole state was going to get shut down for a second. $17.6 billion. It took a while. All right, so who's the biggest pill you've got to deal with down there? Well, let's name some names, because I think a lot of people want to know this kind of thing. Why did it take? Who'd you have to deal? Who's the pill?
Well, let me say this. Shame on the House Republicans who really tried to derail this whole process. We had been negotiating in good faith for weeks, if not months, with 3 of the 4 caucuses at the legislature. We are reaching agreement, finding compromise, hammering out a budget that met the needs of Arizonans, and the House Republicans decided to go rogue and derail the whole process. And Arizonans shouldn't have had to sit in this uncertainty. Is the government going to shut down? What does that mean for me? And so it's squarely on their shoulders. But we got it done, and I'm very proud of what we did.
So Warren Peterson acted like an adult. You acted like an adult, right? Yeah. You guys were so who's the pill? Give me a name. Who's the guy? Who's the gal?
The budget negotiator in the House was largely Representative Livingston, who's the House Appropriations Chair, enabled by Speaker Montenegro.
Okay. So didn't Livingston, didn't he give you 2 budgets and you vetoed both? Right?
Right. They weren't compromised budgets. When you have different priorities in the different chambers and the executive, you have to work out what you can all agree to and what I will sign. And they didn't even try to put forward a budget that I was willing to sign. They put forward a budget that cut health care for Arizonans, that didn't address our most pressing needs.
So when Livingston gave you the 2 budgets that you knew you weren't going to sign, do you read them or do you just take your red pen and be like, No, I'm not even looking at this thing. Did you actually read the two, or did you say, big veto?
Well, we knew what was in them before they got to me. And
Okay.
and as soon as they were introduced and we saw them, we said, these aren't serious. I'm not signing them.
Is this part? Can I ask? Is this part of the show? I hear about like messaging bills and things like that. That both parties do. They have no chance of ever becoming law or becoming policy, but they do it so they can go, we fought the good fight. I mean, is that just what this is about?
I don't. You'll have to ask the House Republicans what their goal was here. But at the end of the day, I think they were the ones that looked like they weren't serious about governing our state. And I worked with the Democrats in both chambers and the Senate Republicans to come to an agreement on something that we could all agree on.
So the Senate Republicans were cool. You worked with them. Livingston, Pill, Jake Hoffman, Pill, correct?
Oh, definitely, yes.
Oh, definitely in the second, the Jake Hoffman Pill?
Yes.
Do you know what's wrong with him? Is this a guy like you wouldn't invite over to a 4th of July barbecue?
He's not coming over for barbecue.
I'm not sure if we have enough time. Clearly, he has.
Oh, goodness.
Clearly, he has a partisan political agenda, and he's using his position in the Senate to terrorize all of Arizonans with it. I think Arizonans deserve better.
All right, so no barbecue.
No.
Not coming up for the barbecue.
All right. That was just a piece of our interview with Governor Katie Hobbs. And I think, and I wanted to make sure that we said this. I mean, the Republican Senate did a very good job here, working with a Democratic governor.
Well, we had something that I feel was kind of unprecedented, where the Arizona Senate President, Warren Peterson, got up.
He did great.
And read the Riot Act, not to the Democrats, to his fellow Republicans, going, "What the heck are you guys doing?"
He deserves a lot of credit. Yeah, and it's really simple. You don't have to look at it as a Republican or a Democrat. I am neither. I'm a skeptic. I knew who was holding that budget up, but everybody did.
But we all know they do it in the U.S. Congress as well. That's why everything gets done the last minute, and it's emergency because they have to create a problem. Then they can be the savior for the problem. And then they also have the same ability to be able to go back in front of their constituents and go, I didn't like that part of it. Well, you know what? I tried to stop it, but they wouldn't let me.
Hey, both sides worked pretty well together, except for a few members of the House. And it got done.
Yeah.
It got done. When you have to have the leader of the Senate, who's Republican, come out and go scorched earth on Republicans in the House, there's something going on that's not very good.
Yeah, all is not kosher. All right. Hey, we've got to check out the headlines, Gatos. And then coming up next, well, you may have to learn how to hold it on your next flight.
That sounds weird.
Yeah, it's not good. We'll talk about it next. Outspoken on KTAR.
Celebrate the red, white, and beautiful during the July 4th sale at Scandinavian Designs Furniture. Take up to 50% off an assortment of styles for your whole home. Shop early for the best deals. Stop by our Phoenix or Glendale showrooms today or shop online at ScandinavianDesigns.com.
Make a decision with Precision Air. Hi, everyone. I'm Gina Bryan, owner of Precision Air and Plumbing, the Valley's #1 ranked AC company.
Wait a minute, honey. That's my line.
Well, Eric, not anymore. And people don't know we truly are a family-owned business because you always do the commercials.
But I like it that way.
If your family needs quality AC or plumbing, call the #1 rated family-owned business in Arizona.
Well, can I at least tell them how to reach us?
Go ahead, Eric.
Call us today at 602-FIX-MY-AC. That's 602-FIX-MY-AC.
Hey, get in. What? Who are you? I'm future you. Constipation with belly pain still coming back? Yeah. Mia, our doctor figured it out. She said it's irritable bowel syndrome with constipation, or IBS-C, and Linzess could help you get ahead of it.
Linzess linaclotide is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Talk to your doctor and say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
It's the Maricopa County Home and Landscape Show, July 11th through 13th at State Farm Stadium in Glendale.
While there, visit Window World.
Now is the time to cool those hot rooms with the new energy-efficient windows and doors from Window World. Right now, get 6 large premium sliding windows, all with the most energy-efficient Solar Zone Sunshield glass. Tax and installation included for only $4,725. Plus, Window World has easy gliding patio doors and designer entry doors with built-in security screens too. And be sure to ask about new custom black window and patio door frames. Call or schedule online at windowworldphoenix.com. That's windowworldphoenix.com. Window World, simply the best for definitely less.
See Window World at the Maricopa County Home and Landscape Show, July 11th through 13th at State Farm Stadium with free parking. Info at mchomeshows.com. KTAR News Flash.
6:44. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now.
A KTAR News exclusive.
The big, beautiful bill approved by the U.S. Senate earlier today is a big no for Arizona Governor Katie Hobbs. The governor exclusively tells Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos the cuts to clean energy in the plan are a bad deal for Arizona.
I know that folks want to talk about we don't want investments in clean energy because that's woke or whatever. Here's what it means in Arizona. It is investing in our energy grid, making sure that our energy is more reliable for Arizonans and that their costs are down.
The governor also says the cuts made to Medicaid put the health care of many Arizonans at risk. You can see our entire exclusive interview with Governor Hobbs at the KTAR YouTube page. All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com. Brought to you by Y-Refi. Time for a check of traffic. Let's go to Heather Larson live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. They are finally clearing a wreck that's on the right shoulder of the I-10 eastbound inside the Deck Park Tunnel. So that should finally be gone soon. Traffic is moving along in the tunnel, however, and actually traffic moving nicely across all Valley roads and freeways at this moment. So we'll give you a little more traffic in 15 more minutes. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
All right, let me send you to Aria Dental Implant Center. There's a lot of reasons why I'm going to send you there. First of all, you've got an issue with your teeth, okay? This happens to a lot of people. You've got broken teeth. You're not able to chew the foods that you love or really, need, like certain proteins that in fruits and vegetables, the healthy stuff. You've got broken teeth. You've got missing teeth. So you go to Aria. And when you go to Aria Dental Implant Center, you're going to find out a lot. You're going to find out that Dr. Joe is going to be your doc. He's going to sit down with you, talk about what to expect. He is absolutely a world-class doctor. And Aria is able to provide you world-class care at reasonable prices. Here's the reason. First of all, they're right on 32nd Street in Cactus. They're a local company. They're not one of these big national companies with all this overhead and investors and all that kind of stuff. No wonder those guys have to charge you more. Go to Aria Dental Implant Center. You're going to get a bill that's way lower than the other guys, and you're getting the best surgeon in Dr. Joe. So I want you to tell them Gato sent you. Go to AriaDentalImplantCenter.com.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6580. That's 800-583-6580.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
So, I was taking my side hustle full-time.
Bold move, my friend.
And I needed to find everything in one stop.
Like finding Bigfoot riding a unicorn.
Yes, so I hit the Staples Easy button. Staples had everything for a new office and print services for signs and brochures. Plus, Cindy, the Staples associate, helped me find the best tech for me.
Wait, no drama?
No, Staples made it easy.
For the products, services, and experts your business needs. Staples.
That was easy.
In-store, online, and on the app.
The Gatos Big Q poll question, brought to you by your Valley Toyota dealers.
All right, let's go to KTAR.com. Check out the Gatos Q. I was on with Broomhead today at 8:50 for the Q. He goes, wow, you are full of snark today. Oh, yeah, here's the Q. I love it.
I'm ready.
It's one of my favorite Qs of the year.
Okay.
All right. How do you feel about Trump's big, beautiful bill? A, I'm for it because I love everything Trump does. B, I'm against it because I hate everything Trump does. Or C, I'm just like our representatives in D.C. I have no idea what's in it.
I think I have no idea what's in it, 47%.
Second place, 30%. Tied with 30%. I'm against it because I hate everything Trump does. Number one answer, I'm for it because I love Trump.
Yeah.
But that was pretty close.
Yeah.
Those three.
But the three of them together, yeah.
That's really how I feel. I don't know what's in it. I don't think anyone really knows what's in it. You can say...
Well, you can love it until it hurts something that you...
Or you can hate it.
And you can hate it until you benefit from it.
Exactly.
And then you'll be like, this is great.
Yeah.
Or you can go, I love it. And then all of a sudden you're like, what do you mean my business is closing? Oh, well.
It's 1,000 pages.
Yeah, literally.
Okay. You think anyone read that? No. If you are scared of Trump, you're voting for it. You're a Republican. You're scared of the guy.
Oh, they're much more afraid of Trump than they are voters.
Yeah. If you're a Democrat, you're not even going to read it because you hate Donald Trump. You're just going to vote it down.
Yeah,
and that's why Washington doesn't work. Because you know what? There could be some very good stuff in it.
Well, hold on. There's a third one in there.
Oh.
And we learned this with Alaskan Senator Murkowski. You can not like it, but vote for it because they bribe you with stuff in it.
Oh, that's wonderful.
So she said she didn't like it, but they gave a bunch of extra bennies to Alaska, so guess what? I'm for it now.
Right.
So I guess we'll be building some beautiful bridge in Alaska.
Hard to figure
the
out.
Murkowski Bridge.
Yeah, hard to figure out who to believe on this thing.
Yeah, I don't know the long-term impact.
No.
I know it adds to, how about this? I know it adds to the deficit.
Right. But
and there are no more conservatives anymore.
But
Don't tell me.
They'll tell you that's not the truth, though.
Well, it's the truth.
How do you know?
Because it spends more than we take in.
Okay. But
that's a math problem. Those are numbers.
It also says it's going to bring money to the border. That's good. Even Governor Hobbs like that.
Money to the border doesn't save us money. It costs us money.
But we need border protection. So you're going to put money.
It spends more money than we bring in.
Well, yeah. Is it going to take away some health care from Arizonans? That's what experts say. But I don't know.
Seems like it might.
Yeah, I don't know. So is it that we won't know until it happens?
Yes. Didn't that happen before? We don't know what's in it. Did Nancy Pelosi say that? We don't know what's in it until we vote for it or something along those lines. I don't know if I got that quote screwed up.
You know what? Let's look it up. I think that's important.
Yeah. We won't know what's in it until we vote for it.
Was that Obamacare?
Could have been. It was another monstrous bill, all this stuff again.
Nancy Pelosi.
Nobody knows what's in it.
Obamacare quote. Let's see. It's generating. What do we got? Dial-up here at the radio station for crying out loud?
Seriously, it's like we're on
Here it
AOL.
Is. We have to pass the bill so that you can find out what's in the bill.
Got it. Yeah, that's the same thing.
We have to pass the bill to find out what's in the bill.
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness. We have to pass it to find out what's in it.
Yeah.
That's exactly what they're doing
Don't pay attention. Just vote. Do as I say.
Terrible.
Yeah. It's ridiculous. But that's how governments run these days.
Poorly.
Oh, without a doubt. As evidenced by the debt and the deficit. It is run poorly.
And I think you made a good point yesterday. Nobody cares about the deficit.
No. Not until it's an emergency, not until it's some sort of, it's going to be horrific and it's going to end life as we know it. And then they'll be like, oh my God, we got to do something about it.
Yeah.
I would use this analogy. Have you ever heard this analogy before?
I got one too. It's like putting, I like my credit card. I just put stuff on the credit card. I'm fine.
Okay. I was going to use a different one.
Okay, go ahead.
And I'm going to screw up the analogy because now you've got I'm thinking about your credit card. If you throw a frog into boiling water,
yes,
it'll jump out. Water's hot. Mm-hmm. If you put a frog in water and just slowly turn the heat up over time,
you're a murderer.
It won't jump out. It won't realize. It'll just cook it.
You just cook it.
And that's kind of what we just turned it up slowly over time, and no one's jumping out. Everyone's like, I think it's getting a little warm in here, isn't it? I'm sure it'll be okay.
It's not a sexy topic. People don't
no,
like it.
Because it again, people don't see how it directly impacts them. If you lose your Medicaid, you see how that directly impacts you. If your taxes go down, you see how that directly impacts you.
If people start losing their health care, it's going to be just a gigantic mess. Remember how people got so nervous with Obamacare? And they didn't know if I could keep my doctor. I think Obama lied about that. You can keep your doctor.
If you like your doctor, you can keep your doctor,
that was
right?
BS. Right, that was BS. But people got very nervous. And why? Because that's personal. That's my health. The budget, I don't know what's going on with that. I guess we've got too much money promised here and there and all that kind of stuff. You start taking people's health care. That's going to be massive.
Yeah.
That's going to be absolutely massive.
I agree. Or they lose their job because of something in it. If you work in renewable energies, this bill apparently is going to negatively impact that in some way, shape, or form. Some people might lose their jobs there. Yeah, they'll be like, I'm all for it. Well, you're going to lose your job. I hate it.
And, I don't know where the tax cuts come. I tried to even look it up. Like, how much do you have to make to get a tax cut? Because...
Well, I don't know if it's new tax cuts, or I think it extends the existing ones.
Yeah, nobody knows.
But they're still debating it, and it could change again.
I like how they go like 24 hours in the same clothes.
Yeah.
And they think that's a good idea, that people are really...
Because when you smell that bad?
Are you good after 24 hours
not
awake?
Not the same undies. No way.
No, I need to change underpants.
Appreciate you guys spending time with us today. Thank you very much. We looked through the double pane bulletproof glass. We've got our DJ over there, DJ Just in Time. Thank you very much. Our super producer, Jules, 2 thumbs up from her. Thank you very much. The Pride of Tennessee, Becky Lynn, delivering all the news and information today. Appreciate that. And getting you home or trying to keep you out of the traffic jams. That's Heather Larson with your traffic. Thanks, guys.
Bruce, you're lucky to have me.
Gatos, you're lucky I put up with you.
Are you ready to buy your dream home? Well, before you start packing, there's one crucial step. Get pre-qualified. Getting pre-qualified is like your VIP ticket to the housing market, speeding up the entire process. We do more than just crunch numbers. We analyze your financial situation and fully underwrite your pre-approval. So there's no last-minute surprises. Don't miss out on your dream home because you chose the wrong mortgage partner. Get your free pre-qualification today within 24 hours. Go to lundmortgage.com.
Arizona is just right for the monsoon. Generating sudden, severe thunderstorms with high winds, damaging hail, lightning, torrential downpours of rain.
Monsoons are back.
Making driving conditions unsafe on any road.
We're tracking the storms as they move across the valley from the I-10 and the 202.
Stay alert and stay informed with Arizona's news station covering the monsoon all across the valley.
This is going to be a very tough commute home.
KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
Now there's a new way to take charge of your blood sugar. Introducing new Garlic Healthy Blood Sugar Formula from the makers of the nation's best-selling garlic supplement. New Garlic helps maintain healthy blood sugar levels with clinically supported levels of garlic, plus a custom blend of vitamins and minerals, and it's odor-free. Take charge of your blood sugar with new Garlic Healthy Blood Sugar Formula. These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Use as directed.
Find what you love what you find. A Total Wine and More. There's so much waiting for you. Spirits and beer, thousands of wines. Guides in the know and prices so low, it just might blow your mind. You're gonna find what you love and love what you find.
With curbside pickup and delivery available, you'll always find what you love, only at Total Wine & More.
Drink responsibly, B21.
Nearly half of Americans will be diagnosed with cancer at some point in their lives. However, 50% of cancer cases and 50% of cancer deaths are preventable. The earlier you detect it, the better chance to take action and do something about it. At Lifeguard, they detect heart disease and hundreds of forms of cancer before it's too late. I got scanned and I have peace of mind because of it. Book your consultation with Lifeguard Imaging today, and as a first-time patient, you'll receive a free heart scan. Visit lifeguardimaging.com or call 602-483-4837 today. Lifeguard Imaging, saving lives through early detection.
More than 600 donors are needed at the Tempe Center for the Arts on Sunday, July 6th, 7 a.m. to 1 p.m. at the Saving Arizona Blood Drive. In appreciation, a lucky donor will be drawn as one of the 10 finalists for a 2025 VW Taos S donated by our Valley Volkswagen dealers. Donors will also earn a limited edition Suns Up t-shirt or tank top and a Vitalant Rewards $20 gift card. Learn more and sign up at vitalant.org/saveaz.
Every student deserves choices in their education. This fall, choose the way you learn. Choose flexibility and personalized support. Choose a cutting-edge, award-winning curriculum. Choose Primavera Online, and you'll be choosing a school that's nearly 25 years strong and can give you a high-quality online education. We're tuition-free, accredited, and now enrolling grades K to 12. Enroll at ChoosePrimavera.com. That's ChoosePrimavera.com.
Is that knee, hip, or shoulder pain not getting any better? Are you stuck in a cycle of steroid shots? And now they're talking surgery? Look, before you go down that road, hit pause for a second. Check out QC Kinetics, leaders in regenerative medicine using treatments like advanced cellular therapy and platelet-rich plasma, all designed to actually help your body heal itself. No masking the pain. This goes to the root of the problem. Their cellular treatments contain growth factors and healing properties to maximize your own body's ability to heal itself. And this is critical. 92% of patients report satisfaction with their results. That's not just a number. It's peace of mind that you're exploring something that's truly working for people just like you. It doesn't cost anything for a second opinion. Learn more about something that could be life-changing. Call QC Kinetics now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
Every day in Maricopa County, people aging in place need rides to medical care, to visit the bank, or to get groceries. Volunteer to become a driver and make a friend. Join Neighbors Who Care's flexible volunteer program to help older neighbors remain independent and live at home this summer. Visit neighborswhocare.com/volunteer to sign up. Help us help our seniors now as we prepare for the Arizona summer.